Are you're getting your medical and everything all squared away?
I will at least be trying to leverage the Medicaid application into some kind of access. I think when you have pending Medicaid, they count that as something, and you can at least get something started,
Yeah.
especially if it's you drop dead without it, like I do. Uh,
I hope everything really works out for you, Nadia. I know it's been rough, and I do want to see you move and do whatever you want to do, right? So,
Why the hell did my fucking Google thing change to Norwegian?
but what I'd like to see from you, Nadia, is you should make a video doing a tour of like, hey, here's where I am, and here's the park, and blah blah blah, and that'd be kind of cool.
Oh no, there's two of me in here.
Ah, there's a
I
ghost.
got the off snap.
No, that's me.
Hopefully it drops in a second.
Gone.
you both got
Take your Ermine, I have a picture of you on my ceiling in my bedroom.
That's kind of gross and scary.
Especially because you have a girlfriend.
That's
Ew.
okay. She likes
Well,
it too
it's her,
because
it's
she
her,
touches
it's her
it.
picture.
Yeah, she touches herself to your picture too.
Poor Ermine. You leave Ermine alone. Don't you use her.
I just don't know what to say to that. You know what I mean?
It's
Like,
sort of like a compliment, but it's also like, ew, I've been used.
Yeah, I hear that one. Sure.
Bohica, what you're supposed to say is, I think you're an attractive woman, and leave it at that. Don't say, I have a picture of you on my ceiling.
Ermine, I find you an extremely attractive woman, and I have your picture.
Wow, that's even creepier.
why does that remind me of 1 hour photo?
Hey, we're never gonna see Ermine again on Google because of you.
Yeah, no, it's just
I was trying to be creepy for fun. That's all. It's not like I really have her picture up there. If she had a high resolution one, then maybe. But no, sorry.
Yeah, it's low res. Thank God for low res.
yeah.
Okay, let's see what I can do here.
I
Bohica,
myself am one of those
Bohica, we're
weird.
alive, just so you know, Bohica.
I know. That's the fun part about it.
Yeah.
I can tell you what,
You know what? If I compared for what I just said, and I compared myself to like Seamus or let's say Christian Hillbilly and stuff like that, I'm not all that worried.
What? Are you suggesting that they have pictures of Ermine on their ceiling too?
No, he's just
I'm talking about their things that they
even more
say.
bizarre.
Me, I'm just actually kidding, and I actually admit to myself kidding. Them, they actually live by those rules, which is probably a little bit more disturbing. So,
The rules that it has to be high resolution only?
no, I'm talking about what they say, not necessarily like in comparison to what I said. I'm not talking about photos necessarily. I'm generalizing. Bunto! Bunto! The metrosexual Bunto! If she had a higher...
Yeah, please, no helicopter penises.
So what's this conversation about? What's the title? I missed it.
Godless LGBT goodness, number 37.
So, LGBT goodness. So, what are we going to do with that?
I don't know.
Who's the Christian in the room?
Who's the Christian in the room? That would be me, and I'm pretty sure Ermine here.
Me too.
Yeah,
Yeah, we are definitely not claiming Bunto's ass.
Bunto, I won't give up on you. There's hope for you.
I'm a secret Christian like Nicodemus in the Bible.
Bunto, remember I said that God can use an unbeliever. Remember that. I said that to you, remember?
I think Bunto spends more time in front of the mirror than any
Take a
woman ever
picture
would.
of them and tape it to the ceiling and use them.
Besides, Bunto, you said you had a 6-centimeter penis. You're not gonna believe any god. Too bad, sorry. You can't be a
Truly.
god.
Mm.
You have
Oh
to
wow,
at least.
seawater.
Oh yeah, the past troll, as you said, right?
You are a troll, but you're not as bad as Incorporated. That's for damn sure.
Oh,
He's not a troll. He's just a little kid that lives in his mom and dad's basement that thinks he knows it all.
actually, I don't have a basement where I live.
No, we're talking about Incorporated.
Oh,
Not the. That's hilarious. He's like, actually, I live with mom and dad, but I don't live in the basement.
I am looking at William Slayer's profile, and I do not have him blocked. He's in 2 circles. So whatever is stopping me from getting into the hangout when he's on is fucked up somehow. William, when I drop and you're in the hangout, I can't get back in.
is there any way?
Locked. Well, he's in right now for some reason.
Magic.
Right, he entered while I was still in. Yeah, if I drop out and then try to get back in, I can't get in while he's in.
Okay, I'll take care of it if it happens.
Yeah, William, I don't know what it is. Sorry.
Way to go, William.
Yeah, ruining everything for everyone.
It's
Yeah,
Almost
who's the troll now?
I mean, it's just not something you can arrange for yourself.
Ermine, I would like to know if there is any way I could convince you of my sincere attempts at not being a troll.
Did you hear how he just said it too?
Well,
Metal
would
Gear-
you take anything reasonably from a feather duster head?
It's not supposed to be feather dust. It's
I
supposed
thought
to
of it
be
as blue celery.
and yeah, sure. So is this how you see it? Everyone can make fun of me, but as soon as I crack a few puns around here, then I'm the troll, huh?
Well, you can make fun of me as much as you like. I find it hilarious.
Crack your first joke, please.
I don't know.
Oh, what's that? Sorry. Sorry, I can resist that.
Fuck, did my thing go Norwegian? This is annoying.
That was being a dickbag, you know that?
You didn't answer his
I
question.
know it was.
I didn't answer what?
What?
You didn't
Oh, and,
answer seawater.
Hey, check it out. Sarah,
Oh.
Oh, that looks nice.
So my
Oh,
answer
man.
for seawater is no.
I son loves seawater. I just like dicking around, right? So.
Seawater, you're now in troll purgatory.
Oh, I see. I'm the only non-troll here. Yeah, I'll believe Simon is a troll, without a doubt.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I live in Norway. We have bridge trolls everywhere. They fuck up all of our goats.
Oh yeah, I love a good goat.
Fuck up or fucking?
Norway.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
do the
I'm
goats
from Norway.
consent?
You eat
They
whale?
do it by the time I finish.
I haven't eaten whale, no. I
Okay.
want to, though. It would be interesting.
I don't
How
know.
about a dolphin?
So we have a
have not even
Norwegian
thought.
and a what are you, seawater? Finnish?
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know. What am I? Do you still think I'm a troll?
We know that much.
What did you finish?
Blue celery.
Yeah, he ate all of his blue salary.
So
And now
whenever
it's-
you're with a girl, do you finish first?
Ew.
No, I finished last.
I thought it was all a
Never
race
been
with the
with a
finish.
girl.
Oh no,
Depends
I'm
on what the record is. Police, Clash, Lionel
yeah,
Richie.
I'm kind of like my
I was
head's
gonna-
kind of like the police lights, except the red and well, like kind of a little bit of white in there.
Hair me.
Yeah.
What song did you lose your virginity to?
My
What's-
first, my last, my everything,
Hear me.
and the answer to all my dreams. Love Barry White. No, go ahead, Ermine. I want to know too.
It was probably Blink 182 or something like that, one of their songs.
Who do I look like? I'm 20?
All the wrong things.
Small
You guys are
things.
so inappropriate.
Emo music.
Or was it like Pink Floyd or something like that?
Wow, we made a big jump. We went from Blink 182 to Pink Floyd.
Well, what's in between?
Beatles?
George Michael? Nah, the Beatles were... that's...
Elvis
like,
Presley?
no,
Holly?
The Long and
Presley
Winding
died
Road?
in the early 70s, so...
Yeah, some titles. American Pie.
You guys
The
are
Long
really
and-
bad at
Long
the
and Winding
timeline.
Road.
Benny Goodman?
Benny Goodman.
Mozart.
Sabbath.
Black Sabbath.
No,
Michael
it was
Van
probably
Halen.
something like... No, it was Devo.
Paranoid
Devo.
or
Had
Crazy
to be
Train.
Devo.
Devo. Guys with the whips. You know, whip it. Whip it.
Fairies wear boots.
Or it might have been... Actually, no. If I said it was Devo and she lost it then, that's pretty young. I would say it was... Every rose has its thorn.
Oh, fuck that.
What am I, a white chick?
How about Sister Christian?
How about...
I lost my virginity to the song Teletubbies.
What if it was-
Teletubbies.
That is
Oh,
so
dear God.
gross. You are such
Oh.
a pervert.
You
Hey, wait.
failed.
The Wiggles.
You failed.
Oh, trust me, my big toe wiggled for the first time in my life.
Alright, time for Earthbound Farms.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Spent
We
money
have
on
Oh, that's good for you.
Yay, bunny food.
just
Absolutely. I better
I like spinach too. Spinach is good.
drop on this way.
Well, that's good.
I actually like spinach too.
I take spinach,
Popeye.
garlic, and stuff like that. A little bit of butter or margarine, sorry. And
Pam. Oh dear. Which I forgot to get Pam.
oh, hey, we should start doing cooking with Nadia.
That'd be fun.
We're doing that now.
Yeah. See if anyone's able to follow the instructions while everyone else interrupts.
Was it the first time is the hardest?
How would you use your... Matt, I don't even
awesome.
understand. I don't even understand how that would work out.
God, Ermine, quit muting people. Jeez.
Okay.
Grow up.
I want to hear.
She didn't
I
even
want to
use
hear
the
from
picture on the
Bunto
roof.
what song he lost his virginity to.
Oh, you guys will laugh.
It's got to be hilarious, right?
It was Lionel Richie. All night long. Remember that song? All night long.
So it
I
wasn't
want to
dancing
know
on the
if you
ceiling.
lose your virginity to a girl or a guy.
That was to a girl, but to a guy, it was no music.
Oh, of course not.
It's just a
I can
porn
tell you
song.
what game
There
I
was no
lost.
time
I
for
lost
music.
my virginity to.
I said
I
I have
lost-
great expectations. Great expectations. Great.
Good protein.
Puns!
I
You
lost
lost
my
You lost
virginity.
it. You
Hey,
lost it reading a book. Deirdre.
I lost my
I lost-
virginity to apple juice. How you lost your virginity after juice?
I lost my virginity when I was 16, so a little bit late. But the thing is, it was on April 1st, and
hold on.
her
You were just
father was a
kidding, huh?
fireman, and he kicked the shit out of me and broke my ribs.
What? How did he find out? Did you guys just run home and tell him?
It was April 1st,
No,
why shouldn't
it
I?
wasn't that, actually. It was, like, way down the road afterwards, and she was like, Mom, I didn't get my period, and then Mommy went to Daddy, and then one night he came over to where we were hanging out and beat the crap out of me.
Well, I mean, do you blame her if she was worried? I mean, the other, you know, like, I mean, it would make sense if she was
Well, you
worried.
can blame the father for breaking his ribs.
Oh no,
problem.
he was a fireman. He like boot the shit out of me, right? And, yeah.
Boot.
That's the
You
problem.
Canadian.
No sex education. Yeah, every Englishman knows. Put out.
Oh no! We practice safe sex and everything like that. It was just that she didn't know anything about her body really, and when she was a bit late, she went to Mommy, and Mommy told Daddy, and Daddy stewed on it, and then got mad.
I mean, you say that 16 is a bit late, but I'll tell you, like, it's a lot. Sex is a lot of responsibility for young people, you know.
Oh no! I don't disagree with you when it comes to like responsibility, but I'm talking about like engaging in an activity that you don't know about. Maybe it's a bit late,
Yeah. Make sure you
right?
always clean the toys after use.
Oh yeah, no, you throw them in the dishwasher, you're all good to go.
Yuck, I don't want to eat off your dishes.
Nadia?
Hermine, you're invited anytime for dinner.
What are you asking?
Yeah, I was wondering, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's this capture smile stuff?
Yeah, turn it off. I don't know. Not on my face.
I can
Mother...
Everybody turn it on. Stop it. Stop it.
I was
I'm not
hoping you'd
showing my
throw
fucking
jizz
face.
on my face or something like that.
No, I don't know what's going on with it. I'm scared.
Do you guys know what bohica means, by the way?
Nope.
It's a camera, isn't it?
I know what it...
It's an initialism.
Is it the same thing as bukkake? Please tell me it's not.
Bukkake. Wow.
I made the jump. You have to understand I game with a bunch of guys and they say the sickest stuff to me all the time for shock value, so now I'm all jaded.
Do you like bukkake?
No, I
Does it
don't.
stand-
Well,
does it
you
stand-
know why, right?
Are you interested in it?
Are you judging other
Mildly.
people who are?
No, you were saying, like, you know what this means? All creepy, and considering, like, our past conversation with Aramine being on the ceiling, and I just thought I'd ask.
Does it
Oh.
stand? Does it
Yeah,
stand
sure.
for? Does it stand for balls out, hanging in Catholic areas?
I don't know what it means.
Almost, but just try Googling it and see what happens.
Well,
No,
I
I'm
could
quite
give
happy
you
to make up a
description
few.
of it.
I don't want to Google something that I think might be perverse. I'm just going to point that out.
Don't worry,
Oh,
if you have a safe search filter, it's not going to come in bad.
No, anytime, like, the guys I game with, like, link something to me, they're like, Grace, look at this. I've learned not to look at it because it's a horse with a guy or something awful, and I just won't link it. I just won't look at it. It's just awful.
Well, okay, I would like to know, are you using perverse with negative connotations?
No, to her, perverse is anything with padlocks between the knees. So the way that I kind of look at it is like one
What?
person's.
Padlocks between the knees. That's a new one.
I've never heard of that before. Please explain further, Bohica.
Well, if you have padlocks between the knees, anything past that is perverse. So perverse is completely subjective, right? For me, I find that certain things are, not on my plate, and sexual tastes are completely subjective, and if you're into it, you're into it. If you're not, you're not, right?
I think
So-
perverse is when you show more than your ankle.
No,
Well-
perverse, anything sexually deleterious to the society at whole.
I might as well just assume anything I actually like doing is perverse. So.
Like, for myself, one of my rules is if it swells, ride it. If it swells, ride it. You know, like
That's a rule
so
for
what?
you? It's
Why not?
anything that goes with anything?
Well, within my one person rule, sure, right?
I see what
Yeah,
you're saying.
Nadia.
Yes?
Yeah, I had something I had to tell you. Something quite important, I believe.
Do tell.
Remember our discussion about my attempts at the Finnish citizenship, la-di-la-di-la?
Yes?
Well, a little bit further research into it, I found out that in order to become a Finnish citizen, you need to either have a parent who is a Finnish citizen, so that's no for you, based on being born in Finland, which is out for you too. So the only way for you to, well, okay, there's several. Okay, so the only way for you to become a Finnish citizen is through a citizenship application or a notification. And now the thing with the Finnish citizenship application is you have to have lived in Finland for a sufficiently long period. The required period depends on your situation, but normally it is at least 4 to 7 years. And the same goes for the notification. You have to live here in Finland for more than 1 year at least. And for you to do that, you need to have a thing called a residence permit. And to get a residence permit, you need to have 1, a justifiable reason for immigration, and 2, assure the authority dickheads that you have a substantial income, a decent livelihood.
Right. I suspected about as much.
You know, again, I'll put it into the, hang on. Oh, yeah, right, here you go. If you're not a citizen of a Nordic country, an EU member state, EEA member state, or Switzerland, for some reason, you must have a justifiable reason to move to Finland in order to receive a residence permit and a justification. I mean...
Yeah, like, what's justifiable? I like the cold? Why the fuck would you move to Finland?
I do like the cold. But I live in Norway, so I get enough cold.
Okay, I'm starting to think you're... I can tell you what the official grounds for immigration are if Hermine would stop being a troll to my country of origin, my fatherland.
Alright. You're saying? Okay, enough. You're saying
All right.
seawater?
Yes. Official grounds for immigration for Finland, if you're not a blah blah blah, all the shit that you're not. The following grounds are: 1, a family tie to a person residing in Finland. 2, working. 3, entrepreneurship. 4, studying. 5, re-immigration. And 6, international protection. You can also receive a residence permit for Finland on other grounds. Other grounds can be, for example, a steady relationship with the intention to get married, or being a victim of human trafficking. More information about a residence permits, blah, 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 blah. So, those are the basic reasons for justification. I'll give you the link to the shit, so you can have a looky, cookie.
Sounds about right. The structure of how that procedure works kind of varies a bit across countries, but same.
But he is this.
That you need work, student, marriage as your options, barring the actual sort of family, etc. type things is pretty much near universal.
Right, that's the specific ones I found out for Finland. So then, I would like to then know that which one of those methods would you be willing to go for? I'm guessing the family tie to a person is kind of out. Or do you have any family ties here in Finland?
I do not have any family ties in Finland. That said,
Pepper!
interested in marriage.
Okay, that's one. What about working?
Dude, come on. Pepper.
After all, you are 5 meters, aren't you?
Yeah, but I'm not too sure how that is gonna help with your employment. Or do you think I'm gonna go to the office and, hey, I have a 5-meter dick. I have a friend in another country. Make it happen. And magically it will happen. It's like playing the magic.
That's how magic works, isn't it?
Tell them you're intending to pursue a career in pornography.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll just summon the northern gods.
Well, actually, Thor is on Google Plus. If we can just get his ass over here.
Yeah, we'll fetch Thor and we'll ask him really nicely.
Well, speaking of Thor's nemesis, Seamus trying to get into. I think ours is asleep.
Okay. Okay, so Nadia, if I'm gonna be trying to check out other things that I can hang out. I'd like to know that which one of these things would you be willing? Because I did find another website that does help with other people abroad to try and find make the job searching here in Finland for you easier. So if you can have contacts to an employer who would be willing to hire you, so that would be grounds for receiving a residence permit for an employed person, or is that, or do you think that you're going to be willing to go on that ground?
I'm willing.
Okay, all right, sure.
Well, didn't you say you couldn't move from any other Norse country?
Oh yeah, it does say that.
Yeah.
The link does say that if you live in any Nordic country, you can move freely into Finland or Switzerland.
Huh.
For some weird reason. It's just that all these EU member state, EEA member state, or fucking Switzerland.
Well, Switzerland does have mountains and snow.
Well, no shit. Well, so do here.
Yeah, that's
it has
probably the only reason though.
But the one thing it doesn't have is a 5-meter dick prodigy seawater Cecil.
Well, no. Yeah.
I rest my case. Right.
Well, Norway has entirely free public university to anyone, anywhere in the world, if they can be bothered to get their ass over here.
Trondheim.
Oh yeah, what about under the entrepreneurship basis, Nadia?
Oslo.
What plausible way could I have of selling myself here?
Okay, I really don't have an idea. It's entrepreneurship. Yeah, it does basically mean that you're practically self-employed, so, and you don't have any. Well, you do have working experience.
Yeah.
God.
So funny, Banta.
Oh, I just was trying to think about places I know in Norway.
That'll leave you laughing.
Yeah, we have quite a few funny ones.
Right. Do you think that, Nadia, that any of your working skills would help you with if you were to try on the base of entrepreneurship? Do you think that you could pull it off?
Dude, just say yes.
Well, I can say it all I want, but no one's going to really believe it.
Okay then. How about studying?
Graduate school would be a great idea for me. Finish grad schools, or I'm not sure. The ones I think Göteborg in Sweden. Let's actually only Nordic one was really relevant. Oh wait, Chalmers too. Göteborg and Chalmers.
Oh, you have to forget about those Swedish fags. You gotta stick.
Oh
stick
no,
to
no,
the
don't go to
good money.
Sweden. Those fucking manginas are gonna kill you.
Oh yeah, definitely. You gotta shoot them in the head if it comes across the street. But listen, stick to the goal here. Focus on Finland, the golden goose. Come on.
You know what? We actually won best country to live in 5 years in a row until you fuckers stole it from us.
Yeah, your reign of terror is over, Norway. we took our rightful place.
Well,
Well, we've got free public university to any student from any country in the world, so beat that.
Oh, maybe I will. Just give me a moment to do some research.
We've also got prisons with Xboxes for the inmates.
That's
hard to beat. It works. Our incarceration rate is actually really low.
No, it doesn't. Anyway, right.
Yeah. The point of the particular graduate schools in Sweden was that I had research groups involved in areas where I had some working experience. Practical knowledge, etc.
But studying would be one of those opportunities you would take if I were to find anyone, university or other education-based location which would fit for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one down. Re-immigration I don't think works for you because that is based on having a long-standing Finnish ancestry or a strong connection to Finland, and despite what I've been saying here on Google+, you don't, not really, right?
No.
I have no Finnish ancestry.
Okay, so that leaves us with, well, one of the more, I guess, plausible, as of right now, options, the international protection.
That's not plausible.
Does that really apply?
The U.S. is not, no matter how LGBT unfriendly, is not really considered.
Yeah, it's not like you're being bombed on a daily basis.
No, we got cops here to do that. So what side were you on in the Finnish-Soviet War?
That'd get me in trouble.
Okay. The Soviets?
Well, let's just not go there.
Okay, so yeah, okay, just to clarify, so the basis that you would try to, first, you would be willing to try to get that residence permit on the basis of would be working and studying. You think either of those two you would think you have a good shot with?
I'm not sure I'd call them good shots, but they were
Best shots.
more probable than the others, yeah.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the info, and I'll continue with my plan.
You plan to take over the world?
Yep.
The Mickey and the brain, the Spinky and the brain.
Oh,
One
jeez.
is a genius, the other.
Brain, 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 brain,
Brain.
Brain.
That's the only word.
Brain.
Are you a zombie?
No, I'm just gonna annoy everyone by repeating brain.
That's not me.
I'm not a zombie. The cannibalism is not something I would. Like, cannibalism is interesting to me.
Why is it interesting? Because it horrifies me.
Why isn't it interesting? How is it not
Why
interesting?
is it not horrifying to you?
On a first date, yeah,
It's
but
just meat. The only thing that makes it different from any other meat is that it's from a human.
So basically, you're saying you have no problem cannibalizing someone.
Well, if it was consensual, or if they were dead already.
What if we decided that some people were useless to society, so we decided to feed off of them?
Well, it wasn't consensual.
I don't think it was consensual. Any of our meat eating is consensual. I don't think a pig ran up to us and said, "I sacrificed myself so that you can make some delicious bacon." I don't think that happens.
Yeah, well, people who are already dead, fucking put on the barbecue, some hot sauce, and just little Teletubbies in the background. And have yourself a
not
barbecue.
Teletubbies.
Hold it. You say you don't like cannibalism, right, Deidre?
No.
Okay, because look, don't you eat the flesh of Christ and drink his blood?
Oh, bringing out the
Oh,
guns.
well, see, I'm a Protestant, and we believe it's an outward sign. Where if it was Catholic, I would believe that there was the.
Yeah, the Catholics are the ones
Something or
that
other
think they're
of
participating in cannibalism.
Suddenly, Jesus is in my mouth.
Outward sign of what? Eating?
That sounded really bad. I just said Jesus is in my mouth. That's not really what I meant. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you're the Protestant, not me.
That's right. That's crazy Protestants and our joke.
So what do you mean?
Well, the Catholics believe that when you take communion, that there's actually it's trans something. I can't remember the word.
Transubstantiation or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. And that when you take of the blessed wafer, it becomes literally the body of Christ. And when
You
you
eat
drink
the holy
of
biscuit.
the wine, it becomes literally the blood of Christ.
I
Or a
see.
Protestant will say, no, it's a sign.
It's metaphorical in a sense.
Yeah.
Alright,
Don't go away. I see water.
Oh no!
Oh. Was it the fact that I don't cannibalize Jesus?
You trolled him out the room. You raised.
Yeah, we blame you.
I heard that there was rumors, though, when the early church was being persecuted, that people were actually saying that Christians were engaging in cannibalism.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, they thought they were.
Shamos.
The Eucharist.
Oh.
So the Romans accused Christians of cannibalism because of the Eucharist.
Yeah, the Eucharist.
And welcome, Shamos.
If you listen to
That's a typical Christian worldview when they believe they eat the wafer that they're actually eating the body of Christ, as well as drinking the wine.
Well, again,
use the Catholics.
the body of Christ is sort of a symbolism, too. Like, when we say the body of Christ, we mean that we are Christ's hands and feet and ears and mouth on earth. So, for instance, if you were a hand, perhaps maybe you would be helping others, or if you were a mouth, maybe you'd be a preacher.
And if you were a dick, you'll be fucking everyone over.
Yes. Okay.
Well, way to take that up a notch.
If you're the arse, you're shitting over everyone else, and if you're the cunt, you're taking it up yourself.
So what you're saying is the Christian worldview is cannibalism's okay.
Well,
No, I said that
Catholics.
Catholics are the only ones that say that it literally becomes the body of Christ and the blood of Christ. I'm pretty sure the only ones. Maybe Orthodoxy does too. I'm not absolutely sure.
Yeah, they're Christians too, so whatever.
I mean, we're Christians, but
Yeah,
we're arguing over, a ritual.
Yeah, but it's still a Christian worldview, right?
Yeah, well, within the Venn diagram of Christian, they are in there.
Hey, wait a minute. Does it have to be a wafer? Why not a waffle?
Well, I don't think she ever accused Catholics of not being Christian, so I'm not really sure where you're levying that criticism at.
They just want to say that we're all cannibals because it's funny.
No, he's saying that. I'm saying Catholics, specifically. Myself.
She was just differentiating that Protestant Christianity doesn't literally adhere to that practice, that those things actually become the physical embodiment of the body of Christ when you take the wafer and stuff. I don't think she was calling Catholics non-Christians. I think that was an unfair criticism for you guys to levy.
No, I was talking about what's his name. I can't pronounce that. He didn't make a distinction, and I said in the Venn diagram they both fit within the Christian circle.
Yeah, I'm actually one of the Christians that believe that the apostolic beliefs, like Catholic or Orthodoxy, stuff like that, as Syriac, all those guys, I believe that they are Christian. Whether or not they're gone awry in some of their practices is another debatable thing. And same with the Protestants. I think we've gone awry on some things as well. They all smell of Christianity. That dang fake
I am not Christian.
Is there any chance you could use like a waffle instead of a wafer?
Well,
Well,
no,
I mean,
it's
in Protestant
completely
world, I've
acceptable
seen all
to
sorts of
eating
things.
a
I've seen cheeses.
wafer or a waffle as I've
Maybe
seen many
syrup.
toast pieces that look like Mary
Yeah.
or Jesus or whatever, and they eat those things and they think that they're holy as that piece of toast or waffle or a pancake or a piece of
Syrup
bacon.
instead of wine.
I think in the Catholic tradition, wafer means any bread product which doesn't include what do they call them?
Unleavened bread.
Burritos.
I think it's non-yeast bread.
Yeah.
But I mean, like Protestants on the other hand, we're kind of crazy. I've seen all sorts of things used, like Cheez-Its, stale saltines, hunk
Eat
of
the
bread.
holy banana and drink the holy apple juice.
One time I was making fun of somebody. He said, "Next we're gonna see Oscar's breadsticks," and I didn't think it was funny, but I thought it was funny. Olive Garden breadsticks.
Yeah, it's just the priest is gonna walk around with Olive Garden breadsticks, hand them out, and
Praise
just little boxes of orange juice.
Actually, a lot of Protestants won't trust you with alcohol, right? They'll just always go grape juice. And then I actually visited a church a few months ago where they had an option for regular wine or grape juice. And I didn't know this, so I'm walking around, and I guess I was in the wine line. And I'm just like, doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. And, you know, the only requirement wasn't any denomination. It was just that you were a believer. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So I go in, and I get my wine, and I'm not thinking. And I had one of those moments where you just expect a certain drink. It's like when you drink, like, you order a Sprite and you get Dr. Pepper, and you have that moment of, I made that face, like I drank it, and I was like, because I didn't think it would be real wine. It was like bitter wine.
Over here, I don't think they can serve any wine with actual alcohol in it to any significant degree.
Where?
Over here, they use fortified wine.
What was that?
Over here, they use fortified wine, and then the priests just water it down depending on which service. Seriously, yeah, seriously.
They should have used Manischewitz.
Yeah, why not? MD 2020.
No, Manischewitz.
It's good stuff,
Sweeten
the
it up
wine.
so it's not too
over
bitter.
We used to go and get a tiffin.
Thunderbird?
Well, I guess in the New Testament at one point, I mean, Paul actually had to write about people not taking communion and getting drunk. I guess some people took it too
It's the
seriously or
Roman
something,
Empire.
where they're like, let's make a feast out of it. I don't know.
Right off the bat.
Yeah, like right off the bat, somebody's like, well, okay, let's make this a party. I don't know.
Have you
People are
ever heard of
strange.
the Dionysius cult, the Bacchanae?
Uh-huh.
That's, the Christians lifted speaking in tongues and all that shit from them.
I've heard all the Dionysus stuff. I disagree, but yeah. Like, a lot of people will compare Jesus turning water into wine to Dionysus. Dionysus, though, is such, like, it's like the god of pleasure. It's the Epicurean.
That's right, man. They're orgies.
Epicurean, man.
They used to, tie a dog to a lamp, and when the lamp would get... They put, some food in front of the dog, and the dog would finally, break the lamp, then all the lights would go out, and then they'd have an orgy.
I feel like when someone comes in with a troll face, it should be an auto boot.
No, that's Dusty.
Okay, you know Dusty.
Yeah, that's okay. I get that a lot.
He doesn't even have a real voice.
That is Dusty's voice.
It's not a robot voice.
Yeah, Bohica. So,
Yeah, what's up?
For Bunto's oversized
Showing
hair.
boobs to all the people over the YouTubes.
Seamus can relate. Bend over here comes again.
I like that bra.
Bohica, are you trying to get us to pluck out our eyes?
No.
Why would you pluck out your eyes? They're just fucking skin sacs filled with fat attached to someone's chest.
I'm trying to be dramatic here. Us Americans make boobs into a big deal, don't you know?
Yeah, we do.
Awesome top, though. I like it.
I like boobs.
I wish I had boobs.
They're actually, here in Norway, like, sex is such a non-entity. You can have movies entirely about sex, and they can be marketed towards 15 and 16-year-olds.
Do you guys feel that because it's less of a taboo, you might have more responsible sex, or do you feel like people are less responsible? I'm just curious.
I think people are quite responsible over here.
I think the more you know about it, the more responsible you will be, and you'll take certain measures along the way.
So I'm actually pro-sex education, which is kind of unusual for a lot of Christians.
I love it, Des.
But I'm pro-sex education, and I'm pro-responsibility, things like that. There was a study. I wish I could link it. I don't know if it was Pew Research. I can't remember. They were talking about how, in compared to Americans, things like, for instance, a condom would be more likely to be used in France compared to America. Like, 30% more chance that a French person might use a condom as opposed to an American.
America is in North America or is in the United States?
I'm sorry, the USA.
Bible Belt, that's why. Abstinence.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny is, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with being abstinent, but I think that there's something, you have to be realistic about it, right? Like
Abstinence is just ducking the issue. That's all it is.
we are biological people. We all have biological drives, right?
Sure.
And so I have seen this over and over again as a youth leader. These pious girls that kind of get into this true love waits sort of thing, you know, all this purity ring stuff that's I think it's been harmful. No, they get into this and they think, I'll never sleep with anybody, blah, 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 blah. And then the most pious girls have turned around, they end up pregnant, they're out of wedlock, pregnant, you know, in high school. And so then I'd ask them, like, did you ever consider using a condom or anything like that? And they always say, no. And I'm not kidding you. They think that if they planned on having sex in the first place, then that would be a worse sin. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that I don't think that...
The thing is, you got to tell them that it is a worse sin.
I don't think that keeping abstinence is a bad thing, but if you decide not to, this is what you need to know, right?
Yeah, and that's where I was edgy as a youth leader. I actually would say if you know, you might find yourself in a situation, you know, and so I was a little edgy that way, and my pastor's like, I don't know, you're kind of on the edge that way, and I was like, because abstinence doesn't work for everybody, it doesn't, and I'm not going to put down people that choose abstinence because there are people that are successful at that, but
they're not very fun people.
but to be honest. To be honest, like, it's a big, huge ideal that a lot of people fail at. And so I'm pro-birth control. I'm pro-prophylactics.
Everybody fails at it sooner or later.
You know? And I feel like there's a lot of irresponsibility. In fact, that Guilt for True Love Waits campaign has actually, I have heard and read about Christians who have carried guilt about sex into their marriage. So even when, like, say they wait for sex, you know, in marriage, it's become so dirty in their mind, like sex is dirty and profane and nasty, that they can't seem to separate that out, and it stays dirty, profane, nasty, and that's not good.
Let's do a poll within this room. Who here is a virgin? Or, sorry, who here has had sex and they're not married?
Me.
Everybody.
I actually have not had sex, but that's because I'm one of those weird asexual space aliens.
Are you really asexual? I'm always excited to meet asexuals because you guys are you're like
Yeah,
hard to find.
Calm down, Deirdre.
Asexual.
That says a little bit too much about your personality.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I'm not fucking you. As I stated, I'm asexual.
No, that's not at all what I suggested. Every hangout, I'm going to make this announcement. I am not interested in getting happily married for 3 years.
Well, neither am I.
Well, I myself am not one. A substantial number of trans people seem to, be too uncomfortable with their genitalia, etc., to have sex. Not like the majority.
Would that count as being asexual, though? Because you'd still have the sex drive even if you were uncomfortable, right?
At the very least, counts as abstinent.
Say that again, Nadia.
What's that?
What? Say it again.
I said it at the very least counts as abstinent.
Ah, not getting it, yeah.
Yes, it does.
See, probably the biggest whacker offers are the people that are the most, like, tied down. Like, they're like, I'm dying to have it, but I can't have it, so I'm gonna frickin' jerk off any chance I get.
Oh, really? You think so? I think that a lot of people whack off, as you so kindly put it, whether they get it or not.
Oh, no, I'm not denying that fact. I'm just saying that the people that hold it back the worst are probably the most prolific offenders.
Yeah, I mean, I see what he's saying. He's saying that people that are really wound up and tight about their sexuality are maybe like the kind of people that are almost addicted to maybe porn or something else in the back.
No.
Maybe.
No. Why do you have to be addicted to porn just because you like sex?
I mean, you. I mean.
Just because they masturbate.
Yeah.
I don't think those two are conclusive or connected to each other whatsoever.
That's true. Though I've had a lot of men tell me nowadays that they are absolutely inclusive and cannot be separated.
What? Sexual drive and love?
No. Sexual drive and pornography.
And pornography. Oh yeah, that could be
Sexual
separated.
drive and pornography.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've had
Depends what you call
some guys
pornography,
tell me
though.
that you can't separate it. So.
No, when I was 8, just seeing the knickers on the line
Like
across the
the Sears catalog.
That was enough. Oh yeah, you know what I mean.
Sears
That's
catalog.
great. I would go back to those today, if I could only find them. In fact, if anything, I would say a chick dressed in some nice gear.
A chick?
Is
Did you say
probably. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm from the 70s. A lady.
Chick.
Oh, Dusty, you've got such a cool voice. Yeah, whatever. Pornography can be just about anything. It doesn't have to be the objectification of women. I mean, that's the point.
Yeah, I gotcha.
You know, and I would just keep going back to the same point. Yes, there is certain parts of the industry which is does take advantage, but then there are certain parts of the industry that don't.
Well, you know what I do appreciate, Simon, that you'll admit that there are some parts that do. Because a lot of men won't even admit that. Like, because they're like, don't touch my precious, my thing that I like to do. Don't, how dare you? And I think a lot of men think that
My
that means
precious.
I'm attacking. That's a Lord of the Rings reference right there.
My precious.
But I'm glad that you at least acknowledge that there are some women who either have had really terrible circumstances in life or are being objectified in some way.
I would go further and I would do a Sam Harris on it and say actually there's quite a large percentage in terms of maybe as much as 20%, and it needs to be kept an eye on. It needs to be licensed a lot closer. You can't leave it to the free market because we know that means underage girls. It's just not possible. So it's got to be heavily regulated.
Well, Well, actually, I'd be interested in the secular point of view on this. What about in pornography where it says things like barely 18, things like that? What do you guys think about that?
You can deceive the punters just like the prostitutes do. That's okay.
Okay.
What do they mean when they say barely 18? Like just past 18?
Yeah. That's what they're saying.
Well, in all reality,
Suiting a
according to
fetish for young
laws,
people, to be honest, but that's why I think it's kind of weird.
Naughty show.
I think what barely 18 actually pulls up is the average person would know that they're not underage, and they're assuming they're not underage, but they're fairly young-looking women, right? But maybe that's me
I mean,
being.
you're hoping that they're not at Tracy Lords. I mean, I would assume that
All the way to the bank, baby.
Well, so long as they're 18.
That's why it needs to be regulated and monitored very closely.
Yeah, Tracy
'Cause
Lords
that's the
started
danger.
doing it before she was 18.
All the way to the bank, baby.
You don't even want to know what they were doing in the 60s. I mean, some of these
Oh, yeah.
girls were 13, 14.
It's horrifying.
No,
I don't
not
think
really,
you're gonna
because they were
find-
making a good living off it. I mean, Mandy Smith got like a fucking career out of it, plus she got to marry a Rolling Stone. Who knows? Love strikes in strange ways. You know, she was doing pictures at 14. Do you know who she is?
No.
Mandy Smith. All right, she went out with the bass player from the Stones.
Bill Wyman.
That's the one.
She marry him?
Yeah, she ended up marrying him, yeah. But they were going out when they were like... when
Thank
she
you,
was
Google.
13, 14. Something like that. They didn't... allegedly not having sex. And I believe that to be true. At least until she was a bit older.
I mean, I'd also say that males need regulation too. From what I understand, a lot of gay pornography involves young males, barely 18, kind of stuff.
All pornography involves young people.
So again, it's not just women that could potentially be.
Not if you're Wayne Rooney.
Yeah,
Wow,
it's not just
time
women
was not good to Mandy Smith.
No. She started young though. She started young and in the 60s when acid and coke were just, everywhere.
But do you think if you regulated it, people would still go crazy and go around it? Or do you think more people who consume it would at least try to go with the regulated stuff?
Probably better to regulate it.
Yeah.
Do you think that people would go for the free stuff or something? It would cause like maybe a price hike or something?
Well, the only reason you want to do regulation is just for the performer's safety.
Yeah.
That's the side we're talking about regulating, really, yeah. I mean, in the industry, particularly men get a really shit time. I mean, the women get abused, but nothing like the men. I mean, the men just, it's not good for the men.
Hey, do you guys remember the Bullwinkle and Rocky show?
They get paid a hell of a lot less.
Just looking at that reminds me of that, the Bullwinkle and Rocky show.
Yeah. So there's a Louis Theroux documentary on the subject, if you're interested, Deirdre.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
There's a what documentary?
Louis Theroux. He makes, each documentary takes him like 8-9 months to make. He puts a lot of work into it, so they're quite well researched. There's two, and you don't want the one which is about the female prostitution. You want the male prostitution one.
Gee, what fun.
Well, you watch both if you want, obviously. But that's the male one which really shows up the industry to be how bad it really is. The female one is kind of more what would legalized prostitution look like.
Norway has really weird laws on prostitution.
Does it? Like, what is Norway's laws? Because you guys are usually really liberal.
Yeah,
compared to-
well, being a prostitute is perfectly legal. Hiring a prostitute is illegal, however.
What?
Yeah, it's strange.
So do they do stings and try to get the people that are hiring?
I don't know. Just it's weird.
Because in the U.S., they'll actually have cops try to, like, be a prostitute and get people, or vice versa.
I guess it's kind of similar to the law in the U.S. where, like, if you were in your house, like, high on God knows what drug, it's not illegal to be high on a drug as long as you're not out in the public and as long as you're not creating a disturbance or driving or something. Like, if you were just sitting in your house and the cop was, like, coming in and for whatever reason and you were on drugs, you couldn't get any trouble for it. You could only get in trouble for possession. So
You
it's
know, but the prostitution thing is, like, police don't have anything to say about it. They're not going to do anything when it comes to prostitutes. It's the hiring of a prostitute that's illegal.
Huh.
Yeah, I think it's, well, the Swedish model, despite being Norway. A lot of what are called SWERFs, or sex worker exclusive radical feminists, go on about it.
What are you eating?
Total and almond coconut blend.
For dessert?
Well, sort of.
Okay.
I love cereal.
I should probably eat breakfast soon. It's nearly 5:30 in the morning.
Was someone snoring?
That one was deliberate.
Yeah, I'm getting tired, pooped out.
Or maybe it was entirely coincidental.
Well, y'all, see you tomorrow.
Good night.
God willing, right?
Boy, then.
It wasn't me. I was just joking.
Good
But
night.
somebody else is snoring.
Bunto's outside hangout in Catholic arse. Just to leave
Somebody
it
is snoring. That's not me. I was just joking when I was snoring.
But who's snoring then?
Well, here, I'm going to mute.
Yeah, everyone mute.
Is it Ermine? Ermine, are you snoring? Are you snoring? Is that you?
Am I snoring?
Yeah, is that you?
I don't.
Is everyone
feel
else muted?
snoring. Am I breathing
I heard-
deeply? Mm.
Everyone else was muted. It was coming from you.
Now I'm stretching.
Now you're making weird noises.
Is she for real just woke up and is trying to play that shit off?
That's exactly what happened. Shut up. Oh, I was totally like dozing. I wasn't asleep, but I was dozing. Sorry about that. You guys are boring me. Add some excitement. Where's Gus's
We were
yap?
talking about the porn industry. How not controversial is that? Like, I mean,
Dude.
I was going to say, there's a big intersection between, or crossover, or whatever you want to call it, between sex worker exclusive radical feminists and trans exclusive radical feminists.
It's called an erection. There's a big erection between the two.
Well, I just checked Ermine's IP address and how much traffic she comes in there. She watches a lot of Pornhub.
What?
Oh, you can deny it
oh,
all
yeah,
you
what's
want,
that
but it
site?
shows right here.
What's that site? MyBigBuddy.com.
Yeah, let's see. I'm like, now I'm intrigued. I'm like, Pornhub? Tell me more.
You seem to know the place.
I'm gonna Google it right now. Shit.
wait, what are you googling? Wait, don't just Google random stuff. I mean, it could be bad.
Do I put the www first, or can I just put it?
You didn't
No,
like
you
link
just
her to the horse
Put
thing.
it in. Try Red Hub too. That might work. Or Red.
No, don't do it, Ernie. Don't.
Where's X Hamster?
Don't. It's going to taint your mind, and,
No,
and the
hamster's
demons of
gross.
pornography are
I've
going to get
seen
you.
hamster.
How about massive Eurocock?
Wait, Red Hub doesn't come up with anything.
Why are you googling what
I
they're
think he
saying?
meant Red Tube, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, red tube. That's it.
Oh.
Look, you made Shamos leave.
He's not old enough for this conversation.
No. I made Shamos leave by saying there is a large overlap between sex worker exclusive and trans.
Oh, she got hacked.
Oh God, she's turned the dildo on. Let me just get that on. Oh, she's turned the dildo on again.
I was saying, what I said that scared Shamos off, that there's a large overlap between sex worker exclusive radical feminists and trans exclusive radical feminists. And I got cut off even that time before getting to add the necessary part that I actually run into them on Twitter.
Ah. Ermine, we lost you. Are you okay over there?
No, she's in the red tube.
I told you not to go in the red tube.
What has been seen
That
cannot
was
be
a
unseen.
touchy magic wand. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, what has been seen cannot be unseen.
I told you not to look at it. It's like the guys I game with, they're like, here, dude, look at this, and I just know not to click on it anymore.
Well, hamster, I was like, oh my gosh.
Come.
This is Ermine. Look at all this sin.
Someone mentioned a website with hamster in the name of it.
Ermine, look up Goatsy.
Don't do it.
I've got a friend who puts up videos of herself on Snapster. It's actually relatively vanilla stuff. Maybe for being pre-op trans.
I wish there was a site that you could see what people's IPs address are doing. Because I'm like, what's my kid looking up? What are the, you know what I mean?
You can
You
put
can
software
on your router.
computer.
If you go to your router, you can actually, depending which router you have, but typically like Linksys routers, you can actually see which computer in your house has been accessing what websites, right?
Wow.
Do you have just girls or boys?
I have one daughter.
I think the worst is when a parent of the opposite gender, I hear these stories where like a mom will find that their boy's been looking at naked women online, and then they'll be like, shame, 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 and the mom will confront the boy, and the boy just dies, you know, and I feel like you gotta be really careful as a parent with that stuff.
My parents never blocked me from that, but my mother always told me if I ever knocked up a girl that she would like kill me.
Okay. So at least one life is coming and one is going.
My father has always been saying he's too young to be a grandfather.
Did Seamus seriously leave?
You didn't notice?
Yeah, because we were talking about sex. That's why he's all like blue balls and couldn't handle it anymore. So he's going on like YouPorn now that he heard us talking about these websites.
Don't just assume that. You leave Shamos alone.
Leave Shamos alone! It's not just an assumption. I can reason and logic to it.
Yeah,
that
guy has blue balls so badly.
I have a
He's probably a habitual masturbator.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, I presuppose
Father,
he has
forgive
a cock,
us for
basically,
all
that's
those
it.
sins.
I just presuppose he does have a cock, and therefore,
This is really awkward. This is more
working
of
from,
Shamos than I want to think about.
working from there, I can get to that he
Working
has a
from-
book. And in
Where's
his
this
book-
conversation going?
I'm not sure I want to find out.
Your ass.
And then there was semen not inside the person.
Wow.
Dude, I find your voice so sexy. I want to like rub up against their microphone.
Oh
That's the
yes.
reason Seamus really left.
I feel like I need to light some
Deep,
candles,
deep,
put on some
sexy
Chris
voices.
Tomlin music. I don't know.
We should Dutch rudder.
You guys.
Come on, man. Let's do the Dutch rudder.
I got taken by the internet. I thought you
I
guys.
told you not to.
I thought you were gonna rickroll me, not.
You're mean. I was telling you not to. There's a reason why.
Yeah, I gotta listen more often.
Well, at least it said you fucked.
Do you girls know what a Dutch rudder is?
Dude, I know what a dirty Sanchez is.
I
know
will admit
what
that I
a
don't.
Alabama Hot Pocket is, so don't even try. It's gross.
Look up Dutch rudder.
No, I know. I know.
Or a double Dutch rudder.
I told you, I game with a bunch of people that love to tell me stupid stuff. They're like, it used to be shock value. I used to be shocked. Now I'm all jaded. I'm like, whatever. I don't care.
So you're not willing to explore, is what you're saying? You're not willing to look outside your boundaries?
I don't need to explore personally my boundaries. Like, if you're talking about, like, I am aware of things that are out there, but I don't need to go try everything. Now, Bohica, you are welcome to try everything out there if you so desire, but please be safe.
Well, that's very mommy type of advice. I appreciate that advice.
Yeah. I try to be safe.
No, don't get me wrong. I
do. I've never been caught.
Caught.
Well, yeah.
It's like testing out food. You got to try it out at least once before you can actually say you don't like it, right?
So you're saying that you have... Never mind.
No, I'm saying there's a lot more to explore. I just haven't done it yet.
Yeah, you can figure it out pretty easy from just taking a whiff.
But the man with the sexy voice, I'd be more than interesting hearing about.
You mean the one that just left?
The one that left, you creeping him out. Way to go.
Look what you did! It's gone!
Damn.
Yeah, I like what I like.
Hmm.
Well, thing is, I take the R train down to Union Street Station, park slope, and walk a few blocks over to the club. And hey, 15, 20 in line, that'll do me.
It's a campsite.
Oh, look, it's back.
The word from the title.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a quick one.
Yeah, we're still talking about fucking.
Oh, too fucking right.
Chamos, they're very interested in your sex life, apparently.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
I'm not sure we are interested. That might be an overstatement.
Simon literally presupposed that you had a cock.
Oh, yes. I had to.
It was hilarious.
I had to. It was a necessary cock.
It's like 6 inches bigger.
Seamus, I thought I was gonna get rickrolled.
She ended up
I
getting
tried
a
to
red
say to you,
tube.
but you ignored Deidre. You're like, Deidre's clearly talking out of her. You know what?
What are y'all talking about? I'm confused. Rick rolled on what? What the hell's going on here?
Yeah, she looked up RedTube.
You porn and RedTube, of course. Yeah. And X-Hamster.
I told Jeremy not to.
That was like 8 years ago. Y'all, I didn't know y'all knew about that, but I would appreciate if y'all didn't talk about that on Super.
That was pretty good, Seamus.
I'm sorry, I'm lost at what point you were trying to make there.
He was a star in one of the movies, and he didn't.
Was he?
That's why I thought it was pretty funny.
More like kittens.
Cat. cat
We're
that
gonna-
does not want to take part in your stuff.
We're gonna need someone to
Angry
throw
cat.
holy water on us right now. This is getting crazy.
Where is Seawater anyway?
Yeah, he left. Seawater left like a while ago.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We did throw Seawater on it, right?
He's a troll. Now,
Blue celery.
Yeah, Blue Salary left a while ago.
I was gonna ask you guys a question.
Ask away.
Why did you have me go to those sites?
I kept telling you not to. You didn't listen.
Well, we made it obviously clear what kind of sites there were, and you decided to do it. So
Well, yeah, that's
One of the sites they listed was literally Pornhub.
yeah, you're right.
I did say massiveeurocock.com.
He did also say massiveeurocock.com.
I didn't hear that one. I think you guys are just trying to be mean.
I didn't list any websites myself.
You guys are being mean to me.
I'm only laughing at you.
No. I prefer to laugh with, not at.
They think us idiots when we're presented with the idea of sex that we just melt and we're like, oh my gosh, my eyes are burning. The demons of pornography are on me.
at the end of the day,
Yeah,
you
they're in your
can't deny
eyes.
that you. At the end of the day, you can't deny you participated in the most basic activity.
Wait, I saw a guy in a jar. Was that it?
What?
Oh,
What?
that one. I've heard of that one.
And I was so warped. I will never go to. I couldn't believe it. I just.
Yes, never ever any jars ever again. Like anytime you see a jar, just break
There was
down.
that one
Did you
called
give me a
scrambled
link earlier?
eggs. Have you guys ever heard of scrambled eggs?
No.
Oh, it was so gross.
I've heard of the actual food scrambled eggs. I've not heard of any video
I can't
of an
have
explicit
scrambled eggs
nature.
on this handstand.
You gotta remember that all this is like different strokes for different folks, right? You know, like certain things that I might find appealing are not going to be appealing to the next person. It's all a menu, right? There's
Good
so
way
many
to put it.
options out there, you know, and you have different choices, different options. That's probably the nice thing about like society is that you can maybe find somebody that's similar to your tastes.
Ew.
Yeah, but no. Well, it's not really ooh. What I'm
I should
saying,
have
what
at
I
least told me to do it in incognito mode. Now I probably have that shit saved on my computer.
I told
just
you not
wipe your
to.
history.
Scott just yelled at my husband. He said, "No, you didn't." Apparently, I didn't. Maybe my mute button was down when I said, "Ermine, don't do it. Ermine, don't do it. Ermine, don't do
You
it."
did tell her not to do it. She just didn't listen to you.
I did not hear don't do it. I heard.
You heard do it.
Do you know the irony is that the whole
Because you
thing
knew
is
how
that-
much you really wanted to see it.
Yeah, I guess I did. I'm like that.
I mean, you should have just said, "Dieter, don't tell me what I can and cannot do."
I think Ermine is like holding back. Thou shalt
back
not
what?
lead you into
Denial.
temptation.
Holding back what?
Just a little bit in denial.
Your hunger is greater than the internet.
What?
Hungry like the wolf.
Oh no, not that song again.
I did love the 80s.
Why?
Duran Duran.
Duran Duran. That was the first video where I ever saw black people in it.
That was the first tape I ever bought was Duran Duran. It was
Michael Jackson was white by then, was he?
No, he wasn't yet. Because Thriller wasn't out until like 1984, and I bought his.
It would have been.
Yeah. So he was still black around that time, right? So.
Oh yeah. Off the Wall, man. That's the first one I bought.
Seamus keeps coming and going.
Yeah.
It's
well,
because
there's a joke in there somewhere.
He'll be
He's
back
stroking.
in 5 minutes.
Have you ever heard the song called "Stroking"?
Nope.
Stupid.
There's the
Matt's going to
lefty. 80s had too big of a nasty downturn with Reagan gone. They suck pretty bad.
I put a link in. Oh,
Nope. That's
wrong
not a
one.
link. Indeed.
Hopefully Seamus fit it back in.
He did. But he's not on camera.
Who's not on camera?
Seamus.
No, I'm not
really
having connection problems, but when I'm, for some fucking reason, when I'm in the other window and I'm like looking at other posts and stuff, every now and then the browser will crash, and then it crashes the Hangout window as well, and then it refreshes, and then when it refreshes, I have no audio, and then I have to refresh it. It's crazy.
Oh, wow. That was complex.
Lovely.
There, I put the link in the chat.
Seamus, you missed it earlier. Uncle Tom Incorporated. Somebody made a song for him.
Who's
There's
Uncle
a political
Tom?
one for you, Bohica.
His
Don't click
name
on it.
is
Don't click on
Incorporated.
it, Amy.
I've nicknamed him Uncle Tom
Oh, okay, yeah.
because he has vitiligo. Man, none of you guys get that joke. God.
Uncle Tom? I know what Uncle Tom is.
No, I got it, but just way late.
Vitiligo. Oh.
Yeah, that's what Michael Jackson had, and then you said Uncle Tom. I got it. I'm there.
Nobody watches the Boondocks?
Mm-mm.
No.
I watched the first episode because a Canadian friend of mine forced me to. And I do not understand.
Oh my gosh.
That does not compute.
It's so funny.
It's not for me.
Beauty is mine. It belongs to me. I like you, and I want
I
you.
have I have heard its name, but not actually seen it. Been unplugged from pop culture for far too long.
Oh, speaking of which, I missed the last episode of Scandal. I might have to get out of the Hangout.
How dare you?
Any of you guys watch my link yet?
Bohica, I'm afraid to look at any of your links.
No, it's a YouTube link.
It's a link to YouTube, so
Okay. It can't be too bad usually on YouTube.
I'm watching it now.
Very 80s.
Really? Really, Bohica?
You haven't heard this song before?
No.
I have not heard this song.
Stroking. I wonder what that's about.
The video does seem to have a strange obsession with people's crotches.
It's pretty generic. Pretty calm. Very fun.
Clearly talking about rowing a boat.
Very passionate.
I just...
Have you ever made love on the couch?
No,
Yeah,
that's
that
against my
was a thing I had.
religion.
Or a backseat of a car?
Against my religion.
Which part of
Oh,
the couch are you
jeez.
talking about, Bohica?
When I was a teenager, I had a 73 Blazer. I'd take the top off of it, and I'd put my girlfriend up on the roof, and I'd be standing on the back seat.
I feel like I'm knowing way too much about Bohica right now. I don't even know.
Stylish. Did you employ a chauffeur?
No, but I could sure use a Sherpa to help me carry my weight. Underneath, moving my... Yeah, never mind. I find this is a cute, funny song, right? It's not, like, super bad or anything, so... And for those people that are wondering what some of us are watching, it's Clarence Carter stroking.
I watched a little bit of it. I'm still gonna watch the rest of it.
He'll watch the rest of it later, Bohica. Later.
Too generic for me.
The one thing that I've always been hoping for was a second Ford Fairlane, which I know Nadia's kind of likes that. So.
Here we go.
Oh, what's the part when the two girls are at the house there, and he says like to clean the toilet or something?
I have no idea. I remember Andrew Dice Clay. Shall I? Have you heard it before, Bohica?
Yes, I have, but I'd like to hear it again.
So I walk into a movie theater, and I light up a fucking cigar, and this bitch says,
"Excuse me, are you smoking?"
And I say, "Yeah." And I'll jerk it off too. Here, let me butter your popcorn. Bada bing, bada boom. Unbelievable.
He kind of dropped off the map, though.
Yeah, that little thing there, that's pretty much all I know about American Italians.
What, Andrew Dice Clay?
That thing there.
And The Sopranos, and...
Mm-hmm. I've never actually watched Sopranos. I do not engage in people behavior.
Bohica, we have 5 dislikes on this hangout already. Because of your sex story.
Oh wow!
Are you blaming me? Is that what it is?
Majority dislikes.
If I'm not fun enough, then I can leave if you don't want me here.
I'm teasing you. I just thought it was funny that there's so many dislikes on this one.
It's so many, and it like.
Alright, let's turn it all around.
You gotta remember, likes are like 1/4 like, right? Or dislikes are 1/4 like, right? So.
Well, let me do it maybe Andrea Dice Clay style. So, I'm riding this prickle cowgirl like a fucking rodeo. And I said, "Dickhead, let me do all the up and down. The ashtray might fall off."
Yes.
I
I tell my girlfriend that all the time. Do you mind if we go doggy style and like put the ashtray on your ass with my beer on there? And she's like, "Woo!"
Hey, I just Justin.
One of these days, his girlfriend's actually gonna come in the hangout and call out his BS.
No, she hears me most of the time because I talk so loud that you can hear me through the house. But
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like Scott runs by and actually like comments in the background as I'm saying
What?
stuff. He doesn't care.
Mandalorian joined us. Oh, it's you guys.
Honestly, if I got him on here, you guys would be shocked. His mouth is pretty ridiculous. He's pretty funny.
I think at the end of the day, though, no matter what I say, I'm still obligated to her. So
Well, for the 80s fans, just check the link in the side there. It's Art of Parties by Japan.
fuck yeah.
Live performance.
We got another dislike just 2 seconds ago.
Do we?
Oh wow.
Well, now people are disliking us because we're bringing it up.
Yeah, we shouldn't get any more. Seamus isn't in here anymore. He gets all the negative comments.
Yeah, he left
We
as
got
soon
Gus
as the
in here.
word doggy style was mentioned.
He'll be back in 5 minutes. It's not a problem.
Yeah, I'm pretty big at the doggy style.
Oh no, Gus left. I was just kidding.
Oh.
I was just kidding.
As soon as we say doggy style, Gus leaves. Stop
Like-
saying doggy style, dude.
I was teasing him and I said that yeah, Gus came. There
Oh,
he is.
you're back! You're not a Mandalorian.
Yeah, I like
Yeah, I know my Star Wars shit, because I'm one of those nerds also.
All right then, Simon.
yeah, we
Hey,
hear you now.
Gus.
So I'm all like all of the doggy style. I'm like, hey, cabana boy, yo, get up off your ass and work my ass. Damn it. Yeah,
Gus is-
up in the air here.
There's a lot of cabana boys in your fantasies there.
Yeah, only maybe like 10, 20,000.
Are they well-oiled cabana boys with totally ripped six-packs?
Yes.
The kind of people who love to buy spandex shorts and still have money left over for sex?
You betcha.
Fantastic. I say Nadia deserves. I say Nadia deserves them by the growth, by the absolute growth. A six-pack at a time, I'd say. A six-pack at a time.
Yeah, I like.
Sorry.
Yeah, replace the entire population of New York City with cabana boys. Have me.
Gus,
I'll take over.
Gus, you missed that Airmean now knows what RedTube is.
Oh, Ermine, oh, you poor girl.
I was trying to forget the name.
In a brotherly gesture, I offer my shoulder upon which thou mayst cry.
What? Why is it called RedTube though?
Well, because often places where sex occurs in cities are called red light districts.
Oh. I thought maybe everybody was on their period while they were having sex.
Oh, wow.
It takes a special.
It's actually a good thing for most women. It relieves the cramps, actually.
I hear it takes a special kind of man to want to surf the red wave. Trust me.
Have you ever tried angel kissing?
You know, I somehow don't want to know what that is. Simon, help me, Simon.
Yeah, angel kissing. That's when you kiss a very beautiful woman.
Excellent. I feel much better now.
Is it really as simple as that?
No, probably not.
Shit.
I was trying to be diplomatic. That's all.
Attaboy, son, but I don't think it took.
Diplomacy doesn't have to involve lying.
Of course it does.
I guess you're not a diplomat.
I'm not very diplomatic. I'm a dickhead.
Diplomacy doesn't have to involve lying. Diplomacy doesn't have to involve lying. What fucking planet are you from?
No, I take it back. You'd be a fantastic diplomat.
See, I should have turned on the sidebar. I should have turned on the sidebar chat because without the sidebar chat on, that shit just popped up right in front of my face. It's also called It's also called earning your wings, by the way. Yeah, it's called earning your wings. Oh, man.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, boy. Where are the Russians when we need them?
Those damn Reds.
So,
Those
Gus,
damn
do you have
Reds.
your wings?
Seriously, Bohica, you're going to ask me that? You've
Well,
known
you,
me for...
you seem to know it.
Bohica, we're live.
That's fine.
So what if we're live? We're not showing anything.
Jerry.
No, Nadia, for fuck's sake.
What are this time?
Not you, dear. Return to wondrous dreams of Cabana Boys.
Alright.
At the Copacabana.
Oh, somebody watched the link.
My dad used to listen to this song Hola Paloma Blanca. Do you guys ever hear that?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Hola Paloma Blanca. Dad used to get this thing where he'd basically crush on a song for about a week and a half at a time and play it constantly. So for about a week and a half, all you heard all fucking day, all fucking night was Hola Paloma Blanca.
Sounds like a nightmare.
It is.
Nightmare. It's like getting a root canal upside down without any friggin' anesthetic.
Look up the rodeo song by the Stampeders. That's around that time era as well.
Wasn't that McLean and McLean?
Or sorry, yeah, that's right, McLean and McLean.
Yeah.
It's 40 below.
That's a dirty song, kids. We're live. That's a dirty song. Dirty song.
What are we?
Doesn't matter.
Cochino.
We're live. It doesn't mean we can't say whatever.
That's right, Cali girl. Tell us what we are. Cochino. Or as they say in French.
Cochina.
Or as they say in French, you goddamn pig, see. We can sing Dirty McLean and McLean songs when we're not live. There could be kids watching, you know? Bad enough we've taught every kid in North America what an angel kiss is.
I don't care if there are kids watching. Fat kids.
Yeah. Well, listen, Mr. Nihilist. You were a kid once too, you know.
I know I was a kid. Kids are shit. I was a shit. People should have stabbed me.
Oh, Christ. Listen to this.
Yeah.
People should have stabbed you?
Yes. Yeah. All kids should be stabbed.
Hey.
With knives. Big knives.
Shush you. It's enough out of you.
Would I recommend that you do a vasectomy?
I'm not planning to have kids. As I stated earlier, I'm one of those weird asexual space aliens.
He reproduces by binary fission. He splits into two equal parts,
Oh
looks
yeah,
at each
that's
other.
right.
And says,
You're the guy who was all. They were like, Deidre, they're really too excited about this guy being asexual.
Yeah, you were far too excited about that. That was scary. You shouldn't do that.
No, it's just that like I was talking to somebody actually earlier about that, and a lot of people think if you're asexual, you're really in the closet, you really must be gay. Like this idea that somebody might not have a sex drive like somebody else is just beyond someone's imagination, and so they'll just start applying various labels on the asexual.
Oh, I can imagine people without a sex drive. I dated at least two of them.
How'd that work out for you, Gus?
Well, I'm guessing it didn't.
I believe the phrase frustration is well.
So my question to an asexual would be, are you also romantic though? Because I've met some people online who say they're romantic asexuals. I'm in this like again Myers-Briggs group, and somebody was like, "Hey, I'm asexual." So then everybody course band like was like, "Oh, I have questions for you." And one was that she said that she was a romantic asexual, which to me was kind of like complicated sounding. So I was wondering if you'd identify that way.
No. I don't care for any sort of intimate relationship in any sense.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Well,
as I said, I specified weird space alien, right?
Maybe not, man. But Cthulhu doesn't believe in personal space, man. I'm telling you. He's gonna put his greebly in you, man. And when he puts his greebly in you, that'll be it.
Well, it's all psychic stuff. That's fine.
You'll think so, and then all of a sudden it's gonna have a funny time walking for you, buddy.
Well, Benjamin, do you get people that like apply different labels on you, like, oh, you're not really, or you haven't written the right person, or you're secretly gay, or you like whatever thing they want to apply onto you? Oh, you've been molested. Do you get all that, or do you not get that at all?
Not really, though I have been asked if I can get erections. I was asked that once.
Nice. Was it another guy that asked you that?
Yes.
That's great. There's nothing like having another brother fucking walk up to you and go, so, can you get her stiff? Thanks, buddy. Thanks for that.
Well, would you prefer a girl? Because that might be worse.
Well, it depends on the context, right? Context is
I don't care who asks the question. It's a question. Questions requires answers.
Besides, if a girl ever came up to me and said, "Can you get an erection?" Depending on how I was feeling at the time, what my mischief quotient was, my response might be, "Would you like to find out the hard way?" By Don Tish.
Yeah, that also brings up another subject. Someone on the sidebar was mentioning how like drugs and stuff like that, medication can really screw up your sex drive. So like say you're in a committed relationship for years and you're happy with your sex life, it is good to know like people's sex life will fluctuate. You could have like a crazy awesome drive or a low drive or whatever, but there's fluctuation even within the drive. I feel like there's just some sort of hypersexuality. Like I think sex is great and it's awesome for intimacy and stuff like that, but I think there's some sort of hyper focus on it, and I don't know, in American society particularly, either it's super dirty or it's super needed, and anybody that doesn't fit into some sort of little box just gets ridiculed.
I think that's a particular kind of kink, fitting a little box. As far as
hello?
As far as drugs affecting sex drive, my father always used to tell me that a woman's sex drive drops precipitously as soon as her mouth tastes wedding cake. But my dad said a lot of things I probably shouldn't have repeated anywhere near as often as I did.
Your father sounds like a brilliant man.
In his own way, he has a wit about him, but sadly, as with many geniuses, he's misunderstood in his own time. He's also racist as all hell. Oh, he is.
Okay,
He's
maybe
terrible.
that's brilliant.
He's terrible. You know, Canada as a whole, generally speaking, has been a couple of ticks better at treating its people of color than the United States. I mean, not worlds away, but at least a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd never know it talking to my dad. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Jew this, Spanish dude, that other word that starts a race riot. Why don't you, Gussie? You're so messy. You should get a little Chinese girl to marry you, so she'll clean up after you and put up with your shit. Swear to God.
Well, that's another question I have too. Like, what do you do with old people that are super duper racist? Do you try to correct them, or do you just kind of bite your tongue? What do you do?
You invoke the grandfather clause. You understand the concept of a grandfather clause?
No.
I don't think that's an excuse.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Okay, you know why they call it the grandfather clause? Because old men are the stubbornest human beings on creation. If an old guy doesn't want to do something, there's nothing you can do to make him. And old women aren't really that far behind, frankly. So you invoke the grandfather clause, and you know what? You explain to everybody, Grandpa used to be the grand wizard of the fucking clan, so he's going to say a couple of things that, might offend your patrician sensitivities. But you got to understand that if you're looking for revenge, wait about 15 minutes because his doctor just told him not to buy any green bananas. And that's basically how you kind of have to do it. Because there's no changing them. When they're that age, honestly, Deirdre, there's no changing them. There really isn't. They is what they is,
Yeah, but like my friend's grandma told me, and she was Canadian, by the way, Canadian transplant. She's like, yeah, black people are becoming people. And I was like, oh, what?
Becoming people? What's even meant by that statement?
So I'm like, what do you mean?
No. Oh, no, no.
I don't even know what's meant by that statement.
Right? Like,
oh, it's terrible. Listen, but we've all got stories though. When the notorious B.I.G. was shot, I'm sitting in my house. I'm eating friggin' lunch, and I get this phone call from my dad, and my dad never calls me for any reason. Never. It's always Mom. I get this phone call, and all I hear is this chuckle on the other end of the line, and it's I hear the notorious N.I.G. is dead. I'm like, Dad. Like and there's no talking to him about it, because as far as he's concerned, it's all, you should just shrug it off, you know, just shrug it off. And matters are made worse by the fact that my father has a lot of First Nations blood in him, so he got called all sorts of names when he was growing up. So as far as he's concerned, it's just the way it is. Life's tough. Suck it up. How do you change that? There's nothing you can do to change that. What do? You give him shit. And as far as the other thing too that a lot of us don't realize, for a lot of old people, when you start to get up into your late 60s and 70s and 80s, a lot of young people, it's almost like they're not real. They take on an almost ethereal quality, you know, because something happens to your perception. You sort of, the only thing that seems truly real to you is the stuff that's been with you all your life, or the memories that have been with you all your life. And so it's almost like they're like, I don't want to say they don't care, but it's kind of like somebody across the street yelling at you as opposed to somebody in your house. You know, it's just it's a different perspective. Just let him be. Just, you know what, the best thing that intractably racist old people can do is keep being what they are, to provide a concrete example to everybody around them as to what not to be.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, it gets really awkward. Like, before I married my husband, I was dating a gentleman who was half black, half white. And some older person that went to my church said, it's not fair to the children. And I was like, what's not fair to what children? It's not fair to the children to
if you walk by the playground, you know.
I was like, are you referring to my boyfriend? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, he's already mixed race, and he did just fine. I'm just saying it's not fair to the children. I'm like, what are you talking about? You know, it's just so stupid.
Well, why didn't you pursue it though? Why didn't you just say,
did.
why isn't it? Why when you asked her, why isn't it fair? What did she say?
She said that people would have to choose between their culture. So like, you would be lost and you wouldn't be able to identify with your culture.
There was a time when that was a real concern. It's just that she doesn't understand that that's no longer a problem.
Yeah, it's no longer the 60s.
At least.
Here in Norway, we haven't had other ethnicities around for long enough to people to be racist.
That's because you Vikings killed them all.
We did up until the 70s when we turned into a civilized country.
Yeah,
no golden hair, gone.
That's right. That's right. You sailed across the English Channel, discovered this monastery where everybody was minding their own business. They say, come on in. They say, come on in and sit with us and eat. And you're like, to hell with that. Axe to the head.
Axe to the face. We're taking all your precious metals.
Yes. Poor monks at Lindisfarne. Of course, you guys.
Fuck you.
That's right. You slaughtered them all. These poor monks that never did anything to you. They certainly didn't get in ships and sail over to fucking Norway and take all your shit.
We don't have any shit.
Because of what what happened to the pagans earlier. I can't remember which order this happened in though. Because at one point the Christians did come through and kill pagans, particularly in Germany. But
you can bet your sweet bippy that the monks at Lindisfarne weren't doing any crusading.
They weren't.
I guarantee you that. There's something about being dressed in a monk's robe with wearing nothing but a cassock and a bell rope and a couple of slippers. There's something about that kind of precludes being an effective fighting man. I'm just saying. You know, it's like when you shave your head to create a tonsure, it also creates a great target for archers. I'm just saying.
And axes.
You know, it's like, where should I hit the monk? You know that part of his head that's got no hair, Bjorn? Fucking aim for that.
Yeah, that bald, shiny part.
That's right. That's it, right there. Doosh, right in the head. And all of a sudden, this one god...
Look, he got split right open. Look, his brain's falling out and everything.
Nobody really slams the Vikings. Like, Vikings are like cool, like pirates. Everybody acts like they're cool people. Like,
that's
it's
because
okay
most
to
people have
rape
never
and
had...
pillage. It's cool.
That's because nobody's ever had somebody kick down their front door, slaughter anything that moves, take what valuables they have in the house, bugger the sheep, and run off someplace.
People are too busy crying about crusades and inquisitions to get to the Vikings. The Vikings are just clearly ignored.
The Vikings came before the Christians, or the Inquisition, or the well, that did come from the Inquisition.
Crusades. The Crusades.
The Crusades. And the Pope was like, "Oh, these dirty Muslims are infecting the Holy Land." There's an irony for you, eh?
Mm-hmm.
The Franks who came riding out of friggin' Europe, like looking like ZZ Top. I'm serious. Here's these pictures, like artist renditions of Frankish knights, according to the literature. I mean, the Bayeux tapestry or whatever the hell it's called always has these beautiful Normans with their conical helmets and their Roman face, clean shaven, nice and bullshit. They came riding out of there like bikers, for fuck's sake, hair down to their balls, friggin' dented helmets, smelling like 4 packs of ass in the hot sun. No. No, they must have scared the Muslims to death, half to death.
Didn't one of the kings drown by accident?
Yes, Frederick I of Barbarossa.
He's like, let me lead this crusade upside down.
Yeah, he's like, I will show my fervence to God by swimming across the Bosporus in chainmail. And God went, listen, I like you and everything, but I got to do something you're not going to be crazy about.
The Vikings really got around, though. Like they recently made a discovery up here. There was a Viking woman buried with a gold ring with a ruby on it that had inscribed fucking Allah in Arabic on it.
Oh, the Arabs knew about the Northmen, man. When you see that in the 13th Warrior, that's not bullshit. The Arabs sent, I mean, at the height of the Muslim enlightenment of the Arab world, the Arabs sent people all over the place just to see what they could see. There were Arabs that made it all the way over to the courts of the Chin, and those in Mongolia who would eventually come to be known as the Khans. They sent everywhere they would have. If the Muslims could have figured out how to get across the Atlantic Ocean, they would have been the first people to bump into the First Nations over in Newfoundland. Can you just imagine, the First Nations standing on the shore of Newfoundland when the Vikings show up? And the Vikings look at the natives, and these natives were not like, "Oh, we're very friendly, come and stay." These natives were like, "So, I got 5 little stones that says I can take this guy's head off with one shot with my war club. What do you think of that?"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, go for it, buddy. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, it takes a lot to drive the Vikings off.
Well, that's true, but it's quite likely that the Vikings warred as much with the Aboriginal peoples in Newfoundland and Labrador as they did with anybody else. It's just the Vikings weren't about to, oh, well, I guess we better go then. Not so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Didn't they also find Viking artifacts along the Nile at one point?
Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, the Vikings went everywhere. I mean, Vikings were... The whole notion of the Vikings was to go and make a name for yourself, right?
Yeah.
So, it's even worse than we thought it was in the Crusades, where there was this pervasive myth for the longest time that it was the third son that went on crusade, right? The first son ruled, the second son was given to the church, and the third son went on crusade. But that's not really how it worked.
You know where the word slave comes from?
I am listening.
Comes from Slavic people's names. Slav, right? Like Slavic languages. It's because Vikings enslaved them en masse.
These were not nice people.
Yeah, no, we were dickheads.
Sweethearts, absolutely.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Who's this? I don't know. Let's get Olaf with his big axe and cut it in half and have a look at what's
That's not what Norwegians sound like, though.
They
now
did
you're
when they
making
were
them sound like
Vikings.
Russians.
They did when they were Vikings. When they were Vikings, they all sounded like angry Swedes. They were like, what we gonna do? I say we get in the boat and go to kill somebody because the wife is giving me the shit.
Now they sound like they're Italians.
No, that's not Italian.
I'm like
Not
picturing a
Italian.
Viking with
Peter,
like
you
a nice
can't,
tan.
no.
And he's,
Peter, you
and
can't,
he's
no.
moving his arms around, talking, and
No,
holding
he's
an
not.
axe.
You can't interpret my accents for poop.
Good at Russian.
I think the world of you, but you're poop figuring out my accents. I'm telling you.
Well, that was not Swedish.
Yeah, you kind of had a hop to it, so I don't know.
That was not
No, it's-
Swedish.
The Italian would have been. Let me see if I can do. Well, you know, we've been listening to Italian accents for a long time, except that for a while we called them Romans.
Mhm.
I lost it. Now it's gone. I lost it. Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, the Swedes, dirty, filthy Swedish Vikings, show up with their little IKEA boats coming in. You want to learn how to make a Swedish boat? First, you have to look at the instructions, which was a clever ploy to drive half of their enemy mad, right?
What do you mean you lost to Allen Wrench?
The IKEA instructions are so fucking simple, though.
That's right.
You know they're screwed. They can't build the boat when the Allen wrench is missing.
It's true.
It's supposed to come with that Allen
IKEA
wrench.
instructions are so fucking simple.
What's going on, Snorri? Well, I'll tell you. The problem is I can't find the Allen wrench. I don't know where it went. I think it went under the seat. Well, now we're just fuckers, aren't we? So out in the middle of the ocean, 15 minutes later, some guy comes back. Some guy comes along, and is like, "Are you guys okay? Can we help you?"
We got some meatballs.
6 miles. They land 6 miles off the coast of Syria. You know, you're just like, "Hi guys, how you doing?" Jeez, it's hot.
Hey Gus, I found your pictures in the chat box.
What pictures? What chat box? What do you want about?
My link.
What link? Where?
In the chat.
What chat? What chat? Here, where?
The chat.
Sidebar.
I didn't put
The
any
chat.
pictures in the. I didn't put any pictures.
No,
this
he
week. What do
said
you want about?
he says he found a picture of you. It's a picture of some fat fuck in a gas mask.
Oh, you're funny. Who's funny today, boy? Oh, he's funny. First
Same
of all,
mass as yours.
First of all, ass crack, I'm actually fatter than that. Second, now where was I? Second, you know, I wouldn't get too crazy about images because you're the one who has a suppository with fists for an icon. So, it's quite enough of that.
Yeah, and keep going.
Keep going, he says. And his name, and part of the name there is Drop Shorts. I just don't even know where to start.
No, drop short.
Yeah.
Do you know what dropping short is?
I have a funny feeling that it's not something pleasant.
No, actually, Bohica.
What is something pleasant?
No, it's actually not pleasant, but not in the way that you're probably thinking. There's nothing worse than having artillery drop short on you when you're advancing onto the objective, right?
Yeah, it's what's that wonderful euphemism of friendly fire.
Yeah,
it introduces itself before it perforates you. Now, where's Deidre? Oh, there she is. Okay.
What?
I'm looking for you. I always want to make sure I know where you're at.
Yeah, I'm a dangerous one. You better keep an eye out on me.
You are. You and your vicious dog of death there. With the.
He's ferocious.
It's got this look on. She always got his look on his face, like, so you got any food, huh? Because as you can see, as you can clearly see, I'm starving. As you can clearly see, I'm starving to death.
Yeah, as long as you feed him or have a ball, he'll be your friend.
Ball? Yes, ball. Yes, ball. Could have been worse, man. You could have gotten a golden retriever. Those are like babies with 4 legs and fur. It's terrible.
You know, they're smart dogs, but I find them really annoying. I had a roommate that had a golden retriever, and that dog just was inhaling anything it could inhale. Meaning, if you didn't clean up your socks right away, let's say like you did laundry and it would go and it'd snag a clean sock, run off with it, and before you could get him, he had swallowed the sock whole. And then later on, he's pooping the sock hole out.
Nice.
And it's just like, he
Yeah,
was so
no, I'm not using
aggravating.
that.
He's so aggravating.
Just about every dog breed has its thing. For instance, dachshunds are the finest and most efficient beggars in the world.
Dachshunds
Yeah.
are kind of ferocious sometimes.
There is no man or beast which is able to resist the begging of the dachshund. If a dachshund begs before you and you have food, you must give it to the dachshund.
I am immune to the begging of all dogs.
Well, that would have something to do with the fact that you're a terrible Swede. That's the problem.
I'm not Swedish. I'm Norwegian.
Yes, you are.
Norwegian.
That's probably
Yeah, you're
not.
Swedish.
That's probably not the major contributing factor.
That's
around it. I'm
exactly
also.
that's exactly what a secret Swede would say. You know.
No, if you wish, I could prove that I'm Norwegian. But what was I saying? I'm actually quite autistic, which is probably why I'm immune to the begging of dogs.
You're autistic?
Autistic.
Like autism?
Autism.
You have Asperger's?
I
Did
do.
say that right? Okay, yeah, that would make sense. No, not that, like, but yeah.
now that Deidre has replaced what you said you were with what sounds better to her. No, you're not quadriplegic. You're just kind of slow, right?
Yeah, I just don't run very well.
I'm just
No,
kidding.
it's just the Asperger's. It's
Yeah, I'm not a quadruple amputee. I just don't walk very well.
It's
all right.
common to be very talkative still with that. Like, it's not.
Boy, don't I know it.
Yeah, you can be talkative and have no social skills whatsoever.
Oh, I know plenty like that. Grew up with dozens of them. Went to school with scores of them.
No, that one of the guys I've played WoW with for the last 5 years, he's got Asperger's, and like he's like our brutally honest officer, where he's like, tell somebody straight up, you suck.
Yeah, I shouted that at a flash mob once. It was hilarious. I really embarrassed all of my friends.
Yeah, I'm sure they love that.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
When your friends say, would you stand over there?" and then when you turn around and none of them are standing with you, that's it.
Oh, they didn't. They didn't do that quite. We were talking, and this flash mob showed up, and I turn around and I shout at the top of my lungs, "You suck!" right at them, and like two of them decided to walk slowly off as if they were doing something else.
So does anybody actively play WoW right now in this room?
I do.
Yeah, have you seen Make Love Not Warcraft?
No, boy.
I saw it.
If you're not an active player and don't know what that is, then you're not a true active player.
Oh yeah.
I do play it once in a while.
Deidre, do you know what that is? Are you? Oh, look at the dog. The dog's looking at William like, so what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
I love dogs. They just sit there and go, so what's going on?
Yep, dogs.
He's talking about South Park, right?
Yeah.
No, we're talking about World of Warcraft texting, I think.
No, it's South Park. Make Love Not Warcraft.
Oh, is that a South Park episode where there was a Warcraft players and there was this one guy that was taking them out, and he had to.
William, your dog loves you. Pay him some attention. William, your dog is the only thing in your life that will ever love you, no matter how nasty you are. So pay attention.
That reminds me of a funny joke. How do you find out whether your dog or your girlfriend loves you more?
Oh, Lord.
Lock them in the car for 3 hours and see which one is happiest to see you.
Oh, I thought it would be like who would lick the peanut butter off your balls.
Oh!
Nah.
What the fuck?
Not going that far, not today.
Bohica, are you sure you weren't in one of those short-dropped artillery raids that you're talking about?
Yeah, people have survived worse.
Or as my dad used to say, does it hurt? What's wrong with you? Lick peanut butter off your balls. My God.
I hope, Bohica, you don't have a dog.
No, I don't.
Me too.
But I want one. I really do want one.
I don't want you to have one. I'm going to talk to some people. You're never going to have a dog. I'll see to it.
I was going to actually say, and then I kind of thought about it for a second, but maybe I shouldn't divulge this. I'd love to have a dog.
I'd like you to get a giant Great Dane as dopey as the day is long. So when you put peanut butter on your nuts, it bites them off trying to lick your nuts.
My neighbor has 2 Great Danes. They're freaking crazy. So they're puppies too, and they're huge. They're like miniature horse.
Yeah, they're big.
Give him a fucking Irish wolfhound. That's the biggest.
Those things are huge too.
I think
Yeah.
I think male Great Danes should have to wear underwear in public. That's just a
Oh yeah, when those guys when they drop their load like on the ground there, it's like freaking crazy.
Well, I hope they don't drop their load because that would anyway. Like I said,
I don't
underwear.
even know. Anyway, happy thoughts.
Because, you see, the adult male Great Dane is incredibly well endowed, and
Unfortunately, halfway up to eye level. So even if you're looking at the sidewalk, minding your own business, it's like la 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 la. Sidewalk pavement stone, sidewalk pavement stone, sidewalk pavement stone. Testicles.
Yeah.
Aw,
Dog bollocks!
Dog bollocks. Yeah. Great Danes. I wouldn't own a Great Dane just because they're prone to so many health problems.
Yeah,
It's
a lot of heart disease, like or at least heart.
joints, hip dysplasia, periodic distemper. You just
So do
well,
boxers,
that's
though.
normal
Boxers
for any big dog, right? So
not necessarily. Some breeds are worse than others.
Like
My father actually owned a white boxer for quite some time.
was it deaf?
White.
Some
was it
white
deaf?
boxers are deaf.
Yeah.
Yeah, his wasn't death. It seemed healthy enough.
My downstairs neighbor had a white boxer puppy for a while. He loved me so much he kept trying to come home with me.
Yeah,
Mhm.
boxers are sweet usually. They're just dopey.
And they love people, especially
Oh, yeah.
babies.
Oh
They
yeah.
love babies. You put a baby down in front of a boxer, the boxer's going to go, okay, so here's the situation. You've presented me with this human puppy. It's hairless. It's stupid. It has no idea what to do. And if I don't defend it against all comers, it's going to be dead by the morning. So I'm staying right here. Also, I'm going to lick the animal clean because it has absolutely no idea what it's doing. And
Yeah, actually,
it smells like poop, by the way. You might want to do something about that. I'm just saying. I mean, I could get in there and eat it, but it's probably better that you throw it away.
yeah. My father's current dog is actually like that.
Cats are just as bad. Cats usually fall hard into one of two categories. Either it's like, wow, it's like a tiny human that I can mold to my will. I will pay much attention to it, and it will. Or it's like, what the hell is that thing?
Yeah, those are two extremes. I usually
Oh, it's
see
like
that
a
too.
human, only it stinks worse. It's louder and it's less useful. Oh, it just grabbed my tail and it won't let go. Oh, what a nightmare. Why are these adults paying any attention to it? It's obviously deformed. Put it out to die. Better yet, eat it. Ugh. Cats
Pretty
always...
sure my mom has one cat in each category.
I do. I knew this one friend of mine. He had the most talkative little parrot I'd ever seen in my life. He used to put the parrot. He used to put the parrot in a hamster ball, and the parrot thought this was just grand. He'd roll. They had parquet floors, eh? He'd roll around the floors. All you heard was a little grinding noise of the plastic ball rolling around, and all you heard from inside the ball was "Watch out! Watch 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 out!" One time he found his way onto the stairs leading down to the basement. All we heard was boom, oh, 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 oh. And then suddenly the ball hits the bottom. We didn't hear it falling anymore. There was just sort of a second of scrambling, and then the parrot goes, Yahoo! And then goes. I swear, man, it's the funniest damn parrot I ever saw. But the thing is, though, when he and his girlfriend had a baby, they bring the baby home, and the parrot crawls up onto the baby thing, and it spends a lot of time, like hours at first, just staring at the baby. And of course, you know, sometimes when you have babies and you have pets, you start to baby talk. Like, I can't stand it myself, but
Oh no.
not so much that. It's more like, you know, most people I find these days don't baby talk and gaga goo goo, but what they do is they sort of ask these questions in long drawn out vowels. You know, it's like, what's he doing? What's he doing? like, listen, neither your baby nor your fucking parakeet speaks English, okay? So,
Yeah, I think a lot of people do that subconsciously, though. It's not like a deliberate thing.
it's true. Well, I don't think it's deliberate, but it's no
I think
less
even
annoying.
I will change to a high-pitched voice when I talk to a kid, like a little girl or a little boy, where they're just like a baby. I'll
So
start.
they made me into that because
I
I'm
mean,
autistic.
they asked the parrot. They said, what's that? What's that? And the parrot looks at them, and I swear it says, "Don't know." That was the baby's name as far as the parrot was concerned. To the point where the mother, where if the baby crawled away, the mother would look at the parrot, and I watched this happen. The mother would look at the parrot and say, "Go find don't know. Go find don't know." And the parrot would get this, like, eventually it reached the point where the parrot would get, if you left the top off the hamster ball, the parrot would climb into the hamster ball on its own and manage to roll the hamster ball around in such a way that the fact that the top was off was no impediment to it. I got this vision of the parrot, like, we gotta find don't know, jump quick, get into the Batmobile,
That should be the next Pixar movie.
The parrot jumps into the hamster ball and starts rolling around looking for don't know, and all you hear from the parrot is don't know.
You guys,
goddamn parrot I ever saw.
When you guys talk to children, do you guys actually give them that goo-goo talk, or do you talk to them like?
Not me.
I don't, but I'm autistic.
I just talk, and
I don't even talk to them. I don't like children.
I find that I will go to a higher pitch tone when I'm talking to babies, just on auto, and I won't even realize it.
As I stated earlier, all children should be stabbed.
Stop it.
I don't like them.
No, because I was getting comments from people that I treat children like they're adults, even though I don't have those expectations from them.
You buy them a beer, or what? What do you?
No, I mean, like, talk to them like normal people, right?
Okay,
I don't do that goo-goo talk or anything like that. I'm like, when I talk to them, and I got a lot of compliments from people, even the parents, they're like, oh, you don't do that in comparison to other people or even myself, right? And a lot of people seem to like that, right? When I talk to them like normal human beings.
Well, how's a baby gonna talk if you're like itty bitty bitty you baby, it's stupid.
They learn to make they figure it out. I mean, they learn to make small noises and small motions and stuff, and then they eventually find out, because just about every parent on earth seems to think they can control what their kids see, and most of the time kids will learn how to speak despite the fact that you speak incorrectly to them. So
I'm talking about these stupid noises people make with like that stupid baby talk that you're talking about, like.
But those noises also serve a bit of a purpose in allowing for bonding. So, and it's just because I don't like it doesn't mean it doesn't have a purpose.
Well, like I said, like I think maybe it's biology. But as a female, when I'm holding the baby, I will start to go to a higher tone every time.
Well, if you're still talking to them normal and using a higher tone, that's one thing between that and actually, because I'm assuming that you're still using normal language versus like talking to them with baby talk,
but like,
right?
okay, like I mean, appropriate language. Though I'm not like let's discuss Kierkegaard, baby.
Like, hey baby, how's it going? Or hey baby, how's it going? Like, you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I'll find that I'll be like, hey baby. I'll suddenly kind of get like a high-pitched tone and maybe a little overly enthusiastic.
Yeah, but your language isn't changing. You're not using anything out of the, that you wouldn't say normally.
No, so I don't add those little W, the cutesy, the W, instead of like, I'd be like, hey baby, as opposed to, hey baby, or like, I don't know how people do it, but
well, how would you say it normally? Hey baby.
Well, I mean, normally I'd be like, hey, baby.
Hello,
greetings, small human.
But you
tiny
gotta
human,
remember,
what's up, tiny human?
Yeah, so I would discredit
useless shit factory.
Shit factory. Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, I don't think
I hate
tone would
children
be.
so much.
I don't think tone would actually make that much of a difference. I think that using language makes a difference.
It does make a difference.
No, sorry. when it comes to using baby talk versus tone, right? Like if I'm saying the same thing but with a different tone, right? You're still speaking English, right? Or versus like doing googly talk versus normal language and high tone is two different things, right?
Well, I mean, I babysit like infants, and like I run out of things to say to infants, so I'll start making crazy stuff up. But I'm still saying it enthusiastically and sweetly, and they seem to love it anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, that, in my opinion, I think that's fine if you're saying it enthusiastically or with a high pitch, but you're not making up words, right?
Like I remember my friend had Glenn Beck on, and I had to endure this back when he was on Fox News. I'm so annoyed. And I was like, you don't like Glenn Beck, do you? Glenn Beck's crying again. Isn't that silly? He's a silly man, isn't he? And the baby's just like, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, the baby's like, who's that on TV crying like a bitch?
Yeah.
Exactly, that's my point, right? You're still saying normal words, you're just maybe saying it in a high pitch.
What I love is bumping into babies.
Oh, we lost William and Matt over Glenn Beck. I'm sorry, guys.
What I love is bumping into babies who are they're just gonna talk your damn ear off. I was sitting there, I was waiting for the bus one time, and I sort of look over to the right, and there's nothing there. And I look over to the right again, and there's a little Asian kid standing there looking at me, and her mother's sitting on the bench on the other side of her, and she just starts in on me with the Mandarin, and she's telling me she's giving up all the goods, She's telling me everything. Who shot Kennedy, where the Lindbergh baby is, the whole deal. And I looked at the kid and I said, "You understand? I don't understand a word you're saying, right?" Didn't stop her for nothing. She had an answer for that. She had an answer for everything. She showed me her backpack. She showed me her shoes. She showed me her shirt. She showed me her drinking box that she was drinking out of. She wanted to know why I had a nose. I'm pretty sure that's what she was on about. She wandered forward, put her hand on my nose, and then asked me something. I'm pretty sure she asked me something. And
Do you
then
have
she
a really
wanted
big nose?
No, not necessarily, but I guess when you're only like 2-3 years old, and there's a great big fat guy, and of course it didn't take me long to determine I was a great big fat guy. She wanted to know all about that too. So I love kids, and I love kids that they haven't been taught yet how to pretend. So little kids will walk up to you and they'll be like, "You're so fat."
I have a brother that would do that. Only thing is, he's 10.
6 years old, 5, 6 years old. I don't care. There's a little 4-year-old girl who walked up to me and just sort of she gazed upon me as if she had suddenly been presented with a mountain. Just
But if it was a 10-year-old,
and she's looking at me and she's like, "What happened to you?"
They're so honest, though, right?
I said, "What are you talking about? What happened to me?" She said, "Well, you're so big and fat." She said, "Did you eat too much?" I said, "I don't know. I don't think so." I said, "How come you're so small?" And she looked at me and she said, "Because," just like that. "Because," and that was it. I was just supposed to take that as read. She told me. I was told, well and told that night. I tell you that. I love kids. I love kids.
No, kids are horrible.
I was I went back in the summer back to my not my hometown, but the last place I lived at where one of my best friends lived, and I bought a belated Christmas or birthday present for his daughter, and I show up and they're like, "Oh yeah, she's in her room." I open up her door. She's like, "Get out of the room!" And then I'm like, "Oh, really? You don't want this?" And she sees the wrapped present, and she's like, "Oh!" And she's like, "I forgive you for coming in. Welcome in." And all this other stuff starts sucking up to me, and I'm like, "Well, you told me to leave," and blah, blah, blah. And she's like, "But I want you to stay now," and all this other, it's amazing, like, how kids react to certain things. When they're grumpy, you walk in and you have a present, and all of a sudden you're their best friend, If that matters.
Kids are fun. Kids are fun.
Oh, they're absolutely adorable.
Oh, this is nice. They're bringing back the Teletubbies.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. So you too can watch Tinky Wink, Lala, Dipsy, and Co.
Well, if I may bring it back to talking birds, my grandfather had a talking fucking budgerigar, and his favorite phrase to say was "one beer, please."
1 beer, please. 1 beer, please.
Yeah,
Ein großes Bier, bitte.
the budgerigar would fly around the entire fucking house shouting "one beer, please."
1 beer, please. 1 beer, please. Son of a bitch. Who's an ugly fucker? Yeah, one of my uncles used to have one of the nastiest, most foul-mouthed parakeets ever known to humanity. This dog or this parakeet, I'm telling you, oh, the things he would say, the terrible, shameful things he would say. Unfortunately, my uncle was the kind of guy who loved his beer, right? And also, unfortunately, he used to take the parakeet up hunting with him when they go hunting bear up to north. So one day, according to my father, who was there, one day apparently my uncle got a bit fed up with this parakeet nattering away at him and tucked a double-barrel 12-gauge into the cage and blew the parakeet clear to perdition. And then of course because he was pickled when he did it, right? He was pickled like a herring when he did it. So the next morning he wakes up and he says, "Hey, I was out you too, mon paraquet. Where's my parakeet?" And he said, "You don't remember what you did to your parakeet?" "Ah ben non, j'ai pas rien fait." "No, I didn't do anything." "Well, you know, did you not remember that you shot your parakeet?" And he spent 20 minutes trying to deny that he blew his parakeet away. They had to take him into the kitchen and show him the feathers all over the place before he realized he'd executed his parakeet for the high crime and misdemeanor of annoying the shit out of him when he
Fucking hell.
Speaking of birds, one of the coolest things I've seen is one of my coworkers is a falconer. He managed to trap his own bird, and he's training it to hunt. And I'm going to fly my drone and chase it around. It's absolutely stellar what he's been able to do with this bird so far, right from scratch.
I hear you go blind trapping your own bird.
Bad.
That's what my mommy says. My mommy's always like, "You're going to get hair on your palms and you're going to go blind."
Are you a former Catholic or something?
A former Catholic? No. None of that madness.
Ugh.
No, I don't. If I was the kind of person to go to church, I wouldn't go to church to have to do fucking calisthenics. Stand up, sit down, kneel, stand up, sit down, pray, sing, stand up, sit down. Holy shit! It's like a friggin' spin class without the extra equipment.
They do that over here too, but they're all Protestants over here. Very few Catholics.
Well, there we go. Wow, we got 2 Anabis. 2 Anabis are apparently better than 1 Anabi.
Ghosts!
Come on,
What's
Anabi,
with
make
the
it.
camera apps that people keep turning on?
I don't know. You're not getting any pictures of me, I'll tell you that for nothing.
Oh, the ghost left. Or maybe it was the ghost that didn't leave. I don't know.
Maybe it was the ghost that never lies.
I heard when the camera app's on that people can take pictures of the sidebar. I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, no more, Dieter, no more of you leaving your dirty pictures on the sidebar.
Take a screen cap and edit out everything that isn't the sidebar.
There's way easier ways to capture the sidebar. So
I just know that some people are like, I don't know. Some people make a mention of something on the sidebar and they don't necessarily want it on the broadcast. Sometimes, not all the time, just sometimes.
Sometimes.
Usually you can tell.
Not all the time.
Who has to work tomorrow?
Oh man, it's ocean.
Deirdre, do you remember a band in the 90s called Portishead?
Yeah. I like them.
Yep. I used to make a friend of mine laugh all the time because they sing, I can't remember what the name of the song is, but it starts with her going, "Tiny stars." Shine so bright. That's exactly what she sounds like too. So she's like, my friend was like, "Oh, I love Portishead," and I'm like, "Oh, I know Portishead. Tiny stars." She'll laugh. She's like, "They don't sound like that." I'm like, "Bullshit, they do."
Fucking.
Stars. Duh. Shine so bright. The '90s wasn't a bad time for music. It was actually pretty good. Well, until you got to like 1999, 2000, and then music all turned to shit.
Yeah.
We had to
I
listen
wonder if
to
that's a
stuff.
generational thing or not, because I like 90s music, right?
Well, I actually grew up in the 1970s, so some 1970s music was okay. I could do without the fucking Captain and Tennille. But some 80s music was okay. The problem with 80s music is they had maybe 500 songs in the whole decade, and they played the shit out of them.
Yeah.
They played
Yeah,
them
it
until you never wanted to hear Van Halen's Jump again. Never.
I was born in '73, so I can relate. So.
Well, for you it was all, that's the way, I like it.
Like it. Right up the ass. Right up the ass.
I don't remember that last part, but all right.
I listen to very little music past 1900 because I'm a weirdo.
Yeah, were they very little music past 1900? Really?
Yeah, I listen to
You gotta
classical
like.
music.
Oh, that's so yeah. There's nothing wrong with listening to classical music. I listened to a whole opera not too long ago. Oh, Lisa Loeb.
Speaking of 90s music, I met Lisa Loeb last year. She's getting back into music again.
Is she?
She's
I seen her in concert actually. I went to Edgefest and I showed up I wasn't living in Vancouver at that time, but we were there the day before, and they had Lilith Fair going on, so we got some tickets from some scalpers and went and saw Lisa Loeb and the Indigo Girls and Sarah McLachlan.
I love Sarah McLachlan. Lisa Loeb was interesting to meet her because she's she strikes me as introverted and as somebody that gets really nervous around people. So in one reaction, she seems extremely nervous.
Yeah, I can see that.
She's a little funny, but
my only problem with Lisa Loeb was that in the 1980s, it's I'm not aware of too many things.
That's not Lisa Loeb.
Isn't that?
No.
Isn't
Lisa Loeb is Stay. I'm not aware of too many things. I know what you know. If you know what I mean, that is somebody else. That was a one-hit wonder. Let me see.
Are you sure it's not Lisa Loeb?
Yeah, that's somebody else.
It's not Tanita Ticker.
Another Canadian singer, though.
I could have sworn she had those glasses on. Oh well. Well, who was the one that released a spoken word song called "The Sweater"?
Emma Bunton, is it?
No.
I'm not aware of too many things. I know what you know. If you know what I mean, philosophy is a sad face on a dog or something. I don't remember exactly.
Is a top of a cereal box. Oh.
A religion is a smile on a dog. My bad. I just looked it up.
Yes. And who sang it?
Again with the lyrics.
Emma Bunton. Excuse me, I haven't heard this song in ages. But I knew enough to know that it wasn't Lisa Loeb.
Sounded like Lisa Loeb.
Well, Lisa Loeb's a 90s person. She didn't really show up till the 90s, so this person's, I believe, 80s. I mean, it's like, I understand what you're saying. It's the same flavor of music, kind of in the flavor of Susan Vega, that coffee house kind of girl rock.
My name is Luca. I jumped off the second floor.
No wonder you had to sing it then. You should have climbed higher. Second floor is nothing.
No, you know what? It wasn't Emma Bunton. It was Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians. That's who sang it. Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians. Now I got to figure out who sang the Sweater lyrics. The Sweater,
Yeah.
and I'll probably get that other stupid song. If you the sweater.
Pull this thread as I walk away, away.
That one. Let me see. Marin Cadell. somebody named Marin Cadell sang a song called Sweater, and it was all about like female teenage angst. But it wasn't a song that was mostly spoken word.
Hey, my friend has a bruise on his leg every time you speak.
Oh, geez. I typed in the sweater, and guess what video I got from YouTube there, Gus? Check that out. I'm sure you'll remember it.
Your friend has a bruise every time I speak? It must be lyrics. Oh, Rock Carey. Oh my god, I hated that fucking video. Every year in French class, we had to watch that
all the
goddamn
time.
thing. And it always started the exact same way. It always started the exact same way. When I was a little boy in northern Quebec, we used to play all the time the hockey. And when we played the hockey, we used to imitate the 1950 Stanley Cup Championship Montreal Canadiens, and not just any Montreal Canadiens, because most of them were fucking bums, but we used to imitate Maurice Richard. We combed our hair like Maurice Richard. We took a poop like Maurice. Oh my god, every year I'd have to listen to that miserable propaganda piece for the friggin' Montreal Canadiens.
That's why I sent it to you. Everybody knows this.
Oh, friggin' National Film Board. There's a lot of stuff they did that I liked, but oh my god, it made me mad.
Yeah, everything from what's the song with the log driver and stuff like
Log
that.
Driver's Fault. Yes, the Log Driver's Fault. But that was a good song, though.
Yeah. And the American people are totally lost.
Down and down the white water. That's how the log driver learns to step lightly, go twirling down and down the white water. A log driver's waltz pleases girls completely.
And the Americans are laughing at us.
Oh no, I'm joined by another ghost.
Ocean Keltoy. Ocean Keltoy.
I just want to say, can't stop the seether.
Actually, you know what song from them I really loved? Leave me lying here. I don't want to go. Leave
Volcano
me.
Girls?
Yeah, I love that song. Lying here. I don't want to go. Ba-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
They had fun. I mean, I liked them when I was in high school. I liked
This Seeger song. Jeez. I was in Yugoslavia when that song came out.
I wanted one of those guitars so bad.
Yeah. Told you about the Seether before. And how he's done
My Samick looks, I have a Samick guitar that looks like a Black Gibson. It's kind of funny.
There we go. Excellent. Excellent. I celebrate your Black Gibson. Hey, speaking of Mel Gibson, how many people here have sat through the Passion of the Christ?
I have.
I saw it in a theater, and it was a ridiculous theater experience. Definitely memorable, but like people were writhing in the aisles and crying and falling and like having these weird experiences, and I just was like, probably the two weirdest movie experiences I've ever had was one was The Passion of the Christ, and the other one was The Boy in the Striped Pajamas.
Boy in the Striped Pajamas, such a boring
theater
movie.
was weeping in Boy in the Striped Pajamas. And the same thing was in The Passion of Christ, but what was different was instead of just weeping in The Passion of Christ, which, I mean, let's get real, it's torture. We're watching torture.
Oh yeah, they should have renamed that. Yeah,
it's torture porn.
They should have renamed. They should have renamed that movie to 12 Italians Beat a Jew to Death.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty rough, you know. But I knew that going in. But what was interesting was the religious sort of fanaticism that I was watching in the particular theater that I was in.
It was directed by Mel Gibson, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
he enjoyed himself too.
Like
Mel
people
Gibson,
were throwing themselves in the aisle. There were people like rolling on the ground and weeping, and like people were doing like the sign of the cross on themselves, and it was very strange.
Praise Jeebus.
It must have been a pretty powerful experience for them.
I
You
guess,
people,
but to me it means that like people have never really thought about it or something. I don't know.
Well, you got to understand. Probably a lot of these guys, a lot of these Christians have probably never felt the full brunt of how brutal Hollywood can simulate things. And
That's
I
true.
mean, essentially, this movie had the same gore as Saving Private Ryan,
Oh, it
and it
did.
was
Absolutely.
and it was applied to the Jesus story.
The
It's
closeness, I mean, probably the one of the worst parts that I can remember, because like I said, I saw it in the theater once, but it was that cat o' nine tails just like in slow
yes,
motion, cutting into
yes.
the skin and then ripping out the flesh. I mean, it was
Actually,
pretty out there.
my thing about that scene was they're just whipping and whipping and whipping on him, and then eventually they stop. And one of the Legionnaires looks back at the official sitting at the desk. He sticks his hand out, and then he flips his hand over. And it's at that time I realized they've only been beating him on one side. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh no, leave him alone. Oh, you beat the shit out of him. Look at that. Oh no, oh no,
But
oh
in the
no.
Bible, it says that he was unrecognizable, like he was beaten to the point where the people that were closest couldn't even recognize him anymore.
You
And
got that part right.
if you watched, and now I still kind of have a hard time believing that if it went as bad as Mel Gibson was showing it, that he would even live past the beating.
well, the
But
human body can take a lot. So long as
yeah,
he didn't bleed out, he could technically survive most of that.
Yeah, well, they laid
but
the
we
cat.
know whatever happened, it was horrific. And when you if you've ever unfortunately seen live leaks or something like that, where you see corporal punishment in the Middle East today, even these beatings and canings and whippings and stuff like that, some of them are extremely brutal. They're terrifying.
Yeah.
This ability that humans have to just apply suffering on each other. So, I mean, I don't know. Knowing the account of the
Humans are
crucifixion,
dicks.
like to go in and go, well, I want to know the suffering of Christ. I'm like, do you really? Do you really want to know? And
But they
so it was
had
really
no.
interesting because these people wouldn't have sat through for Saving Private Ryan.
No.
Or if they did, they were horrified by that too, where the guy's like shell shocked and gushing blood, and he's looking for his arm. I mean, it's
Oh
terrifying.
yeah, that was hilarious. I laughed so hard.
The wonders of
I'm
Asperger's
not
right
a
there.
normal person.
There's no emotional attachment there.
You're gonna mute me.
You're damn right.
I do not feel any sort of sympathy for fictional characters.
Well, a lot of people do, and you kind of get wrapped up into the feeling part of it, I guess. And
It's not the idea that he's so much that he's a fictional character. It's that the character is representative of someone who actually lived.
Yeah,
Those were real GIs on that beach, and that's what they
Yeah.
were trying to show you.
The situation is fictional.
I mean,
No,
you
the
can.
situation wasn't fictional at all.
The movie isn't real.
Okay, but to be real,
was depicting something that was though.
to be
Yeah, but it's a
realistic,
movie.
Benjamin, though, like autism, one of the byproducts of autism is that you emotionally tend to not connect the same way, right? Like,
Yeah, I definitely don't connect to people.
so you don't naturally feel certain empathy when you see suffering like that.
Not in
But-
movies.
Okay.
Yeah,
And in real life, you struggle because my
If it
friend
wasn't real life, it'd be different, but it's a movie, so I can laugh at it as much as I like.
Yeah. My friend with autism says that even when someone dies, like he's sad, but he doesn't seem to feel, he says he doesn't feel the same sorrow that other people feel. He sort of emulates it. I don't know if that's for everybody that has autism or not, but that's what he described it as. Like
I
he's
know
sort of
I
like-
do.
Yeah. So you do. Okay.
I do emulate an aura of sadness when someone dies.
Yeah, it'd probably be not good if you were like, ha 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 ha. Might not be taken
Yeah,
well.
no, but last time someone died was cancer, and cancer usually isn't hilarious.
cancer's hilarious?
No, cancer usually isn't hilarious.
Oh, okay. I was like alarmed for a second. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, I mean, maybe some of the emotional reaction in Passion of the Christ was that these people haven't been exposed to violence.
If you guys want to see one of my favorite songs, I put it in the chat.
Is this safe to look at? Oh, good, it's YouTube as well. Okay.
Not that that necessarily means anything, but
It's relatively safe. It's not too explicit.
I'm running into more and more commercials on YouTube that you can't skip through.
get an ad blocker. Get an ad blocker. Switch to Chrome and get an ad blocker. I never see a single commercial on YouTube.
No, I use Firefox and I have an ad blocker and not a problem. These guys come to Abbotsford, and I've been dying to see them. They come in once a year.
I'm not really into that big hair kind of stuff.
Big hair.
My husband is. Like, he loves that kind of, like, classic rock.
Well, they're kind of parodying things.
Yeah.
You do a lot of cover songs too, right?
The 80s big hair days are done. Let them go. Always
Hey.
better that way.
Hey, I'm the one who wants to.
No. No, 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 no.
Deep
Apparently
inside,
you
I
are not
hope
allowed.
you feel it too.
That's another song they played the living shit out of on the radio.
Yeah, they did. About the same time as I think that Life is a Highway, I'm gonna ride it all night long.
Man, I hated that.
And if you believe they put a man on the moon,
Oh,
that
that
whole
one
thing
too.
was like just over and
Sucks.
over again.
Totally. Couldn't agree with you more.
Oh, come on now. So many songs were overplayed. Like, oh, the Ace of Base songs were overplayed. Do you remember
Yes,
those?
all of them. All that she wants is another baby. She'd gone tomorrow. Oh, shut up.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
That's right. Dun, 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 dun. She leads a lonely life. Tuka, tuka, tuka. Do, 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 do. Shut up.
You know, was I the only one that caught Katy Perry's I Kissed a Girl and I liked it as similar as I kissed a girl for the first time, I kissed a girl, won't be the last time. Because I'll tell you what, it sounds like almost exactly the same song to me. Just
Probably. I mean, Marvin Gaye just nailed Robin Thicke to the wall because his song Blurred Lines sounded a bit too much like You Gotta Give It Up. Good. Hate that song. I know you want it.
I don't know if you
'cause I'm a
remember that.
sleazeball.
Got like tons and tons of radio play going up.
What, Blurred Lines?
No, the Jill Sabol? I just looked it up. This
Oh,
one.
Okay.
Yeah, I dislike most contemporary music because I'm weird.
Like when I first heard the Katy Perry song that people were, particularly religious people were blowing up over, I was like, this has been done in the 90s, long time ago. At least not by melody, but just the sentiment.
You gotta remember, a lot of music out there nowadays seems to be a lot more wash, rinse, repeat. Like, there's a lot of people I hear, like, even like in the 90s, late 90s. You're like, oh, you hear this song? And I'm like, yeah, that was back in the 70s. You know? It's just somebody redid it again, right?
Well,
Or they changed something.
The dirty secret of music is that there is a limited amount of music you can make. There is a limited amount of music you can make, and once you
There's a
make
limited
that,
amount of noises.
you know, well, I mean, when you look at music, I mean, there's how many notes is there in music? I mean, there's what, like 16, 18?
Well, it depends. But traditionally, I suppose.
You know, so even if you go 16 times 16, that's still a limited amount of. Plus, you know, plus we're not just talking about making music. We're talking about making popular music. So there's a limited number of things that are going to appeal to people generally. So this is why, like, you tend to get so many songs. This is why Ray Parker Jr.'s Ghostbusters sounded an awful lot like Huey Lewis and the News' "I Want a New Drug." You know, it's a lot of this music sounds similar because it has no choice but to be so. But I just don't like Robin Thicke. I'm glad he got nailed.
There is actually this sort of keyboard you can get that has like 3,000 keys, all with weird notes and subnotes. Yeah, so start playing that and you can make music forever.
Sure, if I'm Frank Zappa.
Yeah, if you're an octopus.
There we go. In his garden, in the shade. I don't like the picture. I'm gonna go look for another one.
You know what song was overplayed on the radio?
Well, the Arc Trooper.
Shh.
What if God was one of us?
You know the thing that gets me, that drives me crazy, is that the other song that she released, "Your Right Hand Man." Remember that song? My right hand man, my
No,
right
actually, I
hand.
don't remember it because it didn't get as much radio play.
Try it sometime. Look up on YouTube. Look up Joan Osborne, "Right Hand Man." It's a 10 times better song than if God was one of us, but it barely got any airplay. And am I the only person who, when I heard Poker Face, thought that it was Fucker Face? I'm just saying.
Yes.
So I'm listening to her go fucker face, fucker, and I'm like, hey.
I've actually seen a parody where some fat fuck sings that.
Oh wow, that's fantastic. That's just what I want
I
to
saw that. Pretty damn funny.
Oh man.
Yeah, I prefer Polka Face by Weird Al.
Must have been a Weird Al joint, yeah.
It is Weird Al.
Must have been a Weird Al joint.
Lake Gaga go Poker Face.
What was that?
Did we out made Poker Face the
Yeah,
parody?
Polka. Yeah, Polka Face.
I gotta see it sometime.
Yeah, you have to. It's brilliant.
Quite.
Can you put the link on?
I don't
Search
have
it
it,
out,
yeah.
man. What is this with giving each other links to everything? Just
It's on
search it out.
YouTube.
Search it out.
It's on YouTube. I told you what the name is. It's on the YouTube. Just search for fucking Polka Face. You'll find it.
Go to UbiTubi and type it up, man. Use your fingers. Not that one.
So, like, I posted two links there. So you have Shaggy, Angel,
Hey
and
Jackie,
then
are
you
you
have
bluffing with your
Juice
muffin?
Newton.
What?
Oh, that's the Square Enix action figure, isn't it?
That's part
Yeah.
of the lyrics. I
Yeah,
just
but
decided to
it's-
say hi Jackie and blend it in.
Okay,
Jackie.
I don't know
Reminds me of the Republic
on.
Commandos.
Oh, little smiling Jackie, I know you, and I know you're lots of sunshine too.
I
And
don't
I'm
think
so
Jackie
glad
knows the
that
poker
you're
face.
here. So glad that you're here.
I Poker Face.
There was a dog, and you missed it. Ha 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 ha.
Oh,
Don't you
ate
dare
a dog,
like
and I
it,
liked it.
Don't make her do that.
Yeah. You also missed
Stop it.
Bahika's dog
Stop
thing.
it.
You missed Aramine learning what RedTube was.
That was brilliant.
It's YouTube, except the background color is red.
Yeah, that's a ticket.
Now I'm thinking of Snow's song "Sexy Girl." You remember Snow? Informa me no si that means no me I go blam.
A licky
Oh
licky boom
no!
My licky
Oh,
boom
no.
boom down. Detect
Damn it,
that
you fucking Canadians!
someone down the lab.
You need to get your other Canadians in check.
Well, he released another song called "Sexy Girl," which actually, again, was better than Informer. You know, so
I love that song, Vulgar.
What? Informer?
Yeah, it's a nice good song.
Hey, is
I love
Simon
that.
there? Simon, are you there?
All right then, Simon.
Simon, are you there?
Are you alive?
Oh, you know
Simon!
my name
Lawyer!
is Simon.
You're alive!
He's not gonna show up if you yell. You know, you're over there.
He might have fallen asleep, maybe.
Other things
It's
I
like-
come true.
Oh shit! I was just thinking of what you said.
All the pictures take me over. On the ladder with
That reminds me of my
There
childhood.
you go. I just put a link in.
Oh Lord, now what are we looking at?
Yeah, that's for the links.
Bottom link.
Hey, where's Nadia?
Jackie.
Yeah?
Hi.
Hi.
And there's the Toothbrush family. I remember these guys. The Toothbrush family. And Dr. Snuggles, which was written by a guy on crack. Brush your teeth.
Wait, I gotta talk to Jackie like this. Little girl.
What?
That's right, little girl.
Oh, ha ha ha.
You can address me as either Christian Hillbilly or Corn Pone. One or the other.
Hello, Jackie stood me up the other day.
I saw Christian Hillbilly was in here a little bit a while ago.
Did you decide to just
little
whip
while
out your
ago?
knives? Did you just decide to whip out your knives and come and get them?
Oh, you have knives?
Oh yeah, she does.
No,
You should have. Were you here earlier when she shut down Incorporated? Were you here earlier when she dropped Bones on Incorporated? It was terrible. She was just Incorporated was like, I'm gonna say something. She's like, no, you're not. Wow!
Oh yeah, the mute.
It
Yeah,
was
I
like
did see that.
watching a Sir Run Run Shaw kung fu movie, man. It's
Yeah,
like,
there's a whole other side to Jackie.
You will not speak until I tell you you're allowed to speak. Wow, you can't stop me from talking. Oh yes, I'll use my 10,000 Wow, you are stronger than me. We must get the big boss.
Are you saying this as if you are the shitty American dub?
We must get the big boss.
Little known fact
I will use my
about me
nunchucks on
is
you.
I have a black belt in Taekwondo.
Taekwondo is excellent, but it does not beat my dragon style.
Fucking hell.
And by the time she was finished, Incorporated was like, well, let me ask you something, muted. Oh! You cannot stand against my 10,000 styles of the angry YouTube user.
I saw Christian Hillbilly was in here earlier, and
You had gassed up the chainsaw, and then by the time you came over, you were gone?
No. It was the hangout was off air, so I don't know what was going on, and I just decided.
Yeah, he left rather quickly.
But that's alright. Instead, you brought your ninjutsu kung fu skills anyway, so that you could take on anyone here who stood against you.
I don't think anyone here can stand against me.
You are absolutely
Okay, pick
right.
a subject. I'll stand against you. What's up?
You're absolutely right. None can stand against you, because you use the fist of death.
Puppies are fluffy and cute.
My
I'm not
puppy
all of
is
them.
neither fluffy nor cute.
No! No!
She mutes herself. It's pointless to me. She mutes herself when she's done speaking. What's the point of her being the antagonist?
do that thing again.
Oh, my ass!
The high-pitched noises. The whale noises.
Cute.
Whales are low pitch.
Cute.
This one's like, oh!
The whales are low pitch.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, this is Mariah Carey noises then.
This is why you are more powerful than any of the martial artists in the entire land.
Which one's Mariah Carey?
Dream lover, come rescue me.
When she walks by looking fine, talking sweet and looking right, I get kinda oogie inside. That's the one that starts with Old Dirty Bastard going, there's Brooklyn in the house, it's LA in the house.
Okay.
I love that. I'm watching this and I didn't know who ODB was. I'm like, who the fuck is that?
Guys, that's how old we are. The young folks in here are going, who's Mariah Carey?
That's right. Who's Mariah Carey? Who's ODB?
One of the great singers.
That's not, I mean, most people my age know who all these people are. It's just me, I have my
That's a nice version.
head buried in, I have my head buried in the sand when it comes to, like, mainstream media. I don't know.
With you.
Admittedly, I'm one of those hipster art
No, now I'm gonna sing
school
Michael
kids.
Jackson.
I was a hipster before hipsters were cool.
Uh-huh.
That's good.
Did you grow a hipster beard? You're not cool if you don't have a hipster beard.
Yeah, you're not a true hipster until you have the beard.
And we mean the beard on your face, okay? Just to let you know that's
So,
all.
so does that mean women can't be hipsters?
You can't
Yes.
you can't gently tug open the front of your pants and they're born free. No, that doesn't count, okay? That doesn't work.
No, it needs to grow in your face. You need to shove yourself full of testosterone.
Testosterone.
So you can grow a proper hipster
Well,
beard.
now the hipsters got rid of their beard, and a lot of the hipsters here now have just a stash.
What the hell is it?
Nope, they need beards.
What the hell?
They're on
All
porno stashes now.
A hipster beard is whatever father has on his face.
Porno
'cause it's
stash.
fucking weird.
Man, I used to love watching 70s porno. It was more comedy than anything else. It was more funny than anything else. It's just like, what are you gonna do with that? Well, let's see if you can take the foot long. It's like, oh, I love it. He hasn't even touched her yet. She's moaned. She's already moaned 5 times. He hasn't even touched her yet. Oh my God, these people didn't know what they were doing. And my God, man, talk about when Bush roamed the earth. Holy shit!
Ugh.
It's like the national forest down there, lady. I can't see what the hell I'm doing. I can't walk the garden path if there's too much bush in the way. Holy schmoly! I mean, I don't expect women to be shaven like prepubescent kids or anything, but I can't whistle through the wheat fields if the trees are too high. I'm just saying,
Oh my God.
And you always knew you were watching 70s porn because everybody in 70s porn had to be wearing a stockings and a garter belt. And in the 80s, everybody in porn had to be wearing high-heeled shoes. In the 80s, it was teased hair and high-heeled shoes. And the acting was even worse because it went to video. Oh. What?
You need to check that out, Gus.
What? What? I need to check what I need.
Just look for old school Demi Moore.
Old school Demi Moore?
Like, it needs a beacon. You'll not be able to find anything. It's insane.
Old school Demi Moore. Well, let's see here. Probably going to be shocked right out of my space boots.
Talking about porn.
Demi Moore was the best.
Hey,
I'm
where's
talking about
Nadia?
hygiene. I'm talking about hygiene here.
Old school
Is
Demi Moore.
Nadia okay?
I think she's sleeping.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Oh my God.
I told you.
Oh my God. Thunderbush. Oh, wow. The paleontologists will call that fucking Bushosaurus Rex. Holy crap. You need a machete to get through that shit. I'm going to need to get in there with Alan Quartermain so I can find what the hell's going on.
It's like discovering the new world.
Yeah, use a kukri machete though. Those are more interesting.
Well, kukris are fighting knives, though. You don't want to use that for cutting the bush, or when you really need it, it's not going to be sharp.
Really?
And there's her
Are you,
Vanity
are
Fair
you really
picture.
going to fight with it though?
The kukri? That's what it's for.
Yeah, but are you going to fight with it? I'm just saying use it because it looks more interesting.
I don't even understand what you're asking me. The kukri is not for cutting down trees.
I don't care.
Oh, there's that picture of her in Vanity Fair, pregnant as all get out, gravid as an egg. Look at that.
Just
I don't know
saying. She's kind of a hairy woman. Just saying.
She is. She is. She's hirsute. She's hirsute as all get out.
She makes you believe in evolution.
It's true. Once upon a time.
Yeah, Demi Moore, the atheist's strongest argument for evolution.
Don't laugh, man. That was some heavy cave bush, man. I'm telling you. That was like Paleolithic bush. It was like fucking Cro-Magnon bush, man. Cro-Magnon chicks had bush like that. That was to keep like the angry friggin' foxes from chewing their uteruses out, or I don't know what the hell, but that was defensive perimeter bush. You had to be well.
Oh, I think I came by at the perfect time.
Really?
That's right.
Just
you
be
missed the
thankful,
dog.
Jackie. You didn't
missed
live in the
all
80s,
the
okay?
talk of dog bollocks. Now we're onto this.
The 80s and 70s. Just be thankful.
And then porn kind of languished in the 90s, but then all of a sudden people discovered the internet, and oh boy, they've discovered the camcorder and the internet, and we had the resurgence of amateur porn. Because as if it isn't bad enough that porn was being done shittily to begin with, now we get shitty porn with shitty production values, and you're left squinting like you're staring through a friggin' magnifying glass to figure out whether or not this stamp that you're looking at is real. Where's her vagina? Has he even got it in her vagina? Does she even have a vagina? Where the hell is her vagina?
Yeah, it's like The Room when the fucking whatever her name was, in fucking her on the thigh.
Yeah, if you're lucky. If
Yeah,
you're
no,
lucky,
that's what happened in The Room. Thigh fucking.
If you're not lucky, you get a camera angle that essentially sees the camera stare at his bouncing nuts all through the movie, which is about as sexually exciting as watching paint dry, and slightly more unsettling.
I want to see more like normal movies in theaters have like actual sex scenes, you know?
Oh, you can't
because
have that.
It just seems so odd that violence is so much more tolerated than sex, you know?
I think there's a time and a place, though. I wouldn't want to go see a Transformers movie and have Optimus Prime look at Ironside. Guess what time it is now, Ironside? Excellent, Optimus. Shall I bend over, or would you?
What I mean is that there are points in some films where, like, there sex happens, but like you don't actually see it, and it it moves the plot forward, but you never actually get to see what happens.
Well, I mean, a sex scene like in Blue is the Warmest Color, for instance, I don't know if it really moved the plot scene as much as lesbians had crazy sex in all positions that, you could naturally think of for like 10 to 12 minutes non-stop.
I'm sorry, excuse me. What was that movie called again? Let me write that down.
Of course you want to know what the movie was called.
Blue is the Warmest Color. It's a pretty hot movie.
Oh, I can imagine.
But it's more known for its sex scene than its actual story. That's what's so funny.
If I may,
so is what was that movie that just caught Lethal Killer Basic? No, was it Basic Instinct?
Lethal Killer Basic.
Shut up. Go and bang your head against something solid. Let me know what it took.
Can't be bothered to stand up.
Was it Killer Instinct? It was Lethal. Help me! It was Sharon Stone.
Basic
the Beaver
Instinct.
son. Yeah, Basic Instinct. apparently she was really mad at Paul Verhoeven, the director, for getting that brief, for getting that nasty kitty shot, because apparently she didn't want to point the goods at the camera, and he basically all but snorkeled in there with the camera, and she was quite upset. It's like, yeah, when the director notes that you got no underwear on, and says, "Fine, boys, now we're shooting Das Boot."
I mean, I kind of like seeing the sex in Blue is the Warmest Color because you get a sense of like the kind of passion that the two women.
That wasn't me that put that there.
What?
Norwegian movies can actually have rather explicit sex scenes because we don't give a shit.
The other thing is too, like actual sex scenes too. Also, like now, not all actors and actresses are going to want to have actual sex, and that is now the new thing in a lot of European movies is that they're having sex.
Plus, keep in mind that a lot of times in big movies, especially big budget movies, there are multiple takes, and I mean, I don't know about girls, but guys can only come on command so many times, and then the balls are like, listen, we're not just pieces of meat, We want to be wined and dined. We want flowers and candy. We want to be told we're special.
Well, the actors and actresses don't actually have to be doing it. They just
But I thought you said that they
get
wanted
to
real.
it
I thought you said you wanted real sex, huh?
No, I meant like
She wanted
like
scenes with sex, not
portrayed-
just people taking off their clothes and a cutaway.
Well, the problem is that whenever you put a realistic sex scene in a movie, suddenly it becomes all about the realistic sex scene.
That's
Not
why
there in Norway, because we don't give a shit.
because that's what it's famous for a lot of people. And does it deserve that only? No, but that's what it's famous for.
What movie is
I
famous
just
for
wish that we
What is
could.
the Warmest Color?
Well, my thing is I wish we could normalize it more because sex is just a normal function of human beings, and I mean if we were to normalize it more, then we get to see a lot more passion between two characters in a theater, I don't know.
I'm saying stop making it just dirty and a big taboo,
You're right. I'm tired of watching.
Who says that sex is dirty?
I'm tired of watching clowns get it on with people in gorilla suits. I want normal sex in my movie.
Yeah, but it's really normalized over here in Norway.
Boy, was I ever surprised that the
Feel
teenage
like in a movie to 15-year-olds.
Why does sex have to be dirty, regardless of if you like it or not?
It's not a question of it being dirty. It's that sex is extremely powerful. Once you put it in a movie, that's what the movie becomes known for. And I think it's like anything else. I mean, sex has its time and it has its place. I mean, we don't walk down the street having sex constantly every minute of the day, right? I mean, we
don't.
No, sorry. Actually,
I know you
in reference to
because you're married. I know you don't because you're married.
No, I understand how sex has power, but somebody had mentioned that sex is dirty or that certain types of sex are dirty. And the thing is, I think that's misrepresentation on sex. I think
No, I'm
sex
saying
is...
that society has put that on there. I didn't say which types of sex or anything like that. I just said that there is a conception that all sex is dirty, which I mentioned earlier.
And that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll withdraw my statement. But the thing is that whatever gets you off, then so be it, right? As long as you're consenting with your other
I
partner.
won't say that, but I know you'll say that.
I don't know,
so
man. I
if
think
put
you
my
should stay
secular
away from.
hat on, and I would say probably similar things, but I don't have a secular worldview, so.
I don't know, man. I think you should stay away from cheese graters, no matter what you think.
Yeah, cheese graters are probably bad. Well, anyway, Jackie, there's this documentary that I watched called "This Film Is Not Rated Yet."
I saw that.
Yes.
And it talks about why certain sex scenes are rated the certain way they are. They actually count if you show the hips. They count against you how many thrusts you're allowed, where you are when you're having sex, all sorts of things. And hetero and homo, all sorts of things are factored in.
They actually increase the rating of a movie if a female has an orgasm more
Yep.
than if a male does, and I just think that's absolutely
Yup.
insanely
we don't give a shit.
ridiculous.
Can't have people believing in those.
That's not fair.
I saw a video on YouTube on the ratings board once.
Okay.
Actually, in class, we were shown a movie about. Well, we were shown several movies. One specifically was about this homosexual teenager coming to grips with the fact that he was gay. And there was, in fact, the gay sex scene in that movie, and that was marketed towards teenagers, the entire movie.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. But we're Norwegian, and we don't give a shit.
Yeah. I mean, I wish Americans had the same attitude towards sex as Europeans did. I think Europeans have a much more healthy perspective on sex than we do, unfortunately.
Well, I think it's to the point where I think evangelical America, for instance, has taken abstinence and celibacy and the idea that sex belongs in marriage to the point to where they've made all sex sort of dirty and taboo for a lot of people. And like I said earlier in another conversation, that there are people who get married within the Christian community that still have shame issues because of this true love waits culture that has sort of attached shame and your spirituality with sexuality to the point where it becomes almost like center and core to your identity. And I think that is very problematic. And then, like I said, you end up seeing church kids that are having babies because they think if they were responsible in the first place, that meant that they were planning on sinning, and planning on having sex is really bad. So you might as well accidentally have sex and get knocked up. Like this is stuff that's like pretty serious. And so I think we've gotten to the point where we've made it so taboo and so dirty that it's gone like it has sort of adverse reactions.
Yeah, if you're
bad
trying
situations.
if you're trying to suppress natural feelings that human beings have, you're gonna get bad results. It's almost like telling people that they're not allowed to eat, and then they start becoming cannibals. You know, sex is such a natural thing. I just think we need to normalize it more, not make it such a taboo.
I'm going to have a different view than you, Jackie. I believe that I have control over my body and what I can and cannot do with my body. But I'm not going to berate and guilt myself and punish myself because I have an urge. Or, you know what I mean? Like there's a point to where the shame parade goes on way too much in religious circles, and it needs to stop. But I mean, I'm not anti-abstinence at all. I think it's a noble idea, you know, the idea of true love waits and being with a partner for the rest of your life. I think that's great. But I also think that most people fail to this ideal, and there needs to be some realism into that. And to shame people to the point where they hate themselves or they become sexually dysfunctional, then you have a big problem. You know, it's a big problem. So some of the culture that you see in the rating culture happens to come from kind of America's uptight, you know, and to the point where, I mean, we're going back to the days where, like, you know, don't read Song of Solomon, it's dirty. You know, our very own Bible has a lot of sex in it.
On the subject of sex education, public schools in Norway, all school nurses are required to be able to provide free condoms for students who ask for it.
I don't have a
problem.
Yeah,
my high school gave out free condoms. They were available at the health office if you
Yeah, but that's all public schools in Norway, though.
Well, my school wasn't a public school either. It was private charter school, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that sort of sex education like a lot of other Christians do.
I think sex education is such a dirty word for Christians because they don't realize that sex ed is not just like, oh, okay, here's how you have sex. Here's the different types of sex. It's like, it's not that at all. What people like, Tommy Hall, don't get is that what you're teaching kids in school is about their reproductive organs, about STDs, about how we take care of those organs, because we have in health class you have other chapters or units about like eating healthy and your digestive system and how that works and your respiratory system and how you shouldn't smoke or do drugs and your nervous system. Like, why is your reproductive system any different? Like, our kids should be learning about it.
You people
know
need
what
to
I
fix
mean?
that.
Our women should be, our girls should learn, like, I don't, if I had a daughter, I wouldn't want her to one day be, like, crying and screaming, oh my god, I'm bleeding out of my butt or something like that and freaking
Have
out.
a Carrie moment in the shower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would want her to know, like, what was going on in advance. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's the thing. I think. I mean, if I had children, I'd want to try to get rid of this image of shame attached to sex. And everybody. I mean, actually, not everybody. There are asexuals, but a good portion of us have sex drives, and a good portion
There's
of
a
us.
vast majority.
Yeah, a good portion of us have to deal with this biology in some way or another. And some of us, do believe in abstinence or sex belongs in marriage. Some of us don't. But no matter what your belief is, you are going to have the urge. You are going to have it fire up inside of you. And what is this? It doesn't matter if you're a girl or a guy. This notion that men only have the drive and women should just, our sole purpose is to put the brakes on, is perpetuating rape culture. I'm sorry. Like our sole purpose is to thwart off the men. No, not now. Keep a pill between your knees. That's nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, little kids, male or female, they do they do explore their own bodies. And when I say they touch themselves, I don't mean like masturbating, but they explore necessarily. Yeah, right. They do like it. They want to touch everything. They want to feel the bottom of their feet. They want to feel the back of their neck. They want to feel under their arms, in between their legs. Like they're exploring the body that they're going to be living in for the rest of their lives. And I would much rather have my kids knowing, what everything does and what it is than
instead of down there,
Yeah.
somewhere down there, oh, the naughty stuff is, and you need to be ashamed of it. Stuff down there, This idea, okay, here's my problem with Christians that are anti-sex education. Do you teach your children about sex? A large portion of parents do not teach their children anything about sex.
Right. Yeah.
And guess where your kids learn? From their friends. And guess what their friends know? Sometimes they don't know jack shit. Sometimes they're telling their kids, if you French kiss enough, you'll get pregnant. Or sometimes they say, you won't get pregnant if you pull out. Giving misinformation to these other kids, and these other kids are like sharing this misinformation. And as a parent, a lot of parents aren't talking to their kids about sex. They're just saying either don't do it, or we're not talking about that. And those two options don't work. There needs to be an actual explanation of how things work. There needs to be. And parents through and through shown us so far that they're failing at that. And because they're failing at how things work, and I'm sorry, when you're a teenager, you're about the age where you're wondering how things work. You know, if not knowing it yourself, even though you don't realize what you're doing. Like, I mean, it's biology kicking in, right? So I'm pro sex education. I'm pro responsibility with birth control. I think kids should also know the risks of birth control. They should know that not all safe sex is completely safe. You can have breakage. You can have problems with that. If you know, so.
And it's not just about handing your kid condoms and saying, okay, here's protection. You know, there is a correct way to open the package and to put it on, and a correct response to what happens if it does break. You know, you go to your local pharmacy and you grab a Plan B if something bad happens.
Well, and a lot of Christians will have problems with Plan B because it's too close to the abortion, thing. Some Christians have problems with birth control, as in the pill. Some of them don't. Most Protestants I know do not have a problem with it, but a lot of Catholics do. So,
well, I mean, most of the time with Plan B, you're getting it before there's anything going on, before the sperm reaches the egg, but. You know.
But either way, for me, it's if at the very least, prophylactic and birth control.
Yeah. Another thing is that I think a lot of people who are against something like Plan B, I think they don't realize that Plan B is not the same as the abortion pill. They're two completely separate pills. And I don't think that people realize that. So.
Well, I think they realize it. I really do. I think they realize it. It's just that they're stuck on that life begins at conception, where a sperm meets an egg, and that's where they believe that somehow a soul is infused right there at that moment.
A lot of people who I've run into who are anti-Plan B didn't know that it wasn't the abortion pill until I told them, and then they were like, oh, huh. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying.
Maybe it was just a chance thing that those are the type of people I run into, but...
But they're saying things like let's say the sperm meets the egg, and then the egg is kept from implanting in the uterus. They're like, well, that's close enough to being an abortion. Sorry. And I'm like, really? Because most miscarriages happen about at that point, and you wouldn't even know at that point you're pregnant.
Yeah.
It's stupid. At that point, I just think we're being stupid. But that's just me, and I know that makes me unpopular with some of my fellow theists. But I'm just sick of stupidity. Because if you're really anti-late-term abortion, why the crap would you be anti-birth control?
Yeah. Exactly. Like, why wouldn't you be for preventative measures?
At this point, you're getting... I don't know. To me, it's the ultimate anti-woman thing right there, is to be anti-birth control.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually pretty anti-abortion myself. Like, I don't want to see people getting abortions. So, my thing is that I want it to be legal so that women aren't getting back alley abortions. I want women to be having, like, if they want to make that choice, I want it to be a safe procedure. I don't want them going out in the alley getting an abortion. It's just unsafe, and there are cases where there's rape and all that, and it would just be a total mess if it was illegalized. There'd be women lying that they were raped to get an abortion, if there's circumstances and stuff.
Sometimes these anti-abortion laws get into really sticky situations. What happens if your baby is born without, or your baby's not developing skin? What happens if your baby got no brain? What happens if your baby's missing part of its spine? What if
Yeah.
happens if your baby's dead? Your fetus is dead and it's not viable. These abortion laws
Yeah.
sometimes will spill into weird circumstances like that.
Yeah.
If the
And
fetus
the
is
reason
dead, they
why,
can actually be quite dangerous.
yes, it's extremely dangerous. And the reason why I know that is because back in the days when my friends' mothers had to go out of state to get a fetus removed that was dead in the womb because an anti-abortion law kept her from doing that because it was poorly defined. So these anti-abortion laws, they overstretch usually. They're extremely vague. They're very dangerous. And I'm kind of with Jackie in the sense that I dislike abortion. I am not the person that you call saying, hey, I want to go to the clinic and have an abortion. That's
Yeah.
usually not me. It's not my gig. I can't do it. It just makes me ill to my stomach.
Yeah.
At the same time, if you're desperate
I
enough to have an abortion, or there's a medical issue or something like that, I don't hate my fellow women enough to say I hope you die over it. I'm sorry, that's not me. And so I tend to vote pro-choice because of that. Not because
oh
I hate
yeah.
babies, but I don't hate women enough to say I hope you die over it.
Yeah, I just for me and I have to go because my boyfriend's trying to get a hold of me. But for me it's like this. I don't like abortion, but women deserve a choice. And I think okay, number one, I am so pro sex education. Like that is my thing. Like I could be a sex educator if I wanted to. And I think that would decrease women, way too often they use it as a form of birth control. It's not birth control, okay? It's just not. And women need to know how to have safe sex, and they just don't. And then another thing is, I think that some of the anti-abortion laws, of course, they're nasty. And I think rather than punishing women who have abortions, I think we should reward women who don't have abortions. My idea would be if a woman does not want the child, then and there's lots of families who are lined up to adopt children.
Not as
So
many as the need would be, to be honest. But yeah, continue.
So we give the woman a tax break for that year if she goes and goes ahead with the pregnancy and gives the child up for adoption.
But the
Give
government
her a
won't do
tax break.
that, Jackie, because the sad story is on the pro-life side of the world is it is cheaper to fund an abortion. It's cheaper to fund Planned Parenthood and say we're funding, wink wink, for you to take care of this problem. It's cheaper to have an abortion than it is to support a child. It would be in the government's interest to spend your money to support abortion. And I'm not saying that's good. It's kind of evil and creepy, but it would be in their interest to support abortion.
I understand. I gotta go. I'll talk to you guys later.
See you later, girl.
Bye then.
Bye.
See you later.
You were too late. She didn't hear you.
I don't know. For me, it's
And the dog is back. How appropriate.
Because I value life, and it's a touchy subject because I have friends who have had abortions and they felt like they're in desperate circumstances. Do I hate that friend and call that friend a murderer? No. But it's a sticky situation. I don't know. I would like to see less of it. So my answer to having less abortions is to be pro sex education, pro prophylactics, pro birth control.
Sure. In the end, I don't want to see any limits whatsoever put on women's reproductive control. None. Even though I find late-term abortions to be repugnant, because at that point,
You're talking about sentience at that point, and that's
well, even if you're not even talking about sentience, in my country, if somebody can have a late-term abortion, like right up to the point where birth is happening, and my response to that is, well, for God's sake, just let it be born already.
Hey, Gus.
Yeah, if you're going to wait that long, you might as well let it be born.
Just out
What
of
was that?
curiosity,
Was
does
that
that
Peter?
happen a lot in Canada?
Not that often, no. Well, often late term abortion, like super late term abortions, are often because of what would turn out to be fatal birth defects. You know, the problem is I hear a lot of faith based opposition to, oh well, that once you start euthanizing the cripples. But I mean, there's a difference between euthanizing someone because they grew up with spinal bifida, or euthanizing someone because they grew up with Down syndrome, or euthanizing someone because they grew up with a congenital heart defect, and euthanizing someone because they were born without a brain. Like, I mean,
Well,
there are
euthanizing someone that was born without a brain isn't really like what's the consequence?
It's not a
Well,
viable living baby at that point. So
or children who are born without. A friend of mine told me that one of her friends had a baby that was born without lungs.
Wow,
Yeah.
you sound like everything you said was incorporated.
What?
What?
Nothing. A joke.
Well, if it's born without lungs, it's a bit doomed, isn't it?
Well, the thing is, if something was born without lungs, it wouldn't actually come out and wouldn't be able to breathe, right? So,
Well, it would eventually come out, but
That's
it's
my point, though. The
dying.
hardcore anti-abortionists would say that you don't end that being's life ever. Period. You simply let it die.
Yeah. So like anencephaly,
That's my point.
for instance, you have to give birth to a baby that might live with half of a brain for at most a week and suffer and die, because that's what it means to be a good Christian. Or a baby without skin, or baby with like severe dwarfism to the point where the sternum. These are actually real people I know. How about a baby that has dwarfism so bad that the people in the UK are like saying, please abort this baby. This baby's going to suffer and die, and mom won't listen because of religious reasons, and baby's born, suffers for 78 hours or so and dies because baby cannot breathe because baby's sternum is like clamped so close to the lungs it can't breathe.
I think the problem when it comes to a lot of these type of decisions that people make, they're so displaced from these decisions that they don't actually understand the what's involved with these type of things. It's unfortunate that certain people have to experience very, very horrible being parents with children with birth defects, that somebody that's always had perfect children or whatever it may be, are dictating to other people that have these issues what they can and can't do.
I know 3 people who have had fetuses with severe birth defects and tried to bring them to term. 2 of them did. Both babies died. The other one died in the womb. And I got to tell you, I mean, you can pray and be as zealous as you want to be. It doesn't change the fact that sometimes awful things happen and there's suffering, and some doctors that recommend abortion are actually thinking of minimizing the suffering for everybody involved. That's why some doctors recommend abortion, and it's an awful circumstance to be in, but some doctors do recommend abortion to minimize the suffering, and that is something that a lot of the right-wingers will refuse to look at. They're just like doing the Mother Teresa, suffer well, friend, and it doesn't cut it.
I haven't actually heard anybody ever say that a doctor recommended abortion, but that's just me personally. If somebody else can chime in on that.
That happens. Doctors do recommend
It
abortions.
happens if the situation calls for it.
Especially in Europe. One of my friends was in Europe, and they'll be quick to recommend one.
The closest thing that I can think of is either you do this and die, right? But I never heard anybody personally that has said that you should.
Do you know anybody with a child that has severe dwarfism to the point where they know that that child's going to die at birth, or anencephaly, or
No,
something like
no.
that.
That's the point I'm trying to make, is that I don't know anybody that had anybody's
Had to go through that, yeah.
any severe defects. So the thing is, that's why I turned around and said, "Have any of you heard of this?" Right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, clearly for me, like I've known 3 people that have gone through something similar. So yes, I've heard of it, but I would assume that most doctors don't recommend abortion just willy-nilly. I mean, that would be my guess, but I don't know. I've never heard any story that's like, "Are you sure you want this
They
baby?
wouldn't
Are you
in the
sure? Are you
US.
sure?"
Yeah, I don't think a doctor generally would actually recommend it unless they actually thought that it was so beyond the scope of any sort of actually well past any sort of
not.
thing, right?
Obviously not.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, obviously not.
People want these
And,
cut and dry situations. They're not always cut and dry. I mean, granted, a
This is-
large amount of abortions are I'm careless and irresponsible and stupid and I got myself pregnant. Let's get real. That's a large amount of the abortion people. But that's not all of them. There's incest sometimes. There's rape sometimes. Sometimes there is a dead fetus. You know, sometimes there is a fetus that will not be viable when it lives. Not just a fetus that might have a lifelong issue like Down syndrome. I don't think that's a reason to abort ever. But there are people that think that's a reason to abort. But I'm just saying, like people have some pretty compelling cases sometimes for it.
Well, Deirdre, I have a question for you, since you're a theist, and this would be kind of interesting. At what point does the soul enter the body?
Well, that is a good question because I've wondered that too myself. And so we can make a guess with sentience and consciousness and things like that. But I am not at all convinced that the soul enters the body at the moment of conception. Sorry, not convinced. I'm just not. I don't think a sperm and an egg is automatically a soul.
So, I'm not trying to pick on you here because, and I'm not arguing this for by any means, but are you saying that I have a 1-year-old that, or sorry, 3-month-year-old that does not have sentience, I could put it back in the bank?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. I mean, I guess there's a development of that as it goes on, but I would say that I am definitely anti-abortion past 20 weeks, absolutely.
The way
I'm
I
not
tend to
comfortable with
argue,
abortion, period, but I'm definitely anti-abortion past 20 weeks.
I'm not
the
trying to.
way I tend to argue the point is I do an end run around the whole concept, because what ends up happening is people say, well, we can't kill it because it's human, and therefore it's life, and life is sacred. And I tend to say, no, it's not. It would be nice if it was, but in the real world, life is not sacred. Never has been, never will be. So, but we are programmed through our evolution to treat children as a protected class, to give children consideration and things that we would give nobody else, not just because they're only small, but because it's programmed into us. It's a species that does not treat its children differently than it treats its adults will soon die out. So, but people say, well, as I said, people say, well, is it human? I'm like, yeah, it's human. Well, how can you kill it then? Because human beings kill other human beings all the time. You have a doctor, for instance. A doctor has 2 people who need a heart transplant. He's only got 1 heart. He's got to decide. And he knows that there's not enough time to get another heart. He just knows. Like, he knows that the decision he makes is going to kill somebody. He knows it. Is it murder? No, but the person's no less dead for him not having plunged a knife in. So
You're talking about ethical dilemmas, and I love ethical dilemmas.
no, I don't think it's an ethical dilemma at all. I think at that point it just becomes a question of pure numbers. Like I know there's a lot of people on various hangouts, not just this community, but a number of hangouts that love to sit and chew on a problem from a philosophical sense. I think in this particular case, I don't really think it lends itself that much to philosophy. I think ultimately the reason that we don't force women to carry children to term is because we don't believe in slavery anymore.
Well, an ethical dilemma doesn't exactly totally rip down towards philosophy. It also is.
Of course it does.
Yeah, it goes beyond that, right? Okay, yeah, well, I understand what you're saying, but the thing is that what I find about philosophy in certain regards is a little bit tedious, but on the other hand is like if it was two people like you were saying, what's going to be the greater good? Yes, I understand. See that sort of philosophical.
But that's
type
not
of
my
thing,
point.
but-
My point isn't about who should get to heart. My point is that he's got one heart. He's only got one heart, and the other person's going to die. And so if we truly believe that all life was sacred, those situations would never exist because, for instance, in Canada, we would have something called implied consent organ donation, which they have in a number of European countries. That instead of a situation where you have to fill out an organ donor card to have your organs harvested, your organs are assumed to be property of the state's medical system unless you fill out a card that says, please don't touch my organs.
Sorry, I misunderstood what you were actually saying. I assumed that you already thought that the donor was already dead and you were donating something to two people, which person to pick.
No,
I guess this argument's kind of coming from the idea, like Bohica, I can't force you to donate a kidney to somebody, right? Like let's say your loved one is dying and needs a kidney replacement, but you have two perfectly fine kidneys. I can't force you to save that life with your kidney, right?
No, that was actually, sorry, I misunderstood what Gus was saying. I thought he was talking about a donor that was already available versus.
Okay, but she understands
people.
that because this is the second time you said it now, but she's attempting to move on and explain to you what my actual position is, and
The idea, I understand what you're saying. The idea that a woman would be a slave to an unwanted fetus, meaning the woman is carrying a child that she doesn't want to carry, and she has to carry this child for 9 months. Well, the problem with that being is carrying a child that you don't want is the impact of pregnancy is a huge deal. It can put your life at risk. It puts your very bones at risk of loss. It can cause diabetes and all sorts of complications. So the argument that Gus is coming from, which I find a little bit compelling, but not enough for me to be full on yay abortion late weeks, But the argument is that I couldn't force Bohica to donate a kidney to save someone's life. And if I can't make Bohica donate a kidney to save someone's life, how can you make a woman donate her whole body to a unborn person's life?
many
argument was
anti-abortionists will come back and say that as medical science and medical technology proceeds, the impact on a woman is reduced. So I sidestep that argument simply by saying, and simply by invoking the slavery word. Simply saying that whenever you take freedom away from somebody, whenever you take away someone's right to do what they want with their own body, that by definition is slavery.
My argument was actually with this comparison, not with the abortion process. So I'm totally out of bounds, and I will retract everything I said.
Okay, we get that part.
But that being said, I'm tired of pro-choice people making light of abortion and saying things like it's a parasite, it's not human, it's a tissue. It is human, it is potential life. If not agreeing that it is life, I think it's life. And it should not be done willy-nilly. I'm sorry, but you should.
But if it's just going to be born and die, it may as well effectively be a parasite.
Well, I don't think it's a parasite, but I think part of the problem.
No, it isn't a parasite, but it functions as a parasite.
Yeah, but I you know what? Once you start slowly attaching a label to something, that gets dangerous. And by the same token, once you get into a situation where you sort of go, well, it really bothers me when women aren't responsible. what are the knock-on effects of that? I mean, you, Deidre, you might be able to say, well, despite the fact that it bothers me that women use, abortion as birth control, which many do for many reasons, by the way. But even though you can say that, I have confidence that you can divorce that feeling from ever making any laws against abortion. But there's an awful lot of people who, and what gets smuggled in by the back door when you start thinking stuff like that, and by you I mean someone other than me, I don't necessarily mean you, Deidre, but what often gets smuggled in by the back door is the desire to punish. You've done something silly, and now you better just have that baby, goddammit.
And then that's the other thing that doesn't make sense about the right wing is that they want a woman to carry a baby full term, and maybe it's a woman that's in poverty. Usually it's the people that are impoverished, by the way, that suffer the most with these abortion laws. So if somebody's in poverty, they're a single parent, they carry the baby to full term, and sorry, you're out of luck because we don't support welfare. I mean, seriously? Like, you cannot be pro-life and anti-welfare. You're going to have to be one or the other.
Republicans are fucking world famous for giving a shit about a child right up to it's born and then not a minute afterwards.
They're liars.
Until it's old enough.
Politics are lying.
Until it's old enough to sign up for the military. Then suddenly they
So,
care again.
I have a little bit of food for thought. Van Helton wants more kids. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Who's
What does it matter if he can support and feed the kids and he doesn't abuse them?
He's already on state welfare.
It doesn't matter to me if he's on welfare or not. As long as he's not abusing the kids, I don't care if he has kids.
You want to hear something that'll curl your toes? Okay, or may not. I mean, I've often when I present it to most of my friends, it curls. If you don't want to work in today's society, you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to. We produce in the West so much more of everything that we need. We throw away tons of food. We throw it away. Just throw it away every day. And the only reason that it isn't given to people who wouldn't normally have for themselves is more often than not it's considered to be too expensive to actually do that. The West has everything in surplus. Everything. So as far as I'm concerned, if you don't want to work for a living, don't. Now, don't expect to get rich. Don't expect to have the best toys. Don't expect to have the best furniture, the best clothes, the best anything. But there is no reason in North America why someone who doesn't work cannot be taken on by the state, fed and clothed and housed.
You can actually sort of do that in a way, though it is highly frowned upon.
What was that?
You can actually sort of do that here in Norway, though it is highly frowned upon, and it is technically exploiting a system that isn't.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. It comes from the old-fashioned friggin' 5-point Westminster Calvinist nonsense that says that nothing is worth anything unless you've bled through the eyeballs for it, and I just don't buy it. I really don't buy it. There is no need for anybody in the West to suffer or struggle in the mechanisms and systems that humans have made to regulate themselves. There's no need for it. None. We throw away so much food. It's unbelievable how much food we throw away.
And yet we're willing to share it.
and yet there are people in North America who starve the Western way. When I say starve the Western way, there's two different ways to starve. Okay, there's the West African Biafran way, where you get the kids with the friggin' distended stomachs and the 80 flies trying to crawl up their face. That's one way to starve. The other way to starve is the way we starve in the West, which is through diabetes. One of the things that, and I'm not talking about type 1 diabetes, that's a different kind of diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is a metabolic disorder that leads to heart disease. I had a doctor tell me once that when you think type 2 diabetes, replace those words in your head with heart disease. Because that's ultimately what diabetes leads to. It's almost entirely what diabetes leads to. And it comes from eating shitty food, or not eating 3 meals a day, not being able to eat healthy food 3 meals a day, being forced to eat pasta bread, and nothing else, because that's the cheapest stuff out there. And under certain circumstances, it's more cost effective to buy 2 big fat bags of plain potato chips and 2 2-liter bottles of Coke than it is to buy a basket full of healthy vegetables, depending on where the supermarket is in relation to you, what's on special that day, how much money you have. that sort of thing, whether you have access to a vehicle. The less money you have, the more likely you are to starve to death through diabetes. This is how people in the West starve to death. They literally eat garbage until their body shuts down and they die because they have
There's
literally
a
not
lot of
properly
welfare
nourished their
kids that
bodies.
are extremely overweight because they are not eating well.
Absolutely, because your body just sort of says, well, here's the thing, like you exactly. I mean, that's and this, because I had somebody, I used to argue like people are going hungry, and this guy who's a radio show host, by the way, like I first started honing my debating with radio show hosts, like right-wing radio show hosts, and I eventually walked away from it because I had two problems with it. The first problem was it's a show. It's a show, and which means that the person can never admit that you're right because that would take their cred away. The second is that you don't debate much in 3 minutes. It's very difficult. The 3 to 7 minute call, it's very difficult to debate anything. So but I talked to this guy and he says, well, when was the last time somebody in Canada starved to death? And I realized that technically the West African way that people starve to death hasn't happened in Canada in years, but that's not how people in the West starve to death anymore.
Yeah, well, Canada actually does have literally people going hungry, though. I heard about the people way up north.
Yeah, that's
Inuits,
part of
I
the.
believe, or natives. I don't know what the
Yeah, no,
proper word is.
well, there's basically when you hear Aboriginal peoples or First Nations, and more often than not, they're what you would have considered 30 years ago Indians, and when you hear Inuit, they're what you consider Eskimos. We just our Inuit people say don't call us Eskimo, because the word Eskimo actually translates into I think Cree or Algonquin as whale blubber eater, and it's much like Sparta. It's not the name they have for themselves, so they prefer to be called Inuit.
Okay. But
It's
I've
just
heard that there's a huge food issue going on there.
There is, but not because of money, but because of availability. I mean, that's permafrost and tundra up there, and those people for years lived by hunting and trapping and fishing. And unfortunately, it's a much more difficult way of life. Part of it was because the white man showed up and tried to quote unquote civilize those tribes. So they basically
dependent on our food.
That's part of it, but part of it is that they took away their children, put their children in residential schools, basically beat the Indian out of them.
Whoa. Okay.
Taught them not to. No, I'm not done, and I'm not going to be very patient with people who say otherwise. We took them away from their families. We put them in residential schools, and we beat the Indian out of them. That's something that's been that we had parliamentary committee on top of parliamentary committee over the last 30 years, and each one, tearful Aboriginal people and tearful Inuit people, told stories about how they were taken away from their families, put in residential schools, forced to cut their hair, prohibited from speaking their native language, or they'd get beat the shit out of. So don't tell me no. Don't tell me whoa, I won't hear it.
No, sorry. I totally agree with you on the residential schools. I'm with you on that and everything you said about it. I thought you were actually going down a different path. The thing is, what's happening now with the Inuit is that things are changing, and unfortunately it's changing for the weird reason. Is all based on northern sovereignty in Canada, and northern sovereignty is a big thing now because the Russians and the Americans are competing for resources, and as we know, that's a disaster and waiting to happen.
That's part of it, but part of it also, do you remember a few years back when I think it was a Norwegian ship basically planted a flag on one of our northern islands?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
Friggin' Norwegian ship shows up and goes, "Oh yeah, we like this. We're gonna take it." And the Canadian government was like, "Hey, hello." And unfortunately, the way that international law works is that if you claim a territory and you can't maintain a presence there, eventually it reaches a point where you lose your claim. And since the Arctic's a shitty fucking place to be, there's not an awful lot of people who live up there, and so basically the Canadian Navy has to troll back and forth. But hey, it's tough. I mean, even icebreakers have a hell of a time up there.
Yeah.
So
and from my understanding, most of this these asshole schools that started up was mostly in, well, the bulk of them were in northern Manitoba or Ontario.
Yeah,
And
northern Manitoba, northern Ontario, northern
yeah,
Quebec.
not so much the Inuit because they were still kind of out of reach at that time. And that's where I was like trying to say the whoa, whoa, whoa thing because it wasn't all of
No,
them; it was a certain group.
no, the Inuit had to suffer under residential schools too.
Yeah,
The reason that not as many of them did was because there weren't as many Inuit as there were the other Aboriginal tribes. Because it's difficult to live up north, and not as many people were. There simply weren't that many. There's not that many Inuit compared to the rest of the Aboriginal tribes.
I've met a lot of people from natives from buttfuck North Ontario, and they end up in a program called Bold Eagle. Some of them end up in the Raven program, and those guys there. I was talking to a few of my Aboriginal friends, and they're like, yeah, these guys are like totally like right out in the middle of nowhere. They have very hard time relating from one tribe to another, and it's very challenging even just for them. So the thing is that the only people that can really stand up for them is their elders and other people that are sympathetic to their cause, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, part of the problem with their elders is that there's a lot of band chiefs and stuff that, and I'm not going to say that they're corrupt per se, but there's a lot of cronyism. The Canadian government dumps a lot of money, quote unquote, into the native question, but very little of that money actually trickles down to the average native. And
Yeah.
it costs an awful lot of money to live up north because everything has to be trucked up there. Everything. If you want everything, it has to be trucked in or flown in, which means that the average apple costs about four to 5 times what it does down south.
That's
so,
right. Yeah.
When you hardly have any money and you're spending almost everything you got on the basics of living, it doesn't take too long before now. But the problem is that meanwhile, while all this shit's going on, there are a lot of band councils and a lot of chiefs and a lot of driving around in brand new SUVs with great big fucking houses and fat bank accounts, and it's unfortunately this is something that's going on. And some of this is simply because they don't, not to put too fine a point on it, but they just don't know any better. Part of it is because they are corrupt, and part of it is because they just think that this is how you get by in the world. You just think
and the other thing that I ran into was
they look at MPs down south. They look at our MPs and they see how much our MPs are paid, and they think that because they're chiefs of. And part of the problem, one of the really big problems, is that we allowed them to equivocate the word tribe with the word nation. And so a lot of them think that they're the heads of their own little countries. And that causes a lot of fucking problems in a lot of friggin' areas.
But there's such a difference between one tribe to the other, right? Or one nation to another, depending what terminology you want to use. I came from the Okanagan, right? And there's 4 Indian bands that I had talked to over time, and I have a lot of native friends, and depending on what region you go to, so for example the Asuyas Oliver Indian band, which is near Washington State, those guys there, they're doing quite well financially and everything like that. They want to close off their land claim. They haven't yet. And but the thing is, they actually have some decent chiefs that have come through and set up things for people. The Penticton Indian band, they like to actually they don't actually have any sort of things that I've seen them developing on until just recently. Now they're developing a bridge going across a river, which is going to try to stimulate more of their local economy. The West Side Indian Band, those guys there, they're freaking multimillionaires. Those guys have wineries and accommodations and everything. the Vernon side, North Kelowna. They really don't have much other than logging. So it's kind of like two of the two are doing well. And I went to an HR conference and I was talking to the guy from the West Side Band. He's like, I don't care what you call us the Red Man, whatever you want. And I was like, oh, okay. You know, it was kind of awkward. And he's like, I'm trying to get the guys off the band. I want to like settle our land claim issue and get this on with. And I've created all these jobs, even on the reserve. And they're just not used to it. They're just not acclimated to close off the deal. And it was kind of weird for me to understand, and it's still weird for me to like get my head around it. And but they have so many job opportunities within the reservation itself that it makes it opportunistic for somebody that's living on the reservation to actually do these things, right? So I don't know what it's like out east. You'd probably be able to give me a little bit of heads up on it, but that's the way it's working out here in BC anyway so far.
Well, I mean, I think it depends on, again, you're right by saying that, you know, every tribe is different, but I mean, there's a lot of different tribes, and particularly the ones that live on the northern plains, the southern tundra, that sort of thing. They, you know, what was that big fracas not too long ago about that chief that went on a hunger strike?
Oh yes, I know. Shit.
What's the name of that band?
That was way up north there, and they had the houses or something like that,
Yeah,
and they mismanaged their money.
Yeah, they had a hell of a time with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that, you know, there really is a lot of it really does depend on where, when, how. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why I gave you 4 examples, right? You know, it was like 2 of them are doing great, but the problem is that the chief is having a problem rallying the people around it. The other 2, they're going to suffer, right? And that's why I was trying to give you that. Even within a short proximity of each other, each band is different from the other, right? And I can imagine if that's within a 400-kilometer type of distance from each other, I can imagine what it's like across Canada, right? It's probably the same type of thing, right?
Yeah, no, that's true.
And the thing is, the people that are going to benefit the most out of the Aboriginals is going to be the people in the north, because they're talking about making a major military base up at Inuvik, or up near the Northwest Territories to protect northern sovereignty. The Canadian Rangers are getting tons of money doing stuff right now.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. There's
I know people that work with the Canadian Rangers, and they're like, yeah, it was never like this like 10 years ago. All of a sudden it just like totally spiked, and more so after Afghanistan, right? So
yeah, that's true.
And if you go to Facebook and you sign up to like the Canadian Army Facebook site, all you see is like guys on skidoos and toboggans and stuff like that, and they're training up north with the Canadian Rangers.
Yeah. Who up until recently were using old M1 Garand rifles.
Yeah, now they're using something different, but yeah.
Fair enough.
Well,
Dieter, did you fall asleep?
I find it kind of terrifying, actually, because what's going to happen in the near future, you know?
Dieter fell asleep. Sleepy Dieter.
It's because I'm boring and people misunderstand me sometimes, but... So why you up so late?
Just the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a living girlfriend. Are you married or anything? Or if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer. You don't have to. Don't worry. That's okay. I just wanted to get to know you a bit.
That's fair.
So what I do is, if you're interested, do you want to hear it?
What do you mean what you do? You mean for a living?
Yeah. I don't mind. I really don't care. So.
Well, I mean, I can't stop you from talking, dude,
Oh, no. I'm just wondering if you're interested. I'm not going to offer if you don't want to know, right? So. Seems like we're the only ones awake. Anybody else there? William's kind of waving, but he doesn't say anything. He just kind of types. He likes Ramsey, no?
Yeah, I'm still here.
And Gus is gone.
What's about it? It was about what? 2:20 right now, a.m. Damn.
Yeah. No, he doesn't like talking to me for some reason, but whatever. Mean is probably sleeping. Nadia's gone.
Yeah, probably was sleeping right now.
Simon's been gone for a while. Simon.
Yeah, someone said he's gonna take a break of 15 minutes. Then till a.m.
So, William, where are you from?
South Carolina.
South where? Sorry?
South Carolina.
Carolina. Oh. What's it like down there?
Warm. It's warm now. Trust me, it's warm.
What's
no
temperature
snow.
there right now?
Well, in the wintertime, we had no snow, but only like a little tiny little bit of snow, and that was it.
Yeah, it's much like that where I live. We don't get snow where I live, and I live in Canada, so I'm just north of Seattle.
Yeah, that's a lot of the grudge music's up there, actually. Nirvana, Pearl Jam.
Yeah. But they're long gone, and those guys are probably making money being producers or whatever it may be. Are you a native to there, or are you an immigrant, or born and raised?
I'm not from Canada.
Sorry?
I'm not from Canada.
Oh, yeah? Whereabouts?
No, I'm from the U.S.
New West?
No, I'm from the USA.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you said New West. New West isn't very far from me, so...
Yeah, there is something I want to talk about.
Yeah, shoot it.
It was about the babies.
Yeah.
Okay, about the whole time gay thing. It's the more of the woman having men, they become more female. You know what I'm talking about?
Men becoming female? Like us in
No,
transgendered?
no. It became more
Feminine?
yes. The more the woman has more men babies, the more filament they become. I was watching one of the native channels, and they was talking about it, and I wanted to go in, but it was full. So
Well, do you think that, or what's your problem within feminine men?
no, it's not a problem.
Right.
What I'm trying to say is that a woman is anybody, but as more men become more filaments, female, in other
Yeah.
words. I'm trying.
I think a lot of those type of ideas that people use to describe other people as being effeminate or whatever it may be is completely subjective, right? So one makes somebody effeminate or feminine, man being feminine is completely on each and other's plate, right? But that's just my opinion.
Okay.
So the thing is, if remember, I don't know how old you are or whatever, but the thing is,
35.
if you're growing up and you're like told be a man, well, that's like something that somebody told you, right? And you reacted on that. So the thing is, if nobody told you that, then how would you know a difference, right? You would just be a person.
Yes.
Or be a product of your your environment, in my opinion. Unless somebody else has something else to offer. Honestly, I have no idea other than that. Unless somebody enlightens me with something and we can run down another trail, but are you interested in what do you think that is it sorry, what brings us up? Is there a particular situation that you're if or and or something like that you want to run down?
No. It's no problem. It's not a problem. But I was hearing something on one of the native channels that was it really. I wanted to talk about it, but it was actually full, so I couldn't talk about it. But now I can talk about it.
Yeah, if you want to explore something, by all means, pitch it out there. And I'm not saying, and the thing is, even after we talk about it or something like that, keep bashing on and see what other people think too, right?
Okay, thank you. So what's going? Oh, Mommy, what's going on?
No, it was just her computer got a message or something like that,
Oh.
so it binged.
What do you mean you was afraid of something? You said something that you was afraid.
Who is afraid?
Yeah, you say you were afraid of something in the military or stuff.
When I was talking to Gus?
Yeah.
No, I was saying if he was interested in me knowing what I do, I'd tell him, but he didn't bite and left, so that's okay.
Oh. All right.
Because I've been kind of skirting what I do anyways, right? But not that I'm hiding it, because a lot of people hide what they do in their real life, right? The only thing I actually hide is who I am personally. I don't care if people know what I do. It's just my name, right? So, because there's so many of me out there, anyways, that it really doesn't matter, right? So, no, it was more along the lines. Um, I agree with Gus on a lot of the things that he says, right? So,
Here's someone who said something. The reason Gus didn't answer your question about why he was married or not, and then immediately left, is because he's working for someone and here to destroy Nia's room. He is here to take over and disprove so Nia lose viewers. Oh, shit. Okay. Gus is a higher point blank, and you confuse him with a question and left. Okay. Thank you.
well, I don't think that's really actually relevant because the thing is, it's not like I pinned him in the corner and made him actually answer anything. I asked him a couple questions if he wants to share something with me, and I made it very, very clear he doesn't have to. You know. So the thing is that I can kind of dismiss so it's been typed in there, and I don't think it's really fair to make that sort of analogy towards him. And who knows? It's pretty late out east. You know, it's 11:32 Pacific time. 4 hours on top of that, sure, whatever. I feel a little rejected. They didn't even say bye, but who am I to say, right?
With questions and left,
And if he really wanted to destroy Nadia's room,
can leave the second alpha brain here for 8 hours. He was here for 8 hours. I didn't know we was here for 8 hours.
well, he's been in a lot, quite a bit lately, and the thing is that hey, you want to type? Why don't you just talk, right? Put it out there.
True.
But the thing is, all I'm really saying is, like, if you have a hard-on for him or whatever, now he left. I defend Gus. So I'm not really going to take that guy seriously if he just, like, take off and left. Obviously, he's a detractor of Gus. Gus, pretty funny guy. I like him. Right? I've been listening to him more than he's ever interacted with me, and I don't think it's really fair what he said. I don't see any of the points that he's bringing in. I don't think it really justifies Gus's position whatsoever. I don't think it's very justified whatsoever because I've never heard Gus be a detractor of Nadia's, and the other thing is I think Gus has been very supportive of Nadia's position. So if that's the case, then John Trey obviously has something else going on.
I don't know what the link's going now. Oh, yes, Simon comes.
Well, look who shows up.
Simon, welcome to the show.
Jamos.
Jamos, welcome to the show.
Can you preach the gospel to me? I'm I'm starving for Jesus right now.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Jesus Christ is the Son of God, the one true perfect man. He died for your sins, and he rose on the third day to sit at the right hand of God and judge all of humanity on the last day.
Perfect.
If you believe in him, and you confess that he's Lord, and you believe he rose from the dead, you will be saved.
Thank you.
Is that all it takes?
That is all it takes.
Just pray to the Lord.
Pray to him and believe he rose from the dead. If you believe that, then you will be saved. It says that in Romans 10:9. It says it's two sentences. If you confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord and you believe in your heart that God rose him from the dead, you will be saved.
So, I have a question for you, Seamus. I think you're a pretty smart guy, and I think you're pretty switched on, and I enjoy listening to what you have to say. Sometimes I disagree with what you have to say, and maybe even a detractor to a certain point, and I want you to know that, right? So when you hear other Christians say that other Christians are not true Christians, what does that make you think? Does that
They might not
disturb
be.
you?
They might not be true Christians, but I can't know for certain. But they might not be. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, no. I actually accept your point of view. Now, what do you think about other Christians that say that so-and-so is not a true Christian? Does that make you go, whoa? Or do you just sit back and watch, or what? Or do you challenge those people to go, well, maybe you shouldn't be saying that? Do you do that in private? You know, what's a Christian thing to do when you come across that?
Well, the Christian thing to do, it says it in Gospel of Matthew. It says if you have a disagreement with your brother and sister, you do it in private. If they don't listen to you, you bring another Christian brother or sister. If they don't listen, then you bring the community, and if they don't listen, then you treat them like a pagan or a tax collector. So it's done in private, and it's done within the body of Christ and within the church to resolve the issue. But when I see people claim other people not to be Christians, first of all, I just want to know on what basis. What basis do you think that they're not a Christian? When we judge it case by case. I don't just be like, oh man, like if you just said that person wasn't a Christian, that's so wrong. No, I mean it's possible he might not be a Christian. Let's look at the facts on the ground and see what's up. Because, I mean, if for example, I'm a Christian, everyone knows that, but let's just pretend I'm not a Christian. I mean, if you would have talked to me 6 years ago,
I think you're a Christian.
6 years ago, I wouldn't have been a Christian, right? So if you had talked with me 6 years ago, and let's just say I was like, hey, I'm a Christian, and I was lying about it, right? Should we just be like, oh yeah, we have to accept that he's a Christian? No, that's ridiculous, because that's not true. I'm obviously not a Christian.
Well, the thing is, Seamus, I would never ever say that you're not a Christian.
Yeah, I just want to make that clear.
Even right now, I would never say that. I would never question that you're not a Christian, right? And I didn't know you 6 years ago, but if you didn't think you were a Christian, then well, okay, so be it, right? And maybe your standard has gone up a lot, right? But the thing is how would you feel if another Christian decided to challenge you on that? What would you do?
If I was sitting in a hangout tonight and some Christian joined and was like, Seamus, I don't really think you're a Christian, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I would just kind of ask him the same thing I would ask another Christian, saying another Christian is. I would just say, on what basis do you allege that?
Well, what would you do theologically, according to the Bible, to defend yourself? Because that's basically what's going to boil down to, right?
Right.
And I know you already told me something.
He's going to have to prove to me with the Bible that I'm not acting in a biblical manner as instructed by Jesus Christ, and then we'd have to go and review the facts on the ground. So, and then we'd have to go back and forth on that a little bit.
Have you ever been questioned on being a Christian?
No, never by a Christian. I'm not even sure if a atheist has ever questioned my faith. I'm not sure, but not that I remember offhand.
No, atheists don't count on that point, because the thing is that, in my opinion, if you think you're a Christian, right? atheists, detractors, whatever, right? There's so many different types of atheists, just like there's many Christians, like I mentioned the last time I talked to you.
Have you heard of these thing in the G plus community? Some people call it a PO. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but the thing is,
Well, let's just say that like if a Poe came on and he was like deliberately like trying to misrepresent that worldview, and he was like, "But no, I'm a Christian. Should we accept that he's a Christian just because he says it?" Like that's kind of the whole notion I'm putting forth. Like if we just accept that someone is who they say they are when they say it, then we don't allow the possibility for them to be deceiving us, and then that kind of
well,
creates.
to a certain degree, I've heard a lot of people characterize as pose or whatever they may be, and but on the one hand, I haven't been put into the position where that I should dismiss those people's arguments, right? I've
You
been
should certainly
fairly.
dismiss their arguments if they're a Poe. Like, for example, like
No, I understand what you're saying, but the thing is, how many times have you talked to me, Seamus? Maybe once before this?
yeah,
Like,
sounds about right.
do you even know my name? Like how many times have you seen me? So the thing is, with my minute interactions that I've had with people on YouTube and Google Plus, that who am I to say who's who, right? I judge people's capabilities with the interactions that I have with them. Right, and the thing is, if somebody's going to tell me they're a Christian, I'm going to take them at their word, right? But the thing is, I'm mostly going to try to, and this is a question that I had for you the other day, which was, what's an atheist worldview, right? And the one thing that even hardened my stance on it was that, well, Christian worldview is no different than an atheistic worldview. It's case by case by case by case, right? And there's a few things I can generalize or try to make guesses on, or whatever, maybe just to make conversation a little bit more fluid. But at the end of the day, is if I can guess on what somebody's opinion is about a certain particular topic, then we can advance our topic or our conversation a little bit quicker, right? Do you understand where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I get it.
So the thing is, what kind of disturbs me, actually, and this disturbs me more amongst Christians than it does actually about atheists, is that Christians are really bad at like calling out each other for being non-Christian. You don't seem to have that issue. People don't seem to actually detract towards you, but I've seen it with a few others that even hold that first criteria that you told me, right?
Right, and I kind of agree with you on something you said earlier. Like, look, if someone tells me that they are something, I'm just generally going to believe them, and I think that's a good route to go on until they give you reason to think otherwise. For example, if I run into a person, right, and it's like, look, I don't lie. Well, I'd be willing to provisionally accept that. Like, okay, you don't lie, but if I caught him lying, then we'd have a problem. So what I'm saying is, if someone comes up and he's like, oh, I'm a Christian, and then he, espouses something like God, he says God doesn't exist or Jesus Christ never exists, then I would have grounds to be like, hey, you're not a Christian, so. I think there's.
Well, yeah, you're definitely swinging out towards right field there when it comes to like questioning another Christian, right? So, no, I totally
I'm
agree
just saying
with
it's
you.
just such a weird line because, with the possibility of deception, and if we just accept it on face value that everyone is who they say they are, we open ourselves up to be deceived, and it's a hard line to skirt. It really is. It's so difficult that it's not really. There's no science to it. There's no right or wrong. It's
I
hard.
have another question for you, only because I'm curious, because I actually listen to you, Seamus, and I actually respect your opinion, right? I think that you're fairly smart guy. I still think you're fairly young and you still have a lot to learn, but I think I like the way you talk, right? And so, what do you think about how do I put it? Certain Christians that actually kind of misrepresent Christianity. Does it bother you? What do you like? I know you may talk to them or something, but to a certain degree, as me as an atheist that may not have an opinion on the Bible or cannot actually tell people that you're taking the scripture wrongly or whatever it may be, and to challenge a Christian that they're doing something wrong, even though that I was formerly a Christian myself.
Well, I would say this, as far as like what approach do I take when like another Christian is like misrepresenting Christianity? Well, it depends on to what degree someone's misrepresenting Christianity. Because think about this, all Christians misrepresent Christianity. Christianity is based on Christ, the one true perfect man who never sinned. We all sin, even as Christians, so we all misrepresent Christianity. But what I'm saying is, I understand to a certain degree of kind of what you're talking about. Like, what I'm trying to say is, we all do misrepresent Christianity in at least some way. For example, like, I'm not perfect, I sin, and in the moment when I do a sin, if another Christian saw me, I'm not doing the best example of Christianity. But what I'm trying to ask you, and I'm trying to get the more precise point, is like, there are certain degrees on the spectrum of how bad someone's misrepresenting Christianity, and like, I'm not just going to scold someone for a sin, you know. I might scold someone for constant and repeated of the same sin. You know what I mean? It's hard to really gauge. Like, if you could give me a specific example, I could be like, you know.
I could, but I don't really want to bring it up forthfront. The only reason
it's case by
number
case.
one is I don't want you to be in a position where you're actually criticizing somebody in a live hangout, and number two is that I don't want that person to be criticized by you, right?
Okay, well,
And
I'll come up with a hypothetical. How about that? I understand that. Let's say that it wasn't just like they made a mistake or they were sinning, or let's say that they were espousing something like racism. Let's say that they were like they were Christian, but they were like using the Bible to justify racism. Now, this would be to me like a gross misrepresentation of Christianity, and this wouldn't be like, for example, if I saw another Christian sin, I wouldn't like go off reprimanding them, right? But if I saw something to that degree, that would be a problem.
Okay, then do you challenge these people? Do you challenge them offline or something like that? Or do you just hold your tongue?
I'm more of a kind of a hold my tongue type. It depends who, like, if I have, like, for example, there's a few people, I'm not going to name their names, but, you know, they're kind of the most people that are used within the theist community that are critiqued often. Everyone knows the couple troublemakers we may have or whatever, but, you know, instead of me going to those people and usually telling them what I think, because I just usually don't associate with them very well, so, yeah, I'm more of a hold my tongue type of guy, but for the people that I associate with often, and I'm more closely to, I would definitely not be a hold my tongue type person. So, like, I guess it depends how close I am to that person, but
So
for
as
the
an
most
atheist,
part, no.
as an atheist, do you think I should be doing the same thing amongst people in my circle?
I would say that probably not to the degree that Christians do it, because there's no unifying nature within atheism. It's just a rejection of the claim. But there's a really unifying thing within Christianity. I would say that what I would suggest maybe is there are some arguments that are really, really terrible on both sides of the fence, whether you're a Christian or whether you're the atheist. Like, for example, one of the arguments that recently came up, and I will name names for this one because it was such a big event, there was forbidden fruit. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know who you're talking
He came out with the whole thing that religion is a mental sickness. And, like,
Yes,
you've seen kind of people come across the aisle on both sides and just be like, even atheists and theists are like, no, this is bullshit. And I think that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, you don't have to go around like policing your own, but when you see something that's so fucking ridiculous, and it's being put forth by an atheist, like it might be a good idea to like put him in check. You know, just not even just because he's making atheism look bad, just because he needs to be put in check. You know.
Hey, yeah, I don't even think that has to do with atheist. That's just a human thing that needs to be put in check, right? And
Right.
everybody should like go aboard. What would be an atheist argument that you think that needs to be put in check, though, other than that horrible argument you mentioned?
Man, the one that pisses me off the most is it's usually referred to as Russell's teapot, but what it is it's you take the Christian's argument.
I know the argument. Yes.
Just regurgitate it back to them, and then you say the magic carpet or the flying spaghetti monster or this, and you kind of just regurgitate the argument back to them. But what the Russell's teapot is actually a critique of unfalsifiability. It's actually saying, look, if you say that because something is unfalsifiable, therefore it's true, then that's when the critique of Russell's teapot comes in. Look,
Yeah,
there's this
I don't
teapot
think that.
that's unfalsifiable, it must be true. But here's the problem with that. A lot of times, atheists will use that argument even when you're not arguing from an unfalsifiable claim being true. It doesn't matter what fucking argument you're saying. They just drop it on you. And
I don't
me
think
and
that
Ozzy,
argument is meant for you. I would never give that argument to you because I don't think you deserve that argument. That argument would be held amongst my personal peers, which is a totally different thing, where they're apatheists, right? And I don't know, you know what an apatheist is, right?
right.
You know, that's where I would use that. Not with you. You're well beyond that argument, right? So
Someone that says, like, look, you can't disprove God, therefore he exists. Like, if someone tells you that type of argumentation, then that's when you say, okay, well, there's a freaking teapot flying around Jupiter, and you can't disprove it, therefore it exists. It's a critique on unfalsifiability, therefore it's true. But me and Ozzy, actually, he's an atheist philosopher, and he's come to the same agreement.
I know who Ozzy is, yeah.
Yeah, he said, Seamus, it's absolutely wrong for any theist to put that argument towards you unless you're arguing from an unfalsifiable claim, therefore it must be true. And what often happens is atheists are just like, oh, you think you have objective morality? Well, the flying spaghetti monster is the cause of objective morality. And it's like, wow, I wasn't even arguing from an unfalsifiability. It's just the worst argument in atheism. It just really is. And Ozzy agrees, so...
So I have another question for you. So I listened to, and if you don't want to answer this, is fine. This isn't the place to actually do it. But you were talking to Ozzy about a certain particular argument about a month and a half ago, I'd say, maybe over 2 months. But I haven't heard you pull it out lately. So I'm just kind of. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the argument I'm talking about, and yourself and Floyd have talked about it, and Ozzy. How do you still stand on that particular argument right now?
I'm just as firm as I've ever been in that argument. I'm completely, thoroughly convinced that they're committing a fallacy by asking for something that they know ahead of time cannot be provided to them. It's basically like it's rhetorical fallacy. It's basically you're asking a question that doesn't need to be asked because you already know the answer. It's a fallacy of rhetoric.
So you're almost thinking it's circular reasoning on their behalf?
Yeah, exactly. It's just not so clear cut, but it's just that. It's circular reasoning. It's not necessarily reasoning, it's circular justification. They want justification for something, but they know that justification can't be supplied. So it's circular justification, circular reasoning, whatever you call it. It's fallacious in its nature, but it's so hard to put a finger on. It's like saying this. This is the best way I can put it. It might not be the best analogy, but I think it's perfect. It's like saying, look, I can't taste the color purple, therefore purple doesn't exist. Unless I can taste purple, that is the only way that purple can exist. And we say, you can't taste purple? It doesn't work like that. And that's what they're saying with God. It's where they're like, well, if science can't prove God, then God doesn't exist. Science can't prove God. Okay? It's not, science doesn't doesn't prove supernatural things. Science works off of a premise called methodological naturalism, not methodological supernaturals. It's crazy, man.
So, when you think of these type of things, do you put yourself in the position of, or sorry, their position and how they're going to accept it, or do you create the position from that? This is my position, and I'm going to present it. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, kind of. I'll give you this answer and tell me if it kind of, you might want to re-ask. But I basically, like, how that argument came up, I'm not saying, like, how every argument comes up, but that one kind of came up from a conversation that we had on presuppositions, and it was on the Deeper Than Dogma episode 2, that is naturalism of presupposition. And me and Jimmy Stevens, he's a presuppositionalist Calvinist apologist that's big time into philosophy, and me and him were like banging heads with Ozzy and Floyd big time. It was a really cool hangout. But what happened was like the next 4 days at work, I was completely consumed by the conversation, and I actually went back and watched the whole feed 3 times in a 4-day period. And I kept mulling it over my head, and I remember it snapped to me one day, and I just said, "Oh my God, these guys are committing a fallacy of this circular reasoning." And I formulated the argument, and I went, and as soon as I got home, I got him on a hangout. We fucking went live, and I told him what I thought. It's just how it went.
You know what? I want to hear more of it, but the thing is, I think you need to like explain it a little bit better. Right. I'm very interested in your argument. Oh.
Yeah, I've got it refined now. That was, I went back and actually watched the video of that conversation, the one you're speaking of, and I did a pretty crappy job. But the point still remains, even though I think I could convey it a lot better now. Like, I have a little bit more concise way of explaining it than I did at that particular time.
Hang on, Seamus. I just got to plug in my headset here.
Hey, Seamus. Hey, man. How you doing?
Hello.
You mentioned hang out with Ozzy and Jimmy. Could you tell me which one it is, because I'm quite interested.
Deeper Than Dogma episode 2.
Oh, was that one?
The title will be called "Is Naturalism a Pure Presupposition?"
Oh, that one. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And then,
what circular argument were they using?
No, they weren't using a circular argument in that thread. They weren't using a circular argument in that video. It was actually the next video, which was, I think it's called like Deeper Than Dogma episode 2.
After show?
No, it's not an after show. It's like, it's called, it's funny how I put on there, it's episode 2 part 2. And it was like 3 days after it was not even like I said, I just came home from work, I got Ozzy and Floyd on a hangout, we went live, and I told them exactly what I thought. But here's the fallacy I'm alleging that they're committing. It's called the fallacy of circular justification, or you could also call it a rhetorical fallacy. It's basically circular reasoning, but it's more along the lines of what's known as circular justification. It's saying that you ask a question that you know the answer to ahead of time, and that the answer precludes you from what you asked, but you already knew that. So the asking of the question was only rhetorical in nature because you already knew the answer. So it works out like this. If I were to say, if I can't taste the color purple, then the color purple doesn't exist, right? And I know I can't taste the color purple. I know that ahead of time. And I'm proclaiming that since I can't it doesn't meet the standard, it doesn't exist. But I know that it can't meet the standard ahead of time. It's rhetorical. Do you see that? And it's a fallacy of circular justification. It's saying, prove God, but I know that you can't prove God. Haha. So
You
prove
see,
God.
that's the thing. Proving God is not like what you made the analogy with tasting a color, because people have been trying to prove God for millennia. Right? We know it is at least possible. It is conceivable to do that, right? It's not conceivable to taste the color.
No,
It's
there's
total
no
nonsense.
logical contradiction between it.
Right,
But
so
what
it's
I'm trying
not.
to but what I'm trying to show you, Art, is you can't you can't taste a color, and I can't prove to you God. God can prove to you God,
You
but I can't prove
can
to you.
prove to you God. That's your folly. That's not our folly.
Oh, I don't. It doesn't matter. You know that ahead of time, though, and
I
you
don't
still
know
ask.
that actually.
Please
No,
stop.
Actually, you do.
we actually do not know that. No, we. Okay, go ahead.
All I really wanted to do was get an understanding of what Seamus' argument is. And Seamus, please, why don't you throw out a post there, kind of refining your argument more in like text based, so this way people can analyze it. Because I really am interested in trying to learn it, and I know Art's already like criticizing it and stuff like that. But the thing is, as a non-believer, and you want to preach the gospel to me, please type this up and just post it. I'm already like in your circle, or I've subscribed to you, and I really want to see what you have to say. And but I have another question for you, and I was just kind of like trying to skirt it, and I don't really like stir up shit right now, even though I'm interested in listening to your stuff. Go ahead, guys. Make me feel lonely.
Wait, so I thought you had another question for Seamus.
I do, but I just want to make sure that he's there. Are you
No, I'm
there,
here.
Seamus?
Yeah. I was listening.
Oh, okay. So, Seamus, one thing I want to ask you about is your avatar. I understand what your avatar is, but when I was looking on your profile there, you seem to be an end days type of person. Am I totally false on this opinion, or what?
Well, you said you were going through my posts and looking at some of the content I viewed on YouTube, and because of that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. There's a couple of videos that I watched that were World War III simulations,
Yes.
and I'll explain. I've been writing a novel for over 2.5 years now. It's a post-apocalyptic novel written about 80 years after World War III. It's set on a global stage, kind of similar to Game of Thrones, where there's individual characters in different parts of the map that all kind of play a certain role. And I was trying to actually find plausible World War III scenarios that were giving me. Okay, I did a little bit of research, right? I was trying to like, what are the best political um, simulations of how this could go down, and I was going to try to like take ideas from the best ones and incorporate them into my book. I also did some other research of like the physical effects of a large-scale nuclear war and like how many years it would actually take to recoup the planet and to like get my numbers right. So I understand it looks like I was an end timer, but I was actually just doing book research.
Okay, so you're just doing research.
Yeah,
Because the
on the
thing
novel.
is, I look at like even your photo of your what's it called your
Banner.
your banner. You show like an Orthodox temple next to the mosque, right, in Jerusalem.
Correct. Yeah, that's the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, set forth in the old city of Jerusalem, and then the other thing is the Temple Mount and the Dome of the Rock.
So like that's why I asked you kind of that question is like, are you an end days type of person? Are you thinking that these things are actually coming to fruition or not? Right?
I'm not like necessarily an end timer. My view on end times is just like if you're right with Jesus, when it happens, it happens. But like I have to admit that I do see some things that make me think that it could be sooner rather than later. But I've also noticed that historical patterns in the past where 200 years ago people had just as much credibility to think the same thing as I'm thinking now. So it's like I'm not sure if it's going to happen. It's possible, but like I said, I'm not like counting the days or anything. I'm just trying to get right with God, and if it happens, I'm going to be on the right side of Jesus Christ. Hopefully.
No, that's absolutely fair, right? That's a lot better answer than I thought. So, no, it's kind of weird looking at some of your posts and your replies, and I thought you were like an end timers type of person, right? So, no, and I hope that the average Christian, and it doesn't seem very prevalent on YouTube, thinks that most of them seem to think that it's coming soon, right? So,
Right. Yeah. I think sentiment is pretty profound these days. It seems.
so do you feel a little ostracized by the rest of the YouTube Christians? Because the only reason why I ask this is because you actually stand a little bit different than most of the Christians that are out there. Most of the Christians that I see on YouTube are either like, you're a Christian or not a Christian, and end times are coming, or this is the way that the Genesis account happened, and that's the way it is. How do you feel when you stand amongst the ranks of those people?
I mean, I'm not very dogmatic, and the only thing I'm dogmatic about is who the person of Jesus Christ is and what he did. Anything else about like whether like you're either this or you're that or this thing happened or if I'm like, I think that people that take super hardline positions on things that are outside of Christian salvation doctrine is so small, just the core belief in Jesus Christ. Everything else is so it really is up for debate. It doesn't matter. It's not set in stone. You're not saved by this. And it's like when I see people getting so, like for example, I'll go even give you an example. There are some people, and I know you know them. They're young Earth creationists, right? I'm not a young Earth creationist. I'm actually agnostic. I don't know how old the Earth is. I really don't know. But the people that are, and then I don't have a problem with you being a young Earth creationist. The world could be young Earth, but some young Earth creationists, not all of them, will be like, look, if you don't believe in a young Earth, then you're suspect. The teachings that you believe in the Bible are suspect. You might not be saved, or they get mad at other Christians because they don't believe in the young Earth because they think it's taken away from God's word. And like, I just look at those people and I'm like, look, you might be right, dude. You really might even be right. But the thing is, you don't have to be dogmatic about this because people are not saved by their belief in how old the Earth is. They're not. They're saved by faith in Jesus Christ. This shit doesn't matter. It just so people that take that stuff so serious, I like to remind them, look, salvation doctrine is so simple. This shit doesn't matter. You need to be placing your eggs in the basket of the gospel and not the basket of freaking this.
But in their mind, it matters because the doctrine of, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate, Shamos, that the doctrine of original sin in their mind hangs on that balance. And if you refute the doctrine of original sin, which I don't follow this sort of chain of thought, but they're thinking if you refute the traditional creation story and that's wrong, and now you put the Bible in question for, is it allegory, is it literal, blah, blah, blah. Beyond that, then next thing is the fall. Are you going to put that in question next? And as soon as you take away original sin out of the doctrine, then you're putting the salvation story at risk. There's like this weird step where it's all or nothing, and it's all intertwined. Yeah, it's all intertwined, and you can't separate them out. Oh my gosh, and it's very frustrating because I think the Earth could be old. I think science is stacking up the cards to where it seems like we have an old Earth. Evolution's possible, and again, everybody's stuck and we're made in God's image. Well, are we physically made in God's image? Because I don't think so. Is God really limited to physical being?
No. We're made in Jesus' image, and Jesus is God. There's a really awesome exegesis that I saw earlier tonight on that. And it was talking about in the Daniel chapter 7 where the Son of Man comes on the clouds on high. And then there's an actual verse in Psalms that God comes in the clouds. And then shows you that that's actually one of the references that Jesus is God. And you'll notice that when we're made in God's image, we're actually made in Jesus' image, who is God, who's the God-man. So it's not so much that we're not made in God the Father's image, we're made in God the Son's image.
But I'm saying, is it our flesh and blood that makes us in God's image? I don't think so.
No, it's it's partly, but it's not. What mostly is some people will say the soul, the mind, the conscience, but I don't care what you call it. It doesn't matter. I don't even want to get into semantics, but that's the most important part. That's what makes you you. That's what makes you made in the image of God, because you're a moral agent, and you were made to be able to distinguish, right from wrong. And so a lot of people don't know this, but that was a terrible preface. Let me take that back. People don't realize that humans don't have an obvious purpose. It's called teleos. It means purpose in Latin. It's just when you look at the purpose for humans, they're, it, like for example, the purpose of like a tree or something is way more obvious than the purpose of a human. Like the purpose of a tree is to do all these things to soak up oxygen, and it produces something. It produces oxygen, and it's beneficial. But humans, we don't have this necessary purpose. But when you look at it in a Christian worldview, the purpose of a human is a moral agent. Your purpose was to actually be made in the image of God and actually serve God and come to know and do the right things and please God through that. So that's the purpose of humankind. That's what the teleos is.
So, I have a question, Seamus. And this is going to take a little bit of time because I'm coming around to just what you just said, and it's going to take a little bit. Do you have a soul?
Sure, you call it whatever you want, soul, conscience, any of that type of stuff. Well,
Okay,
yeah.
so I need you to tell me what a soul is so we can move on.
And within the Christian worldview, it's most likely going to be kept that. So your body is material, right? So your material body, it perishes, right? But you have something more to you than that. It's not like look, when your physical body perishes, you're done, you're gone, that's it. No, Christians believe that there's something more. There's your physical body, but there's also something else, something more, something intrinsic. And this is what we'll call the soul. And a lot of times it's tied to the mind and the conscience. And
So what happens when I die?
What do you mean? So that question, I would jump straight into biblical Christian theology. So you kind of get where I would go with that answer. When you die, okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Die. Ask me a question.
Say that again?
No, so I die. Ask me a question. That's what I want because I'm looking for options here.
Well, what he wants to say, what happens after you died? After you died, the body is dead. So there is a spirit that goes up, and then you go someplace.
Do I go to heaven? Do I go to hell? Do I go to purgatory? Do I?
You go to kind of like a liquid, or going back to the planet, or going back to originally the sun or something.
What do you think if you were to die, Seamus? What's going to happen to you? How about that?
Alright, I'll kind of start with a preface, which is kind of like what the modern Christian train of thought, and then I'll actually tell you what I believe. Most Christians, there's so many different levels of thoughts within this. Like, when you die, a lot of people, like, one of the people, like Seventh-day Adventists and a few other people, they call this thing called soul sleep. That you will actually, when you die, you will go into this kind of soul sleep where you'll basically be inactive for a time until the end times are ushered in, and then you will be raised from the dead and stand before Jesus and be separated into the right and the left. Well, some people don't believe in this soul sleep. some people will say that when you die, all people are saved. Those will be universal. Some people will say that when you die, you're kind of judged by your deeds and stuff, and that would be almost like a Catholic view, even though most Catholics don't even really hold that view. That's kind of a straw man of the position. But what I'm saying is, let's get to what I believe. There's a lot of different views of Christianity, what actually happens when you die, and how the process goes. For me, I think it's going to kind of go like this, and this is speculation. Some of it's biblically based, obviously, but I think what's going to happen is this. Okay, let's say I die right now. I would say that either A, there's going to be a period of time it's not really going to seem like time, where it's going to be like nothingness. Okay, and I
Time's
would
irrelevant at this point.
right, and I would probably see it'd be either be
Be a
nothingness. Yeah, just for a second, and then you would. I'm thinking right after that you are going to be standing in a long open area, like a long open grassy plain, and you're going to be when you wake up, you're going to be standing side by side in rows and columns of all different types of humans that have ever lived, and you're going to see people as far as you can see, from left to your right to your front to your back. They're going to be hundreds and thousands of miles of just people standing side by side of each other. And then what's going to happen is you're going to see Jesus Christ, and he's going to be sitting on a throne. And then every person is going to bend their knee, and every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. After that moment, he's going to pull his hands forward. He's going to drive everyone and split them into the right and the left. The people on his right are going to be the sheep. The people on the left are going to be the goats. The people on the right are going to inherit the kingdom of heaven, and the people on the left are going to go into the lake of fire. And there's a few, basically that's what I think. There's a few different thoughts about the 1,000-year reign and different things about when it's going to happen and dispensationalism, but all in all, I mean, that's pretty much just what I think.
Okay, so I'm gonna pitch you another story that's kind of similar to this. I like to think of myself as a good human being that's trying to do good things with other people that are out there. I do not take my deeds as a check mark for myself for doing good things. I do good things because I think they're right and just. I am the sheepdog protecting the sheep. I will do anything, including sacrificing my life towards those sheep. Right? So me even being an unbeliever, am I going to be cast to the pits of hell? Just because of those
you don't even
right
realize
things?
what you just did. It's blowing my mind right now what just happened. It's like, this is crazy. Okay, you don't realize it, but you just made a parable that Jesus made in the Gospels. I'm like got goosebumps right now. Jesus said that I am the good shepherd. He said, I'm willing to die for my sheep. I'm not the hired hand. I don't run when the wolf comes. I'm willing to lay down my life for my sheep. My sheep know me, and I know them, and they know my voice. Okay, so you just said the same thing Jesus Christ said that he was going to do, and you espouse that as one of the top ideologies of your life. Do you realize that?
Well, the question I'm actually asking you is, regardless if I'm espousing that or not, knowing it or not, what is my fate?
Well, it depends if and you're obviously a truth seeker. You're obviously here asking questions. You're trying to figure things out. I don't have everything figured out, so don't act like I'm like your teacher or anything. I'm just as much trying to figure things out as you.
I think you're a pretty smart guy, so I'd rather take your opinion over other people I met on YouTube.
So I'd say this: you're a truth seeker. You're looking for the truth. It all depends if you, on your journey, if you come to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. And I would just put it this way: I don't know. Let's say that you don't take Christ as your Lord and Savior. You go to your death and you're still an atheist or whatever. I don't know for certain if you will be saved. I don't know for certain if you will be condemned. That's God's choice and God's choice alone. But I tell you this, I would not gamble with my soul like that. I would not take that. I would not do that gamble. So what I'm saying to you is, I don't know what's your fate's going to be. Only God knows that. But if I were to prescribe to you, I wouldn't take that chance. I would accept Christ as my Lord and Savior. And I'm not saying believe something that you don't believe, because that's impossible. But what I'm saying is, if you look hard enough and you're honest about it and you humble yourself, there's enough evidence out there that I firmly believe could convict you enough to the point where the Holy Spirit will find you.
In my opinion, and don't get me wrong, I'm not discrediting anything you said. Why do I need Jesus to tell me what's good or not good? The thing is, if I don't hear his message and I don't know who he is, and I still do the right things, then why am I condemned?
Well, like I said, I don't know if you're condemned or not, but I know in the Gospels it says Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father but through him. And that verse is often interpreted that unless you accept Jesus Christ, there's no way to salvation. And see, there's another verse in that Good Shepherd parable that I just was talking to you about that says, there are other sheep too in another pen, and these sheep will also know my name, and I will take these sheep and I will make one flock. So it almost implies that there are some people who are different from not Christians. There's another group of people that will be saved. Some people think it may be the Jews. Some people interpret it as righteous Gentiles. That would be you if you have lived a righteous life. I don't know how that verse is interpreted. I do know that.
Yeah, I understand. And the thing is, the way that I'm saying or thinking about it is myself as a sheepdog looking over the sheep, and I protect them, and I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Even if I don't believe, I'm still doing the right thing. And even if I die as an atheist doing those very same things, that I will be in the glory of God. Only because of my actions, even though that somewhere in the Bible it says that your actions do not do that.
We believe that like our actions aren't good enough. Our best good person, whoever that is not good enough necessarily. That we actually do require a Savior to bridge the gap between a holy God who is just and perfect.
What if I don't think I'm good enough for that God, even as an atheist? You know, like maybe the idea in my head is that I don't believe in the God because I cannot hold that uphold that standard of that person. And the thing
Let me
is,
say this.
but I'm gonna frickin' try.
I used to be an agnostic atheist for a long time in my life. I would just look. I don't know if God exists. That's the kind of atheist that I was, and crap. I lost my train of thought. I was actually going somewhere with that, right about on the lines of what you were saying. But
Okay, so I was talking about being a good sheepdog.
That's like hard mode religion there. It's almost like I'm going to be as righteous and good as I possibly can, and I'm going to outweigh my bad with the good in this imaginary scale system, and it's almost impossible to do. I'm not going to say it's impossible because I think there were some people in the Old Testament that managed to do that, but I'd say it's very rare and almost impossible to do.
I was an agnostic atheist, and I used to think this when I was an atheist, and I would use this to justify my atheism. I would say, look, I don't know if God exists. I'm agnostic. He may exist. But if God does in fact exist, I feel as if I'm a decent enough person. Like, look, I haven't killed anybody. I haven't raped anybody. Like, I truly feel compassion and empathy for people. And, like, I feel as if, like, I'm a decent person at heart. And I feel like that if there is a God, this is what I used to think when I was an atheist. If I get there at the end and there is a God, and I'm sent to hell because even though I'm a good person, all because I didn't believe in Jesus Christ or whatever, then fuck him. He's not a just God. He's not worthy of worship, and then I don't care either way. So either I get there and I'm a good person, he accepts me for who I am, or I get there and I'm a good person and he condemns me, and I wouldn't want anything to do with that God anyways. And that was good enough to justify my atheism for a long time. But I've come to realize that that isn't the way to approach it. It's just that's not what I want.
So, Seamus, I have a question for you, and I revealed a little bit about me. Do you think that I'm a bad person? Do you think that I want horrible things happen to people? Do you think that I would put my own personal life amongst other people that don't understand what's going on? Do you think that I deserve an eternity of hell?
Well, no, I don't. But I think most people on this earth are going to fall under that heading. I think most people generally are good. I think most people generally would do the right thing. I think most people generally have compassion. I think in my opinion, most people shouldn't go to hell. But the thing about that is, I'm not the one true God, the creator of the universe. I'm not the author of morality. I'm not wholly good. I don't have unlimited knowledge. So yeah, it might look to me like, man, these people shouldn't go to hell, but I don't have the full picture, and I didn't make these people. I didn't author reality, so I can't. Who am I to say?
So no, I totally accept your answer. So what are you gonna do when you watch me burn in hell for eternity while you're sitting up in heaven?
Well, that presupposes that you would burn in hell for eternity. Well, for one,
No, I'm just saying, what if, right? You know,
oh, what if?
You know, what are you gonna think? Do you think I'm a bad person, Seamus? Do you think that I would put you in harm if I had to?
No, but I don't think I don't think most people in this room would do any of those things.
But how would you feel as a person like yourself, maybe being upon the elect, sitting there watching down, look at me, watch my flesh burn over and over, and smell that? Like, you ever smelt flesh burning ever in your life?
I smell like hair burning or something.
No, you gotta smell flesh burning in your life, because the thing is, it makes me almost vomit every single time I smell it. Right? The thing is, if you can stare down at me, watching me burn in hell over and over again because your God demands that I wasn't a follower, my skin is boiling off, and you smell the hair, the skin, and everything else boiling, what would that make you think?
Would you want us to gloat?
Well,
Be like, ha, that's what you deserve?
I'll kind of carry on through the thought experiment. So let's presuppose that all this stuff I'm in heaven. Yeah, you're in hell, and I actually witnessed you burning and all this stuff. You know, I would think that at that time that all things are going to be revealed to God's people, and we're going to ultimately understand the reasons for everything. So I think that at that point I'm going to be basically enlightened to the point that I'm going to be accepting of God's plan, and I think that. And this is going to sound horrible, but you have to understand the justification. Like I said, I don't have all the facts now, but I believe that then I will, and I think that when I am looking down on you, I'm going to think it's justified. And I know that sounds horrible as shit, but you got to understand that I'm counting that God will reveal to me of why that's justified.
Now, I honestly believe in annihilationism because I cannot fathom or make sense of a God that will punish people for all eternity for finite sin. Maybe a temporary punishment and then annihilation later. But and while emotionally I would like universalism to work out, I can't support that with Scripture. There's nothing in Scripture that supports universalism. You can support annihilationism, and you can support literal hellfire if you want, but you cannot support anything with universalism. You just can't. So here's the thing, Bohica. Either way, there's suffering in the ending of a well, either there's an end of a soul, suffering and an end of the soul, or there's eternal suffering. Either way, either of us, if one of us is right, and we both end up in heaven, and if we were to look down and you didn't accept Jesus as Lord and Savior, but you were aware of Him, and you ended up paying that price, I don't think any of us would be emotionally good If that makes you feel better, because I don't think God says that. I think God weeps for people. I don't think he's happy that people are suffering. I don't. If there is a hell, and if it is eternal damnation in a lake of fire and stuff like that, I don't think God is happy that people are in there. If that makes sense.
I'd like to hear Seamus's response to this before I reply.
Okay.
Sorry, no, I was listening to just the very end of that. I was typing out a response on one of his YouTube comments. I don't want my trolls.
Okay, I can jump in. So here's the thing. The way that I kind of look at it is that your God, regardless of what I think who him or her is, has given us certain guidelines. And myself, I've already declared that I'm a sheepdog amongst the sheep. And I protect those people. And I'm doing the best that I can, do what I can, regardless if I believe in a God or not. And to a certain degree, I already recognize that a God exists, and which we've already acknowledged, or may possibly exist, actually, is the best analogy for that, is that everything that declares me to go towards a infinite life or a heaven or whatever it may be, I think that maybe I might be on the forefront on that, simply because I accepted annihilation. I accepted the possibility that there is no afterlife. And I also accept that the fact that everything that I've done, and I was willing to sacrifice myself and martyr myself towards these people to keep their life infinite for the duration of their current existence, that maybe I've done more. And that I think that is more powerful than actually believing in Jesus.
But we believe that our good is not good enough. My works are not good enough to make it. My works, my very best self, is not going to be equal to God's holiness, no matter what I do.
Stop. Because the thing is, when it comes to people like me, I don't have to worry about that, right? You got to remember, I'm not worried about being worried about. All I know is that I'm dead and it's over. You are worried about making sure that you believe in Jesus and it's over and you go towards heaven. When it comes to somebody like myself, I'm held to a different standard than you.
You would hope so.
No.
But
but
we're all on equal playing ground, aren't we?
Not necessarily. Because there's different, it's already been dictated, there's a different playground between a believer and a non-believer.
Well, isn't it unfortunate that you've heard the gospel then and rejected it? I'm just pointing out that.
Not necessarily, even though I rejected it, and still, the thing is, I'm still the sheepdog. Right? Yeah, I don't give a shit about my works. I can suffer an eternity in hell.
But
are you a sheepdog?
I try to be.
Are you willing to die for people? Yes. Are you willing to?
Heaven?
The thing is, are you seriously? Are you willing to die for people?
You're echoing the same sentiments I was when I was an atheist. You're just saying, look, I'm good. I'm a decent person, and I'm going to continue being a decent person, and I'm going to accept the consequences of being a decent person. And
you think that's absolutely wrong?
No, I don't think that's wrong.
If I die, that all of a sudden I'm condemned to hell just because I made sure that his believers are still going to heaven? And you know what?
It's not wrong at all. It's not wrong at all.
But he knows that I'm going to contribute to those people going to heaven.
It's not wrong at all to assume that, but what it is it doesn't reflect the truth. So
you're going to sit there and watch me burn while I created other believers that went to heaven. You were going to sit there, watch me as being the sheepdog, watching the other sheep for Jesus going to heaven, even
I have
though
no
I
control
created
over
those
that.
people.
I
Yeah,
have no
you're asking
control
us
over
to be
that.
judges. We can't judge anybody.
I have enough care for you that I'm here trying to share with you the gospel or do whatever I can to convince you otherwise to accept Jesus Christ. It's not like I'm, I can't prevent. I'm doing all that I can do is what I'm doing now, and I can't do anything more. And I'm,
So when you sit in heaven, I'm just asking you, that you're going to sit there all comfortable and comfortably numb, Pink Floyd, and sit there and go, yeah, this person, Mr. Frank Coaches, brought all these people to heaven, but he's in hell burning for eternity.
What do you guys want? What do you want Shamos to say? Do you want him to rage against God and make it not happen? Like what is a lower being going to do to a creator of all things?
So, but are you saying it's just?
No,
Are you
I
saying
don't align myself with God because He's just. I don't. I align myself with God because it's the truth. Like, for example,
I've
I
heard
don't
you
align
many
myself.
times
I don't
say
like to
that
align
you thought
myself.
he was just?
Well, yeah, I think he's just. But what I'm saying is, I'm not going through. Yeah, I'm not believing in something because it makes me feel better. I'm not believing in something because it helps facilitate my worldview. Or I'm not. The reason why I'm believing in something is because I believe it reflects reality. That I believe it's true. I'm not. I don't believe in God because I think he's a good guy. I believe in God because I think it's true.
Well, thank you very much, because you've now answered my question that I'm going to be in the pedestal ahead of you. That's basically what you said. So the thing is, I don't need to believe in God. As long as I do the right things on this planet and making sure that I'm the sheepdog, as far as I
Bohica, what
understand.
we consider right isn't always right. How about that? What's right on this earth? Tell me. Because I live in the upside down world where some people think being right is killing another person, or some people think being right is being communist, or some people think being right is being a capitalist, or some people thinking right means a monarchy, or some people that think is right is food distribution. Other people think right is not food distribution. Hey, Palm Jam believes in compassionate nihilism. He thinks that's right. What's right? Tell me what's right and moral. Because I see like a lot of variances. Tell me who's a good person, really, truly. A lot of people think they're good people. Are they really good people? I don't know. Are we completely good?
Do you think I'm a horrible person?
I don't
Do you
think
think
you're a
that
horrible person, but I think our good is not good enough, and most of our good is selfishly driven in some way or another. Even if your altruism is to the max, there's some selfish component to it, and our good is not good enough. I don't want to say that we're evil or that we're so depraved there's no good in us or anything like that. What I'm saying, Bohica, is that I believe that yes, God's just, and my good is not equal to His, and I'm not good enough without His help.
Have I done anything wrong?
I don't know. Have you? I've done things wrong.
Well, if Christianity is true, then we've all done things that are wrong. That's just the bottom line. It doesn't make you any better or worse than me because I've committed one sin is enough to condemn you, and I've definitely committed more than that. And
I know Christians that are like, personally, that I can blow out of the water with morality, and they think they're the elect, and I just laugh at them, figuratively in my mind, not like a gloating way, because that's not.
But the funny part about it is they're not saved through their works. They're saved through grace. They're saved through faith. So it's like, I mean, you may even have more works than them. Like, what I'm saying
Yes,
is
I was waiting for
you
that.
may have more works than them. It's true. Like, you may be looking at this Christian and be like, look, and then you might even be right. You might even have more works than them, but they're not saved by their works. So
Oh, no, you actually, you were saying the thing
I'm
that I
a
was waiting for you to
Protestant,
say.
so yeah, there it is.
You were
I'm not ashamed to say
saying
it.
by grace. Who says that I'm not the person that does thing by grace, even though I don't believe? What is grace?
Grace is getting something you don't deserve.
Absolutely. I do a
But you're
lot of
refusing
things.
that gift. You're saying, I don't need your gift. I can do it on my own. That's what I hear, Bohica.
Wouldn't you think that's a better thing
No,
than
it's not.
actually
It's called
accepting it?
pride. It's called pride, Satan's favorite sin. There you go.
Like if
Really?
well, think about it. Like if a car flipped over on you or something, and you asked another person to walk by, and you needed him to help you, or you're about to fall off a cliff, and you got your fingers and you're scratched for it, and a guy walks by. I mean, you're naturally going to ask for help. You're going to ask for someone to save you. You're going to want a savior in that moment. It's not, just because you have pride doesn't mean you can't take help. If Jesus truly is the savior and he's the one that's going to bring you to the afterlife,
Oh,
you
you're
don't
so
need.
off the mark. Because the thing is, I work in a commune organization where I depend on other people, so therefore I declare anything that you said about pride and working with other people absolutely mute. Right? The
Okay,
thing
so
is,
like the thing is like you can give a long list as a Christian of all the things that you do right, but if you're not focusing on who gives you salvation, you're missing the point.
I
You could be
don't care
Mother
about
Teresa or
salvation. That was
something, and people could go,
oh,
ooh.
Mother Teresa. That's a totally different thing. But the thing is, when it comes towards salvation and stuff like that, and not having to, I have a team, and I work with other people, right? And you've totally shot the mark with those other comments that you made. You know, I don't have to worry about pride. There's people backing
There's
me
different
up.
kinds of pride. I'm trying to tell you that you're saying that your good is good enough. So even if there is a God, you'll be cool. That's what I'm hearing. And I'm just saying, are you sure about that?
Oh, jeez. When my
Because
number comes up and I die, so what?
I follow a lot of rules, according to the Bible. I do in my personal life. I might be liberal, like in the sense that I'm liberal for secular America and stuff like that, but in my personal life, I'm pretty conservative. As much as I joke and stuff like that, in my actions, I'm extremely conservative. I follow all these laws and rules and things like that. Do I think that earns me to heaven? No, because my good is not good enough. I'm pretty compassionate. I'm giving, things like that. Like I'm so humble, quote unquote. No, like I could do all these works and put them on a scale, and it would not be good enough. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Does good outweigh bad? Like,
I
how much
always tell
good does
myself I'm
it
not
take
good
to
enough.
outweigh bad?
I'm never good enough. If my troops come home in a body bag, I'm never freaking good enough. I'll tell you that right now. I am very dependent on the training that I give towards the people that I have to give them, so this way they can justify what they need to do in a certain circumstance to make sure that they're still alive. You cannot relate to that whatsoever.
You're in the military?
I understand.
I would put myself before them any time and die. And the thing is, when they die, I die.
I can
Does
tell
that
you have
make
a
me a
lot of
bad person?
compassion. No, you have a lot of compassion. Like I said, most people are compassionate. Most people are, I'm not saying everyone. There's some real bad people out there, but for the most part, most people are really compassionate. They're good. They've done bad things, but on a larger scale, they do more good than bad. And if you break them down to it, they're compassionate and good people. But I don't think that that's enough to save you. I don't think that the Bible thinks that that's enough
I
to save
really don't care if it isn't enough to save me. The thing is, I would burn an eternity of hell to put myself in my place before you.
Bohica, that's not your job. That job was done for you.
It really doesn't matter.
You don't need a messiah complex. We already have one.
No, I already understand that. But the thing is, when it comes to people that are around me that are really actually care for her and actually do their own thing, and the thing is, a lot of the people I meet, they're pretty good people. There's a lot of people that I meet that do a lot of bad things, but they're not that horrible. And
Bohica,
the
I
thing
really
is,
do believe you're sincere, just so you know. I really think you're sincere. You probably have a heart of gold. Like, just spending a little bit of time with you today, you seem like sort of a gentle person. Somebody that
Then
does love
why
other
am I
people.
so bad?
No, I'm sure what she's
Why am
saying
I
is
so
true.
bad? Why am
I'm
I so
sure.
bad? I fail at things. I've built houses for kids in Mexico. I've worked with an orphanage. I've helped provide water for kids in Africa. I've
Do
helped
you hear me?
inner city
Sorry.
youth. I've helped inner city youth. Why am I so bad?
Oh, sorry, I cut out when I heard the inner city
You know,
youth.
I've worked with inner city youth. I've worked with building a house in Mexico for people that lived in a dump.
That's awesome.
You know, stuff
I
like
wish
that.
I can do that.
That stuff's not good enough for me to go to heaven, though. I mean, you got to think, like, in our concept, there's a holy God that is sinless and cannot be around sin, right? And here we are, you know. I view us as not totally depraved, but people that sort of have, like, our version of depravity is that we have graffiti all over us, sort of, and that we could try to do our very best and our very good, but it's always going to be tainted by something. Our good is always not perfect.
I have a
Our love
question
is not
for you.
perfect.
Then what's the purpose of this life if it has to do with the afterlife?
That's a good question.
It's a proving ground, is what it is. It's the
Well, if
ultimate
it's a proving
test.
ground and I don't need to, acts or deeds have nothing to do with this life, then what does it have to do with the afterlife? Does that make any sense to you, or
Yeah,
am I
it's a
like off
proving
the mark?
ground, not a proving ground for works or deeds. It's a proving ground for sure, but the method of which that we're being measured against isn't the deeds, but so what I'm saying is it's through faith in Jesus Christ. So the proving ground is not that you do the right thing. It's that you come to accept the free gift of salvation from Jesus Christ, and just to come to know who He is and accept that and put your faith in Him, and just be like this. This is how one of the ways that I came to faith in Jesus Christ. I had my personal experience, but things that back it up are this: when you
Did you
read the
take
gospel,
peyote?
you read the gospel, and you read the person of Jesus Christ and what He said, and I just don't think He's lying. I don't think He's a liar. I do not think that He would steer us wrong. I think He is who He says He is, and I think He was being honest. And
When I read the gospel of Jesus Christ, is like, I understand it's not about deeds, right? I think that his message is that go be over and beyond, right? That's the understanding that I have, regardless of what you believe, right? And the thing is, you will find salvation. And the problem is that I think that some of the Christian thinks that salvation is you have to identify this particular person. But on the other hand, I think that a true deity, a true person that thinks that there's an afterlife and stuff like that, he doesn't actually count on deeds. It's like, it's self-sacrifice. It's doing the exact things that Jesus would have done in his type of thing, forgiveness, and all these other attributes that he has makes you the person that you are, not just like being an automaton.
I see what you're saying, but I mean, we also believe, I mean, Christians believe that out of your heart flows the words out of your mouth, and out of your heart, as you're transformed into faith, you should have some actions that show your faith. You should have fruit of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Those things should eventually be showing in your life, right?
But I have those things even without Jesus.
I see a lot of people that have those things, and I would say that that's because we're made in God's image, but our good on our own is not good enough.
Well, of course it's never going to be good enough. And the thing is that if you are using that as a benchmark, then you're wrong, right?
What's my benchmark? God?
Jesus.
God's standard? God's standard is the benchmark, and by ourselves we can't make it.
No, but the thing is that if you can try to actually, sorry, this is actually a wrong analogy, but the thing is, you don't need to think about the benchmark to actually make the benchmark. Does that make any sense? Am I off the mark?
Through Christ's atonement, yeah.
The thing is, why do I need to actually... I think that it's actually a greater thing that if you don't believe in him and you still do what he expects, then you're going to be hitting the mark.
So, Bahika, what I'm hearing from you is like an argument that David Smalley in Dogma Debate makes when he tries to say that a humanist that's an atheist is a better person than a Christian, because a humanist that's an atheist doesn't have the carrot on the stick that someday they're going to heaven. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's the first time I heard that.
Because you don't, yeah, Dogma Debate, David Smalley, I've heard him say basically that atheists are somehow more moral because they're not afraid of hell, and or they don't have the carrot on the stick of heaven. You are not the first atheist to say this.
No, this is the first time I heard of this, so
Yeah.
this is new to me.
I've heard many a humanist say this, actually.
This is new, so, to me. And I'm not trying to use it as an excuse or anything, but
I think it's similar to kind of what I was echoing earlier. It's just, you're doing it by your doing good and then being good in your heart. You're kind of, even though you're not a Christian, you're kind of espousing these things that Christ said to do. And you're saying that by doing those things, you're kind of hitting the mark even though you're not a Christian, you're still kind of taking Christ's teachings to heart. But, I mean, I would say this. If you...
No, I'm sorry, you're misrepresenting me.
Okay, well,
I don't need Christ's, his documentation beyond it, or on how to be a good human being. I think what I'm saying is that my own will and my own free will has obviously driven me towards doing those things. So even if he existed and he's telling me to do these things, which I have no evidence for, right? And I have no personal revelation for, and maybe your God's actually talking to me, and he's actually making me do these things.
It's possible, and it's possible he might be doing these things with a thought in mind to bring you to Christ soon. So
but maybe he realizes that he doesn't need to actually bring the thought to Christ to me because he doesn't need to. I'm already following the path.
So you're saying you have self-atoned, you have made yourself right with God just on your own works and your own deeds because you're naturally a good person at heart. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is that everything that works out for me because God is omniscient is that he's already, without my knowledge, already selected me to do certain things regardless of what my feelings are about him.
I kind of like to echo the sentiment that, at the end of the day, I haven't murdered anybody or raped anybody, but I'm not that good of a person. Like, there's a lot of things that I've done that I'm absolutely ashamed of. Like, when I've been really, really, really mean to a person, or just really, really, really vindictive, or just, really, really hurt someone's feelings to a point where I regretted it afterwards.
But
and
isn't that the purpose of what we do in our lives? Isn't it the purpose of the way that you feel, Seamus, sometimes when you say horrible things to certain people and you reconcile in your own head? You know, maybe
I'm just
these
saying, I
things
don't think
are.
I'm such a great person. I think I'm actually a pretty bad person, and I
No,
regret a lot of things. Even though I've never killed
Seamus, I
anybody,
think
and I'm not
you're.
a rapist or a murderer or anything
Seamus,
that's
I think you're a
grossly.
great person. I think you're absolutely great. I think that you don't give yourself enough credit for the things that you do.
No,
You
I think I
know,
call a spade a spade. I think that, at the end of the day, as good as I think I am, I still continue to fall, and I've done a lot of things I'm ashamed of. And it's funny because
well,
I often know the right thing to do, and I still do the wrong thing. And
isn't it funny that you actually learn from your mistakes and you actually make corrections and go on? Isn't that what Jesus would want you to do? Isn't it that he want you to go through these trials and tribulations of like making these mistakes to be a better person?
You see, you don't have to necessarily say yes to every temptation that comes your way, though, in order to have an experience.
Well, I say
There's
no
just
to
like,
every. I don't say yes to every temptation that I have. You know, I do make mistakes, just like you make mistakes,
Agreed.
and sometimes you say no, right?
Yeah.
And Seamus may say no, right?
And
But
sometimes we do
sometimes,
bite the
and
apple, we bite
sometimes
the
you do.
fruit. Yeah.
That's right. And the thing is, at the end of the day, I think the biggest learning experience is that, regardless of what your God wants, is that He wants you to understand what these mistakes are, right? And what the consequences are.
But the thing is not all of our mistakes get undone. So, like, when we think of a mistake that can't get undone, you could tell a lie, and that lie could get out of hand. And I'm thinking of a movie I saw recently called Atonement, and the little girl's lie turned into a very huge lie. And then the end of this movie, there was nothing that she could do to make that better. There was no way to atone for this lie. We don't really necessarily have control when we injure each other, when we cause harm towards each other as human beings.
How do you know that
We don't
isn't
always have.
Jesus' plan to make you understand what the repercussions of those consequences are?
So Jesus' plan is for us to just harm all of humanity.
Well, on the other hand, acts have nothing to do with what you're going to do in your life, and or be credited for it. If you want to play that game, the one thing that I'm trying to say is that whatever you cast onto other people is also a life learning experience for them. And that not only that, a life experience for yourself. Do unto others as you do it to yourself, and which is the golden rule. So the thing is, when you do harm to someone else, they're going to learn from that mistake and become better people themselves.
What do you think
And
people learned from the Holocaust?
Sorry, say that again.
What do you think people learned from the Holocaust? There were some people that thought they were doing the right thing by exterminating Jews, lesser people, and I would dare say that we didn't learn enough because we're still exterminating people. We're
I
still
had
at war.
family in the Air Cross.
So, like, what did we learn out of that? I feel like it wasn't enough. Like, I'm trying to tell you that there's suffering in this world, and yes, it's awful and terrible, but like, I can't go around saying, well, good thing we learned from that.
I live with the tarnishment in my family being Hungarian that the Air Cross was way more vicious than the SS ever could have been. And there's people in my family that was willing to throw people to genocide and burn them in ovens and bury them in pits if they starved to death.
So people can be incredibly evil, and I don't think it's just for the learning journey. I think people we are in a broken, fallen world.
Oh, But on the other hand, there's a lot of people that when it comes to the Bible can do a learning journey and actually still make it be the elective few.
I'm not a Calvinist, so I'm reluctant to say the elected few. Where'd Shamos go undeclared? What I'm trying to say is that I'm not banking on my deeds, and I'm not saying that my actions don't matter, because I think my actions do matter.
Oh
and
no, I'm not
be
banking
called
on my deeds either. I would never bank on my deeds. That's not the purpose of my existence as far as I'm concerned. And nor do I really actually care. I'm pretty apathetic what's going to happen to me after I die.
Why are you apathetic?
All right.
Do you think you deserve punishment? Actually, that's another question I throw to you. Do you think you deserve punishment?
I don't know. That's not up to me.
Do
you
not
think that I deserve punishment?
I'm not a holy and just God. I can't say who deserves punishment and who doesn't.
Well,
but according to the biblical standards, we all fall short.
Are you going to sit there and watch me burn to hell?
Well, I'm hoping I'm right in its annihilation, but either way, I don't even know if there would be a scenario where we could watch you.
Okay. And are you willing to sit in heaven and sit there and watch me if you were able to?
I don't even know if we would know you were in hell. I don't know how it works. I don't know if our memory is going to be wiped out, that part of our memory, or not. I don't know. But as far as...
Do you think, as a human being, do you think that I deserve eternal punishment for what I've done?
As a human being, I think all of us think we don't deserve it.
So you think all of us deserve to burn in hell for eternity for a finite crime?
By our human standards, as a human being, when I look at another human being, I would never imagine that they would deserve to burn in hell.
But didn't Jesus
But that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm right. I said as a human being.
Didn't Jesus want us to be good human beings? Didn't Jesus? And I understand that deeds do not make your, going to heaven a guaranteed thing, right?
Deeds don't have any way from the Christian thing. Like it's very difficult to go that route, Bohica. The closest I can see to the route of doing good deeds and being considered a righteous person is found in the Old Testament, and it looks like a very difficult route to go.
I really don't actually care about the good deeds, which is actually what I think is more important, because I don't think of them as good deeds, and nor do I think of myself as a martyr.
What I'm trying to just tell you is...
Vaughn's in the room. I got a question for Vaughn.
All I can say is, Bohica, by a Christian standard, our good is not good enough. And that's the best I can tell you from a Christian viewpoint. Our good is not good enough to make the jump.
I always think I'm not good enough, so it doesn't really matter. We're on par on there.
And as far as you being a good person by human standards, not God's standards, but human standards, you do not seem like a bad person. You know what I'm saying? You could be a better person than me. I don't know, but that by the Christian standard, that wouldn't be the standard that we're looking at. So I don't know. I don't know how else to help you or anything, and I hope I didn't upset Shamos. I didn't mean to. If I did.
Where's Shamos?
I don't know.
Is he gone?
Did Shamos leave?
Yeah, he left. I don't know.
Hey Vaughn, how's it going?
How's it going, man? What's up?
I have a question for you.
You do? Oh, well,
So
lay it
you're
on.
an armored guy, I understand.
Was I was what now?
Armored driver?
Yes, I was a tanker, yeah.
Yeah, you were in M60s?
M68-3 with TTS, yes.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you drive M60 at?
Fort Hood. Well, Fort Knox and Fort
Yeah.
Hood.
Did you go to Germany at all?
Mhm.
Yeah. How long were
For
you?
Reforger?
How long
For
did you go to
Reforger?
Germany for?
I didn't go to Reforger.
No, you didn't go to Reforger?
I
Oh.
didn't go to Reforger, no.
Oh, damn. That's a big exercise, man.
Well, I did other things, but anyway, so...
What were you doing around that time then?
Uh-uh.
Uh-uh.
I'm not at liberty to say what I was doing. Anyway, what did you want?
No, I was just asking you about Reforger if you didn't go.
I never went to Reforger, no. Sure didn't.
No? Oh. I thought you were in Germany. I thought I heard somebody said you were in Germany.
Well, if I was, I'm not at liberty to discuss it. So, if I was. As it stands right now, we're going to assume that I never was in Europe. And we'll leave it like that.
Oh, yeah? Okay, cool. Cool. Right on.
Now, getting back to this topic, all right, that you guys are all discussing.
Now, granted, by the way, I'm going from a standard Christian
Oh, relax,
standpoint.
Vicky. I'm on your side on this shit. Because we're animals. We are mammals. All right? We are animals. We are. We're a mammal. That's what we are. All right? And see, here's the point. The point is that if mankind had not invented religion, we would still be beating ourselves over the head with clubs for various reasons. There would be no morality. There would be no more. There would be no establishment of laws or society. Well, we might have a crude society. Okay, let me give you a case in point. There was a National Geographic that was watching a group of chimpanzees, and the chimpanzees were all in a big group, and everything was fine, and they're all grooming each other, and everything was fine. Then all of a sudden, all at once, out of nowhere, they grabbed this baby chimpanzee from this woman, from this female chimpanzee, and they ripped the baby to shreds. Right there live on National Geographic, man. It's like, whoa, what the hell? Why? Because chimpanzees, like humans, are animals. We are animals, dude. We're animals. I would, let's say there was no religion, let's say there was no laws, no morality, no nothing, and I saw you had a cute chick and I wanted to have sex with her, I'd kill your fucking ass to go have sex with her, bro. Alright, that's reality. That's real life. Okay? The only thing that keeps us from being fucking barbarians is the fact that we had religion, that we as human beings came up with the idea and concept of religion. Because if it hadn't have been for religion, there would have been no morality. There wouldn't have been no morality. There would have been no laws. There would have been no society as we know it today. It would not have existed because we are fucking animals. The Bible even says the heart of man is desperately wicked. Who can know it? Pagan writings say that we are ultimately cruel, as the gods themselves are cruel. That's what paganism says.
What's your point?
My point is that you are not God. You do not have a morality. You think you have a morality. You think you are right and just. Okay, I'll give you that. But are you really right and just? No. No. Because apart from religion, you would have no morality. There would be no laws. Our system of laws and governance comes out of religion. Science comes out of religion. Everything that we've done, everything we've accomplished has come out of religion.
Vaughn.
No, that's the truth, bro. Like I said.
Have you ever heard of evolution?
I have a question for you.
Well, you can sit there and say, oh, please, where is this great atheist that was walking on the earth back in the days of Jesus? Where is he?
I never said that.
Give me his name.
I never said that.
No, you cannot sit there and tell me that atheism created morality, because I'm going to laugh in your face.
Atheism is just not believing in a God. That's all it's supposed to be.
I don't care what atheism is. That is beside the point.
If you don't care what anything is, then how can
you're, as soon as you said that, Vaughn,
that is beside the point.
Stop, Vaughn.
Art, let us I'm sorry, Vaughn, let us
No,
respond.
go ahead. Go ahead. Spill your bullshit, because that's all it is bullshit.
Okay, enough.
All
So,
it is
Bohika,
bullshit. You can spew it all day long.
okay, Bohika, do you want to go first?
Yes. All I really want to say, and it's very simple, because Art's going to elaborate on what I'm going to say anyways. Vaughn, let's be square here. Alright? We're not, yes, we beat the shit out of each other with clubs or whatever it may have been as time goes on. As a society, we decided that certain laws and certain rules are required to make things happen. Okay? And all I'm trying to say is, like, be rational with this. It didn't take any sort of God to all of a sudden come down on us and tell us what to do. At the end of the day, is that we understand that, you ever heard of empathy? You know, if something bad happened to you, you didn't want it to happen to someone else. The golden rule, which is well before any
The
sort of
golden rule, which is religious. I'm following you.
it was
the golden
rule
It's
existed well
religious.
before Christianity. So
18 different religions, 18 major religions have the golden rule.
Okay, so can I just give
yes,
you
carry on.
So evolution gives us a perfect mechanism how to develop morals. It's quite simple actually. So a group of people, right? Let's say even a group of animals like wolves, right? Who have no morality, who have no concept of a social structure, of reward and punishment. They would be less likely to survive because they would not cooperate. A group of wolves, a pack of wolves that cooperates, right? That rewards good behavior and punishes bad behavior, like for example what the chimpanzees do in their little tribe. Hold on, I haven't finished. Yeah, I know. I wasn't laughing at you.
God, are you serious? Are you serious? Evolution gives you morality.
I haven't finished yet, Vaughn. I haven't finished.
Please finish. This is hilarious. Please finish.
Yeah, let me finish. So, yeah. So, we have their structure. We have their potential for sort of better well-being, and thus it's going to be selected because it provides better survivability for the whole group. And thus you will have developing such constructs as empathy, emotions, compassion, right? And these things make the group much more likely to survive. And this is why we have social structures. And we can even see very complicated social structures today in chimpanzees, in their little sort of tribes. Chimpanzees, for example, will punish a member of their group who kills another member of their group without any good reason. They will remove him from the group. He's not allowed to go with them. He's not allowed to travel with them. He's not allowed to be with them. So yeah, there you go. We have right now in animals, we have a perfect example of morality. Now, of course, it's not as abstract as morality as we have, right? They're not able to philosophize about it, make complicated constructs, but they already have the basics, and we can already see that this works. You don't need to propose religion as an explanation for the origin of morality.
Okay, you need to stick with bonobos if you're going to make that argument, and not
Bonobos, not bonobos.
Wolves.
I'm pretty sure chimpanzees were observed doing the same behavior.
Bonobos are the ones that have
bonobos are the beast monkeys, but still, it's not just them. You've got that happening.
Orangutans.
Bonobos are direct ancestors of it.
Yeah, so one hundred. How do you explain monkeys?
That was the dog.
Oh wait, Gretchen, you were breaking up.
How do I explain chimpanzees ripping a little baby chimpanzee to pieces?
Right. I'm not saying
it was expedient at the time. You're not getting this, okay? You're going to sit there and try to insist that morality exists without religion. Okay, that's bullshit. There would have been no morality if we hadn't. If mankind had not come up with religion, there would be no morality right now. There would be no laws right now. There would be nothing right now.
Okay, how do you
Because
explain
everything
those?
that we have right now came out of paganism. Sorry, Christians, but it's true. Everything we have
how do
right
you
now came out
explain
of. Listen,
bonobos?
do you know why we have
Far actually got a
morality?
method to sort
Do
of
you know why
get
we have? Do you know why we have a morality that we do today? Because the pagan gods were petty and cruel, bro. The pagan gods would see you, and they get a wild hair up their ass one day and say, "Oh, I'm going to snuff that guy out." Bam, just for the hell of it. Okay, that's what pagan gods believe. That's what pagan gods did. If they didn't like the way your hair was combed one day, bam, you're dead, bro. They'd
I
wipe
tell you
you
what,
out.
pagan
That's
Christians.
fine and well.
We
But
got
there-
morality because of the pagan gods being evil and petty and cruel. That's
Yeah,
how
but
we got morality. That's
there's
why
no
we come
way
up with something better.
that any of the animal kingdom could survive without inter-assistance. They have to have a structure. It has nothing to do with morality. It has to do with survival. And that the instinct is to make sure that you can pass on your DNA. And if nobody is cooperating, that's not going to happen.
And this cow is ripping a baby chimpanzee into little pieces
I'm not sure why you're bringing that up, but the greater portion of
because it's not unusual in the animal kingdom. That's why.
Can you show me the
animals
actual
are
source
doing
for
it
that?
a
Because
day.
that is
Hey,
I
Vaughn.
never heard about this.
I have a question for Vaughn.
Go ahead.
Vaughn,
Lay it on me,
what
man.
does firing DU have to do with ripping another monkey apart?
Because it's not unusual in the animal kingdom. In fact, it's quite common.
The animal
So you
kingdom
can actually, as an M60 gunner,
Over me all you want, but it's not going to help you because the fact of the matter is, I've seen wolves tear other wolves apart. I've seen monkeys tear other monkeys apart. I've seen.
but as a
I
human being,
have
they
seen
still have a
level
structure.
of cruelty. There is a level of cruelty in the animal kingdom that absolutely has no holds barred.
So do
And the
humans.
same
And
as
we
in
would
the
be
human
that
kingdom.
if we had not come up.
Dude, humans kill each other now by the millions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's with
and
morality.
yet they were supposed to have human morality, which they obviously don't, because they, if they kill babies or if they kill each other, they don't have morality. So congratulations, you just disproved your own theory.
Art, you're proving my point, dude.
Really, how?
Because even with the morality we have today, we're slaughtering other humans.
Oh,
by
excellent.
the thousands.
Excellent. So killing other, killing
So even
other
with the
species of
morality
your
we
group.
have today, we're killing each other off. Okay, so how much worse than would it have been without a religion or without a morality?
You're helping my point here.
No,
I don't
I'm
know,
not. You're helping
I don't
mine,
think you realize this, but you just admitted that just because the members of the same species are killing each other, that doesn't mean they don't have morality. You said even with morality, humans are still killing each other. So therefore, chimpanzees can have morality.
Where are you getting this shit from?
Animals might have some form of morality, but it's more like what Gretchen said, a social structure. And the other thing is we believe in a creator. Why can't a creator instill some of that structure into animals?
Of course he can. Of course he can. I'm not saying he cannot, but Von Helton is saying, and a lot of theists are saying, that you cannot have morality at all.
Morality came out of religion. That is a
bullshit.
That is
No,
what
religion
we
is just mankiind's attempt at sort of putting morality.
the cows come home, but it's a fact.
No. First of all, having a god as a standard is problematic.
I didn't say having a god. I said the establishment of religion. Say it right.
Now, secular humanistic sort of moral standards have their own problems as well, but don't tell me that we need a god for morality. No, we don't. And we have evidence for this in evolution. We have evidence in this in human species that exist, in animal species that exist today, who exhibit the same social structure, the same morality, the same senses of fairness, fair play. There have been experiments done with two monkeys, giving different rewards. One got a really good treat that they like. The other one got a bad treat, that they usually don't like. And the monkey who got the bad treat is like, hey, fuck you. He threw back the treat and is like asking for more. You know,
Well,
a sense of fair play, a
I'm
sense
telling
for
you,
reward.
listen
Animals
to my
much
words,
more
Art.
complicated than
Listen to
we
what's
do.
coming out of my mouth, Art. Listen to what's coming out of my mouth, Art. You're going to get your secular utopia, all right? You're going to get it.
I don't
Because
want a
that's
secular
obviously what the elites want you to have. They want
I
you to
don't
have
want
a
a secular utopia.
Not one elite is an atheist. Not one. But they're going to give you your secular utopia. You know why? Because that's what you want to have. And when they give you your secular utopia and everything on the planet goes to shit, then maybe you'll remember the words that I'm saying out of my mouth today.
If you can prove that, I will listen to you. Until then, let's just your
There's no need to prove it. You're going to see it because it's going to
okay.
happen.
So
You're going to get
so
your
I can just
secular
as easily
utopia.
assert that, you know,
You will get your secular utopia, and when you get it,
society is going to go to hell
all
once you have
morality is
theocracy.
gone, all understanding is gone, all of society
Assertion.
breaks down to
Vaughn, where do you get the secular mortality from? Please explain it to me.
secular mortality. I never said secular
You said
mortality.
utopia.
Oh, utopia. Okay.
So there's an
explain it.
ideal society that some people want, and then some people, particularly in the States, they'll talk about it, and it's sort of a utopian idea, often involving communism or socialism, and sometimes once in a while you'll run into an atheist that believes in like a libertarian view, but a lot of times it's like this idea that as soon as religion's gone, that the world will be at peace, and that everybody will just get along because there'll be nothing to argue with about, and I completely disagree.
You can't get rid of religion, though. It's not. But you know, it's not a thing that exists on its own. It's just mankind's way of.
You and I understand
packaging
that.
specific.
Commando.
I agree, but there's some people that think that.
Yeah, you and I understand that. But these guys, listen, Commando, these guys actually believe that if they eliminate religion on the face of the earth, that they're going to have a utopia, that they're going to finally have I don't know, some kind of fucking enlightenment or some shit. I don't know what the fuck they want. But there is obviously a concerted effort on the part of atheists to eradicate and eliminate religion. And when they achieve that goal through legislation, which is what they're already doing in Washington, D.C. right now, when they get their secular utopia, when they get their non-religion, when they get it, they're going to wish they didn't, because morality comes out of religion. Morality comes out of faith and belief. And
So
when they
religion
get rid
comes
of the
out of
faith and the belief, and the morality goes bye-bye, it goes poof up in a puff of smoke. And they
So
don't
if
understand
morality
that.
comes
They
from
can't
just
grasp that
religion, why
concept.
are there theories of morality that don't include religion? Why philosophers
You're not getting this shit, Art. You're just not getting this
You're
shit.
not getting this. You're just making assertions and you're
No,
not
I'm not
backing
making
them up a lot.
assertions. I actually have an example, Art.
You just made an assertion by saying that you're not making an assertion.
Art, I actually have an example. Would you like to hear it?
Sure, go ahead.
It's called the Constitution of the United States, which states clearly and categorically that our rights and our beliefs and our structure, our laws, all come from a creator being. Okay? And once you eradicate religion, once you get rid of that so-called creator being, you have no rights. You have no morality. You have no laws. They're gone. They're out the window.
Constitution of the United States say.
No
Problems with the word religion.
So
you can't get rid of religion.
Listen at them. They don't even believe in the Constitution of the United States.
It doesn't matter if they do or
I'm not
not.
an American. I don't
It
believe
doesn't matter. Von Helton, you cannot have morality dictated from the outside. It has to come from an internal understanding.
Thank you, Gretchen.
Gretchen, our laws here in the United States, it clearly states in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence,
United
that
States
our
doesn't rule
laws,
the world.
our rights, and our laws and our privileges come from
I
a
don't
creator
care.
being. That's where they come from. And
Don't
once you
care.
eradicate God,
Don't care.
there is no more laws. There is no more rights. There is no more freedoms. It's
I don't
gone.
care.
You
I know
don't
that you
care.
don't
Well,
care,
there you go,
but-
right there, folks. You don't care. You don't
So
care.
Juan,
There you go.
hold
We got it.
on, Von Helton, you seriously think that if you guys remove the words that say, you know, these laws are from God, right? If you remove that portion of the Constitution, that's suddenly every American is gonna go, well, fuck the laws. I'm gonna go rape and pillage and kill and murder Because now these are not from God. You really think that most Americans would do that?
There's only two possible scenarios, Art. Two. That's it. Just two possible scenarios. Either our rights and privileges come from God, or they come from government. And if they come from government, guess what? Government can take them away.
No, they don't have to
So,
come from the
Vaughn,
government.
I have a
They can
question
also-
for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Vaughn, and this is more a character building thing. So you're an M60 driver, right?
Yeah.
M60 what?
M60A3 with TTS, like I said 3 times prior.
All right. So you said you fired DU, right?
We fired the Sabo round, which is depleted uranium, yes.
Yeah. Where'd you fire that?
Test ranges and various and sundry other places.
So you said you were exposed to aerosol?
I was the one that went out and picked up the spent shell casings, so yeah, I was exposed. Why? What's your point?
Spent shell casings came from the tank or from out on the range?
Where are you going with this?
I'm asking you.
I picked up the spent shell casings from the Sabo rounds that we fired. And before you say, oh, they're dummy rounds. No, they were not dummy rounds. They were real.
No, I know well about spent shell casings because of Marvin myself.
Okay, well, anyway, where are you going with this? What's your point?
I'm just asking you if you actually picked up Sabo rounds.
Well, of course I did. I was an armored crewman. It was my job.
No, did you pick up Sabo rounds that have been fired?
Listen, I was the loader for a tank, for an M60.
I thought you were a driver.
Well, I was a driver, but I was also a loader. I was the one that shoved the shell into the main breech and the gunner would fire.
So is there more than one breach on a tank?
Well, there's a coaxial 30 caliber machine gun, but
you mean 7.62?
No, not 7.62. It was a 30 cal, and it was.
So you're telling me that an M60 tank had a 30 caliber machine gun?
M60A3 had a 30 caliber coaxial and a 50 caliber on top of the cupola. Why? Why are you going with it?
Cupola. It's cupola.
It's cupola. But anyway, where are you going with this? Cupola. Where are you going with this?
No, cupola.
Whatever. Where are you going with this?
No, I'm just asking you a few questions to verify your ability on armored tactics.
Would you like to see my DD-214? I mean, what
I've
the
already
fuck do you
seen your
want?
DD-14.
Well, what do you want? Where are you going?
So
with
the
this?
thing
What's the point?
is, from what I understand from your DD-214, you actually didn't make it into any sort of theater.
Here's the deal. All right, I went to Fort Hood, Texas for my first permanent duty station. I was there for 9.5 months, and there were situations that developed that were beyond my control, and I went to the brass, and the brass basically gave me a choice. They said I can either wait for a transfer, or I can go into government work.
So you're remustered.
I chose to go into government work instead of waiting for a military transfer. That
So
was
you
my
actually
choice.
didn't do anything other than trade training.
I'm not at liberty to say what I did, but I will say this.
No, it's on your DD-214.
My DD-214 will tell you that I served 9.5 months in the U.S. Army, and that's all it's going to tell you. And
So the thing is, that's all you actually did.
well, if you want to believe that, yes. But like I said,
So the thing is, your DD-214 denied you any sort of other occupation.
that's not necessarily true.
No, because the thing is, the
No, what you're wanting to
DD-214
know,
will
what you're
actually
wanting,
say
no,
if you
no,
did special ops, right?
No, Bohica, what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to know what I did for the government, and you will never know because I'm not going to fucking tell you.
No,
Okay, I'm not
because
going
the
to
thing
fucking tell
is,
you.
are you?
The
Did you
thing
find
is
something
that you're
that's
fishing. The thing is that you're fishing for
no?
answers, and
I'm
I'm not
not.
going to give it to you.
I'm trying to and even if I was fishing, I'd be able to like piece it together without actually fucking putting it together.
No, you will not.
So the
No,
thing
you would
is,
not.
if I would know when to stop asking questions. So the thing is, you're saying your
The thing is that
DD214 lied.
the thing is that you're looking for something to make my credibility suffer so that you can get the high ground. Well, good luck with that shit, bro. Good luck with that.
Well, the thing is, at the end of the day, is that you may have fired DU, but you still don't even understand how it even affected you.
I know this much. I know that soldiers today. I know that soldiers today, because I have family that's still in the military. In all
Have you ever
branches.
heard of de-aerosol? What is de-aerosol?
You're probably saying it wrong. I've heard of aerosols. I've heard of an aerosol methodology.
Okay, so what happens when you fire a round into Chobham armor?
When you fire around at Chobham armor, the Chobham armor is supposed to resist the strike. It's supposed to repel it. So
that's right. But what happens when that DU round hits the Chobham armor?
I don't remember.
It de-aerosols.
It de-aerosols. Okay, yeah, and your point is, please get to a point.
So what happens when a DU round hits Chobham armor or armor that's really hard?
You just said it de-aerosols. Okay, so what's your point?
Okay, so were you around armor that actually DU round actually hit Chobham armor?
Where are you going with this? I'm not understanding.
I'm not at liberty to. This guy thinks I'm at liberty to discuss all this shit. When I signed an NDA with the government.
Because the thing is, I'm well aware of that. This type of stuff has nothing to do with security clearance.
Well, get to the point. Where are you going?
Yeah,
You're just
get to
leading
the
him on the
point,
goose
for
trail,
fuck's
asking him
sake.
about,
No,
military
what
stuff.
I'm trying to say is that he's obviously declared at some point in time that he's been exposed to DU rounds that have been aerosoled.
Right.
And he hasn't.
I picked up the spent shell casings. So
No,
what's your point?
Spent shell casings are shell casings. They're not DU.
They're not DU. Even though the Sabo round is a DU weapon, they're not DU.
That's
there's
right.
There's no way.
Shell casings have nothing to do with DU, and trust me, I deal with DU. So
there is no reason for the shell casing to be from a depleted uranium.
Okay.
It's
Anyway,
just metal.
it's a moot point, because when you're at the gunnery range and you're firing actual rounds, not dummy rounds, actual rounds.
Stuff off the targets.
Yeah. Okay.
Where were you taking off the targets?
And anyway, what is your point, dude? Get to a point.
So what millimeter is the M60 tank?
105.
Yeah, and is it smoothbore or rifle?
It's rifle bore.
Oh, it's the first time I ever heard of a Sabo round firing out of rifle bore.
Well, the M60 fires more than just the Sabo round. It also fires HEP, heat.
There are different specifications of weaponry as well. It's not as if they're all fixed to one set sort of parameter.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck
so
you,
what?
because
Again,
I fucking know armored shit. So.
Well, so do I. So what's your point? Where are you
what
going?
is your point? Get to a point, man.
The point is, I'm reading that Bohica's calling you a liar. That's what I'm getting.
Well, Bohica, I think Bohica is trying to. What Bohica wants to do is he wants to destroy my credibility so that he can achieve the high moral ground. That's what this is all about, I think.
Well, Bohica doesn't need to destroy credibility, dude, because you don't have one.
Well, apparently he's doing it.
The thing is, at the end of the day, is like I did a little bit of research on M60 and DU rounds, and the 105 round, they actually didn't fire really Sabo DU or 105 out of.
Interchangeable on different types of weaponry. So your
Yeah,
points.
there's all different kinds, and there was even different types of Sabo round between the M60A2 and the M60A3.
Okay, tell me about the saber round.
The M60A2. Now, excuse me. The M60A2 was a short barrel. Let's see. What was it? Short barrel. Was it short barrel 105 or short barrel 90? Anyway, the point is that the M60A3A2 had a short-barreled weapon that fired a different type of saber round than the M60A3 would that fired a long that had a long barrel and fired a different type of saber round. Then on top of that, you have the M60A3 with TTS, which was a tank thermal sight, which actually gave us the ability to see at night, which is something we didn't even have before. Okay, so what is your fucking point?
Okay, so tell me what you're right off the mark when it comes to thermal. So when it comes to thermal, can you use it a day?
I was there.
Can you use thermal a day? Can you use thermal a day?
Well, of course not. Where are you going with this?
Fuck you. You can use thermal a day,
yes, if you want to see nothing but white, yes, I guess you could if you wanted to see nothing but white through your
No, that's infrared. No, you're
you're so off the mark. You're such a liar. It's fucking awesome. All right, so you don't even know what thermal imagery is.
Yeah, I'm a liar. Okay, whatever. So what?
Ron, I think you confuse the thermal with night vision. You cannot use night vision during the day. But
he's trying to do. He's fishing for information, which is at minimum unethical. So where are you going with this?
Exactly, he's still not established the point as to what he's...
Well, I'm still talking about DU rounds. So the thing is, I'm very unconvinced that Vaughn even fired a DU round, or was a loader, or a driver, or anything in an M60.
But yeah, you saw my DD-214 anyway. So,
yes,
okay.
And the thing is, you didn't even pass, or you just like minimally passed basic training, and they didn't even fucking want you. And the thing is, they looked at you as a piece of crap, and they basically sent you off on your way. And the thing is, you don't even know what a DU round is. You don't even know what thermal imagery is that, like, I use in my job. I'm fucking armored. All right, I work in Leopard 2s, and I fucking use thermal imagery during the day. And
you understand that German
knows about thermal imagery would know that they can use it during the day, and they know the difference between white hot and black hot.
You understand that German weaponry is going to be different from American weaponry, right? You do.
We use the same fucking shit.
The Leopard, excuse me.
It's all fucking NATO stuff.
Excuse me, the Leopard tank is a German weapon, not an American weapon, you fuck. Okay? You don't think there's going to be differences between our weaponry?
You know what? I can fucking talk to my fucking buddies down in the States there, and they're going to fucking call you out on this.
It is a German weapon.
I'm so happy that I hear you say this, because you are a piece of shit. You have no idea about tank fucking shit.
Let's calm this down. Yeah. Okay, I don't think I don't think there's any point in trying to, destroy Vaughn's credibility, because if anybody knows Vaughn, they know the kind of things he's saying. So I don't think they would take his, word.
This motherfucker just tried to insist that a Leopard tank had the same technology that an American tank does, and it don't. That's a bunch of shit. This motherfucker's full of shit, or he's drunk, or he's high. One or the other, because he's full of shit. The Leopard tank is a German weapon.
So why is it irritating you so much, and why are you defending yourself so much?
I'm not irritated over.
Yes, you are irritated.
Well, I'm irritated over the fact that this motherfucker's trying to ruin my credibility, and everybody's just sitting on their hands. That's why.
I don't know anything about
if somebody come in the room and attacked you guys, do you think I'd sit on my hands and not say nothing? No.
I don't know.
If I did not feel guilty, I wouldn't be yelling. I would be talking simply.
That's not necessarily true.
I'm just saying how I would react.
This guy sat here for a half hour fishing for bullshit, okay, and you guys just sat there like a bump on a log, man.
Well, you're obviously full of shit as it is, right? Because
well, if
the
I'm
thing
full
is,
of shit, then
you
come
don't
here
even
and
know
do
what
my
thermal
fucking
imagery
job,
is.
asshole. If I'm full of shit, then come over here and do my fucking job,
as
asshole.
a gunner or as a crew commander, because I'm a tank commander on a Leopard
In a leopard
I
tank, a
fucking
German
actually
weapon,
depend
right?
during the day with thermal imagery, and you don't even understand
In
it.
a German weapon, yes. Not an American weapon, a German weapon.
Fuck you, because I work with the fucking
Fuck you!
Yanks.
Fuck you! Yeah, well, now who's getting upset?
So
Now
one, you really think that they're gonna be using, like, instead of wheels, they're gonna be using squares in Germany? Or do you maybe think there's gonna be,
No
some
art.
overlap
No
in some
art.
basic
No art.
principles?
Art,
You're
that's not
reaching
even a
on.
comparison. Here's the
Well,
thing,
that's
like,
what he says. He says it's a
Vaughn.
different thing. Well, it's not. No, thermal imaging is thermal imaging. It's based on a specific principle that allows certain things.
It detects the heat off of the bodies of animals and humans. Yes, I'm well aware what the fuck a thermal is. Holy shit, dude.
It's actually heat off of any sort of, like, thing that's out in front of you.
Produces heat. Yeah.
It doesn't even have to be
so
an
what?
animal. It could be a vehicle. It can be tires. It can
So what
be
is your point,
trees.
Mojica?
It can be sun.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. What is your point, Mojica? We all know what a
Well, the
thermal
thing
imaging
is, you said that it can't be used during the day, so
Yes,
you
because
obviously
our
haven't seen thermal.
Our thermal imaging has a white background. And if we was to look through
You
it, all
can
we would
switch
see is white
between,
during the day.
and it's
It has
always
a
been
white
like this.
background.
It's always been like this. White hot, black hot.
Oh, God.
It's
What
always
is
been
your
white hot, black
point,
hot.
Mojica? What is your
No,
point?
I'm just
Get to it.
curious
His point
about
is
your
that you're a
armor
liar.
training.
We got it. We got it.
He's fucking trolling. That's all it is. He's fucking
No, I'm
trolling.
not. I'm not trolling. I just really want to know if that you're
You never
a
got to a
real,
point
actually,
yet. We've been sitting
an
here for
actual
a fucking
soldier,
hour.
or are
What's the
you
point?
actually like frickin' like claiming that you're a soldier? Are you
Oh,
are
so
you
now
really?
I'm a valor thief, right? Oh, good job. Good job, Mojica.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trolls have already tried that shit.
You can look up anybody and discover that. Go
The
ahead and do
trolls have
that.
already tried to declare me a valor thief, and they fell flat on their face.
I know you're in the military, so I'm not really actually
No, what you're
contesting
wanting to
that.
do is find out what I did. Well, you're never going to find that shit out because I'm not allowed to tell you. I signed an NDA back in the 80s, and I gave my word, and my word is my bond. And if you don't like that, fuck you.
Thank
Vaughn,
you.
I do have a question
we can
though.
move
Art
on.
says you said you were a ninja, and I need to know if you've ever said that, because that's what Art told me.
I've taken many, many forms of martial arts, including ninjutsu. My ninjutsu training was in Dayton, Ohio, with Stephen K. Hayes, Richard Bussey, and the various and sundry others. In fact, I was able to get a personal lesson from Masataki Hatsumi, the Grand Master of Ninjutsu from Japan. What is the point? I've also studied Sabat. I've also studied Wing Chun. I've also studied Jiu-Jitsu. I've also
You
studied
studied
karate.
Wing Chun?
I've also Wing Chun.
Everybody Wing Chun tonight.
I don't
Yeah,
think
he's
that's what he
high.
meant.
He's high. Yeah, he's high.
Well, you don't understand. He was saying that me and Shamos were gonna wait in heaven and like be like, oh, there's Boca burning, burn Boca, burn Bohica, burn.
Well, so did you verify it, Deidre? Is my word good?
What's wrong with me studying ninjutsu? What is the point?
No, because I did say that you claim to be a ninja, and
I've studied several martial arts. What's the point?
right.
Does
No,
that make him a ninja though, per se?
Yes.
You love her.
there we go. There you have it, Deidre. There you have it.
What's the point?
If I took Krav
why
Maga,
is
would that make me an Israeli soldier?
Why is that such a big deal that I study ninjutsu? What? I don't understand. I've
No,
studied
she was
several
just
forms of
verifying.
martial arts.
She was just verifying is if I was telling the truth, because I've been telling people
Yeah.
that you claim to be a ninja.
I
And
am a ninja. I did study
Art
ninjutsu.
also
So
said
what?
that he shot at aliens with a
Do
rifle.
you have a ninja star?
I'm just asking stuff that Art has said to, and so I just wanted to
Yeah.
know.
Well,
do
my
you
point
claim
is,
to- do you claim-
what does
hold
it
on,
matter?
Hold on, Vaughn. Do you
What-
claim to have shot at an alien?
Yeah, I did shoot at an alien. Well, I shot at what I
Are you a
believe to be an
space
alien.
marine?
So
I-
what? What is the
I
point?
told you, Deidre. I told
Did you go to the
Well,
moon?
maybe he thought it was an alien. I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in
What-
aliens,
what's
but maybe
the
he really
point?
thought it was a legit alien. Would you be like welcoming them? Come on
Oh,
aboard.
don't shoot at it.
If something's
Read
attacking my
Area
dog,
51.
if something is attacking my dog, am I going to sit there and let it kill my dog, or am I going to attack it? Am I going to shoot it?
An alien was attacking your dog?
What's the point?
Did you say an alien attacked your dog?
Was it breeding with your dog?
What kind of a dog do you have?
Was it giving an anal probe to your dog?
Stop that. No, really, there was a threat to your dog from an alien?
I just wondered,
Anal
Vaughn,
probe
because
to
Art
your
made
dog.
it sound pretty fantastical. That's all.
It is, and you just got it verified straight from the horse's mouth. I don't make shit up. It's this one, Hilton.
What is the point of me studying ninjutsu?
No,
Because they make you a ninja.
What's the point?
To me, that doesn't make you a ninja. It makes you someone that likes martial arts.
Shinobi?
What is the fucking point?
Are you
Because to portray
Shinobi?
yourself as a ninja just because you studied ninjutsu, those really aren't congruent.
I'd say taking lessons from a grandmaster would make me a ninja. Yeah, I would.
Did you? Was Shinobi mastered off of you?
What?
Shinobi.
Ninja over to Bohika's house right now?
I don't
Okay,
understand what he's talking
here's a different question. Von Hilton, did you call into NASA and ask to be a space marine?
I have talked to NASA numerous times. Why? How is that
You did
relevant?
ask them if you
How
should
is
be a
this?
space
How
marine.
are these questions relevant?
No, I just want Deidre.
Now
I
let
just
me
want
wait, Art. Wait, okay, Art. Have I ever asked you a personal question? Ever?
No, well, dude, it's
No,
not a personal.
answer the question,
it's
sir.
not a
Have I ever
personal
asked
question.
you?
It's not a
Answer the
personal
question.
because
Have I
you've
ever
told it-
asked you a personal question?
James, you have told this on your video.
I don't give a fuck what I've said in the past. I'm asking
Dude,
you.
you
Have I
have
ever
stated this
asked
on a
about your
video.
personal life?
You have stated this on a public
I
video. so
don't
it's
give
not
a fuck
personal
what I've
thing.
done in the
So
past.
I'm not asking
Have
you
I
a personal
ever asked
question.
you a personal question, Art? Yes or no?
Dude.
Have I
things that
ever
I'm-
asked you?
the
No,
things
Art,
that
no.
I'm
I'm not
asking
letting this
you
go,
are
Art.
not personal
I'm not letting this
because
go,
these
Art.
things you've already
I'm not
said
letting this
on
go,
a
Art.
public video.
I don't give a fuck what I did in the past. Who gives a shit? That was in the past. I'm asking you now, have I ever asked anything of a personal nature about you? Yes or no?
Sure. I don't think so. So what?
Thank you.
So
So
what?
why are you doing it to me?
I'm not, because you've stated this on a
I
public
don't
video.
care what I did in the past. The past is the past. I'm asking you, why are you asking me personal questions?
Well, okay.
Truth or consequences.
I'm
Our
gonna
bill
ask
is not going
I'm
to come
gonna
out from
ask
behind a fucking curtain.
Von Helden, I'm going to ask you. So here's why I asked you this question. It's because Deidre was in a process of verifying things that I have said about
that
you.
has to do with what?
She wanted to know if the things that I was telling about you are
And
true.
that has to
And
do with
so
what?
I'm adding a bit more things that I've said about you so that
And
people
that
can
has to
indeed
do with
know
what?
that I'm telling the truth.
And so,
No, that's the point.
when
that-
you
so
asked
that
me
people
about
know,
ninjutsu and
so
I
that
answered
people
it, that
know
should
I'm
have
not
been, no,
lying
wait a
about
minute.
you. So,
Wait a minute. When I answered your question in regards to ninjutsu, that should have been the end of it, and it should have been dropped. But
Are you
kept
the,
going.
Oh, because what happened to your dog? Is your dog okay?
My dog is dead.
I'm so sorry.
did you miss?
You were raped by an alien?
Did you know he missed? Shit, he got the alien, but he missed.
What is the point of grilling me over personal matters
By an alien?
and shit that happened years ago? Why are you drilling me over shit that happened years ago?
No, I'd like to know. It's just like
Why
I
does
want
it?
to know
Why
your
is it so
background.
fucking? What? No, wait a minute. Why is it so fucking? Why is my personal life so fucking important to you?
Because
Are
art
you
made a
going
big
to
deal.
somehow gain
You put it on the
supernatural knowledge?
internet.
Wait a minute. By you knowing my personal life, are you somehow going to gain supernatural knowledge or some shit? What is your point in asking personal questions?
It's because I love you, Vaughn.
You lay
I want to touch you.
See, he's fucking drunk. He's fucking drunk.
I'm
Or
just
he-
trying to figure out the art and Von hatred going back and
Yeah,
forth.
No,
exactly.
there is no hatred. I don't hate
Yeah,
him.
there is. Yeah, there is.
I hate
You're asking
Vaughn.
questions.
I just
Yeah,
want to
you're
know what
asking questions.
he knows.
art.
I think it's obvious to everyone in the room that you're asking questions to demean my character and to ruin my credibility. I think
Dude,
that's
I'm
fucking
asking you
obvious by now.
questions that you have
I
already
think that's
answered in a
fucking
public
obvious
video.
by now to
I'm
anyone.
telling
So
the truth about you.
why are you being a fucking troll? Why?
How am I trolling you?
Oh, how are you? Oh my fucking god! Are you serious? Really?
Yes.
What do you think trolls do? Trolls attack people personally. They go into people's
No,
personal lives.
trolls.
Yeah,
No,
they do.
trolls say thing to
Why
invoke
are you
a.
doing?
Hold
Why are
on,
you
let me
trolling me,
answer.
man?
No,
Why are you
trolls
trolling?
ask trolls ask questions that they themselves don't believe to invoke a vicious response to to make some
Thank
shitstorm.
That's exactly what you're doing right now.
No, because I do actually believe the thing that I
You don't
asked
believe
you.
in
I
aliens.
do believe that
You don't
you said
believe in ninjutsu. You don't believe I was in the fucking army.
I do believe in ninjutsu.
No, I believe that you were in the army. Your documentation says you were in the army. The thing is that you didn't make it past like trade training.
I didn't get out of basic and AIT. Is that what you're saying, Bohica? Are you willing to put money on that shit, bro?
No, I'm totally with you on this
put
point.
your money where your mouth is, motherfucker. If you think that I'm a fucking valor thief, put your goddamn money where your mouth is. I want $5,000 in my fucking
never said you
PayPal.
were a
If
valor
I
thief.
prove that I have
All I
fucking
said
reason.
was,
How
listen to me.
about that?
When it comes to money, nobody
we make
wants
that?
to put it
How about
down.
we make this bet there, Bohica? You put $5,000 in my fucking PayPal if I can prove that I have my first permanent duty station in Fort Hood. That's okay with you?
I already seen your records.
You already
I
saw
already
my-
know what you went through. I already know that you
video
enlisted.
on fucking
I
YouTube.
knew that you were
No,
an
what you
M60.
saw, no, what you saw was a fucking troll video on YouTube, isn't it?
I already know that you were an M60. I already know that you were a driver.
You
The
don't
thing
think
is
that these
that-
troll videos on YouTube might have a little bit of bias to them, motherfucker? Are you really that?
Oh, of course they are. That's
you
why
really
I'm
that
asking you
bad?
the question.
That's exactly why we ask you these questions to verify if it is in fact true. That's
No,
what you
because the
ask
thing
for.
is that I don't want people to think that you have stolen valor when you don't.
Oh, God. Bullshit.
I'm actually not familiar. What's the stolen valor thing?
Stolen valor is like people that claim that they're soldiers that they're not, right? And the thing is, I do not deny that Vaughn was in the military. The thing that I deny is that Vaughn was like explicitly firing DU rounds. That's what I'm denying.
Yeah, you see, I'm not prepared to say that Vaughn was, stealing valor. I'm pretty sure he was in the army. I'm pretty sure
No,
he was.
you didn't listen to me. I already said that. I've confirmed that he's in the military. I already know that he was in the military. I know that he was armored. The thing is, everything past that point, he's lying about.
Well, I don't think he's lying. I think he's just very wrong, and he doesn't, know exactly what he's talking about. After all, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to be a driver of a tank, right?
But the thing is that he's claimed that he's moved past that training, which actually diminishes my level of experience. So
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, Bohica. You get in your fucking Leopard, I'll get my M60A3, and we'll see who wins, okay?
Well,
All right?
and Leopard 2 against
Oh, yes, the Ace. I'll give you the fact that the M60A3 is an old tank. I'll give you that. But you know what? Our crews were pretty fucking good.
No.
We can go there. I'm willing to go there. I'm getting my old M60A3.
You know what? It's never actually going to happen,
bullshit,
and
bullshit, you guys.
simply
No,
because
everybody-
our governments aren't going to agree that we're going to do a one-off.
Well, now wait a minute. Hold
here's
it.
what we can
That's
do.
not
Here's what we
true.
can
Now
do.
wait a minute.
Both of
Wait a
you
minute.
get
Wait a minute. Wait a
Delta
minute. I
3 or
have to
4.
correct. Wait. I have to correct Mohica on that because that's not true. Because when the M1 was first coming out, they had people in M1s and us in M60s. We kicked their fucking ass.
Yes,
We
I'm
kicked
well
them all
aware
over.
of.
We kicked their ass all over the fucking Texas desert. So don't tell me that just because you have a more modern tank doesn't mean you're gonna win, motherfucker.
All
That doesn't
right,
mean
so
shit.
you want to talk about gunnery stuff. So let's talk about, do you know what burst on target is?
Yes, I know what burst on target is. So
Good.
what?
Well, explain it to me.
I don't need to explain it to you. You said you were armor. You already know. So why do I need to explain
Oh, and then you don't know what burst on target is.
it? Yeah. Because I don't want to play your little fucking game. Doesn't mean I doesn't know it. Okay?
No, you
And
don't
I
know
just
what
don't,
BOT
I'm
is.
sitting, okay, I'm tired of the fucking 20 questions with
No,
you.
you don't know what BOT is.
BOT is burst on target.
Okay, well, tell me how to do BOT.
No, I'm not playing your little fucking game. Sorry. I'm not playing your little game. But like I said,
Because
anytime
you don't know
you
what
want to
BOT
challenge,
is.
anytime you want to challenge my armor crewman abilities, you know, maybe we can set something up.
Alright, so what is the 7 things that you need to know as a armor crewman?
Well,
I'll
you know,
start with the first one, protection.
protection. Well, you need to know how to fix a broken track. That's for damn sure.
No, that's not protection.
I
Camouflage.
didn't say it was. I didn't say it was protect. Well, of course you got to camouflage. Yes, you have to use cover. You have to be able to use your environment.
No, I'm talking about the basic fundamentals of crewmen. And even American crewmen know this, so you can't fucking josh me on this. So, protection, camouflage, protection, maintenance, food, rest, right?
These are all logical things that any person would know. Why? What? So what?
No, so you don't actually know this stuff.
I'm saying
As a
Mohica,
basic
if I
crewman,
was to guess, I would guess similar things. So I don't understand what you're doing.
no, he can't. No, this is like frickin' by heart. So if he can't even fucking.
Mohica, even a civilian knows to store food if you're going on a trip. Okay,
All
holy
right.
fuck, dude.
So as a soldier,
What
when
is the
you,
point?
if you're walking with your rifle, what's the first thing you're gonna do when you come under contact?
Well, now see, there's.
What's the first thing you do under contact?
Well, hold it. Whoa, stop. We never got a rifle. We never got a machine gun. Well,
You never got a rifle. You never got a machine gun. When you told me you had a
the only
coax.
time, the only time I was
You
ever
had a
issued
coax
an
machine gun, but
the
you never had a
only
machine gun.
time, hello, the only time I was ever issued an M16 was when I was guarding a motor pool. That was, otherwise I had.
So what's the first thing you do under contact as a soldier? You should already know this.
The first time you contact somebody, you ask them to identify themselves.
No, double tap, dash down, crawl, observe, and then what?
What in the fuck are you talking about? I'm talking about
No,
something.
you fucking don't even know what it's like to be under a soldier under contact.
Apparently, we're talking about two different things. I don't drop and crawl if somebody's approaching my AO.
No,
I don't
he's
drop
talking
and
about
crawl.
if you meet
Where
the
the
enemy.
fuck are you getting that from?
Von Helden is talking about what's the first things you should do when you're in contact with an enemy.
When you're in contact with an enemy, the first thing you do is get cover. Duh.
Double tap, dash, down, crawl, and then what's next? Everybody knows this. This is a Cold War thing. It's well within your time.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Observe, and then what?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Call on the force and you.
I don't understand what you're
So
talking
you don't even understand that.
No, I don't understand what you're talking about.
So the thing is, you didn't even though I seen your records and that you went through this training and stuff like that, you don't even understand how to even react with enemy contact. Great.
Oh,
God. You know what I do? I work with the Canadian military and I work in standards. I fucking know this shit. Right?
Yeah, you know why you know it? Yeah, you know why you know it? Because you do it every fucking day. Because
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, how long have I been out of the military?
Long enough that you didn't fire DU rounds?
How long have I been out of the military? You said you saw my DD-214. How long have I been out of the military?
20 years, maybe?
20 fucking years. Don't you think that by then maybe their systems and stuff might have changed?
Fucking built into you because
No.
I know guys that are It fucking still
Yes,
out
and
for 20
listen,
years. They
listen,
know
okay,
this.
listen. If I was to be besieged, if my trailer was to be besieged by
But I
enemies,
thought you were the fucking, what do you call it? The,
you're not listening. You're
what's
not
that code word that you had for yourself?
You're not listening. You're not listening. If my trailer was suddenly surrounded by enemy, there's 5 o'clock bell. If my trailer was suddenly surrounded by enemy, I would know what to do. But that doesn't mean I need to fucking broadcast it over a live fucking channel. You moron.
Why are you calling me a moron? I know what to do.
You're not supposed to be talking shit over a fucking open line.
This
Are
is
you?
actually.
Are you?
Are you saying? Really? OPSEC. Oh, all of a sudden OPSEC. It's so interesting that you didn't say it exactly that way either.
It's a breach of. He is breaching protocol by doing
No,
this.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Absolutely
Then
not.
why did you not
This
say
is not protected
OPSEC?
information.
Why did you not say OPSEC?
Dude, this is not OPSEC whatsoever.
That's why I'm asking, why didn't he say OPSEC?
Answer.
Everything that I said is not OPSEC.
No, but I don't understand why that wasn't his objection, not you, Bohica.
I think that this conversation is over.
Why? Because they challenged you?
No, because I'm not going to get in trouble for what your fucking ass does over an open, unsecured line. Over an open, unsecured line, motherfucker. And I'm not going to get in trouble for what you say or do. Fuck you.
This has nothing to do with
This
OPSEC.
conversation is over, Bohica. It's over.
Well, I guess you're going to leave. Because the thing is, this
I'm not
is
going
not
any
OPSEC.
fucking where, bro. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere other than to take
This has nothing to do with OPSEC.
I'm not going there. I'm not.
Why?
I'm not going there.
Okay. All right.
Maybe you don't give a fuck about etiquette and protocol, but I do. So fuck you. We're not going there. The conversation is over. Find another topic.
So are you, like, admitting that you might have stolen valor past your basic training?
There it is, folks. There it is, folks. I told you. I told you.
You said valor. There we
I
go.
told you that's where he was going. I told you that's where he was going to go. Didn't I? Did I not say it?
So you're not really actually a real soldier. You just went through basic training. And
Are we
flipped out.
still
Is what you're
talking
saying.
about this? Fuck's sake,
Yes,
man.
we are.
It's not going anywhere, though, is it? Like,
I thought the conversation was over.
Commando, did I not say that his whole purpose was to demean me, to downgrade me, to not demoralize, but to
exactly.
Did I not say that shit? Did I not say that? Okay, thank you.
I picked up on that as well, and I didn't even know what the fuck the whole conversation was about.
Yeah, but the thing is, he doesn't even fucking know anything about any sort of terminology or any.
You've accepted that
training
he's been in the
did.
military, so is that not enough? Can we not just sort of move past that now? Is it really that relevant to just keep sort of
Your
hammering
point is
these
moot by
irrelevant
this point.
specifics that are getting nowhere? Does it really matter?
Commando is quite correct. There is
I
no
thought
point.
the conversation was over.
The conversation is over. We moved on, Gretchen. We moved on, Gretchen. We're talking about Bohica now, not the military.
Okay.
We're talking about Bohica's actions. Okay, not the military.
All
I didn't do anything beyond OPSEC.
Let me tell you something, Bohica. I don't know about your current military standing, but back in the 80s when I was in, we wouldn't even be having this conversation at all. It wouldn't even be
I'm
allowed.
currently serving, and
It wouldn't even be allowed.
And I already talked to an AJAG about this
I
shit.
don't care who you fucking talk to. Back in the 80s, we wouldn't even be allowed to have this conversation at all. Not at all. I wouldn't even be allowed to tell you what a TTS is.
Things were still pretty uptight in the 80s, actually, with the Cold War.
Fuck yeah, they were.
I wish I could play the littlest violin in the world for you
This guy's a
because
fucking
you're.
troll, man. Get out of here, man.
Of course he's a fucking troll. I don't know why he hasn't been kicked out hours ago.
You're just butthurt because I called you
Yeah,
out.
you're high
and
on
I
fucking
know.
glue, man. Like, no one cares.
No, Vaughn actually cares.
Vaughn doesn't care. Vaughn knows what Vaughn did. Vaughn knows that he served his country with valor. Vaughn knows that he served his country with honor and dignity. You don't, but I don't give a fuck what you think, because I know what I've done for my country, and it's a hell of a lot more than what you think. And because you don't have any information or you don't have any paper trail to follow, fuck you. It's not your place.
Well, it's a good world to be the Punisher, right?
But that's my problem, not yours, isn't it?
How is it your problem?
It's my problem. It's my thing. It's my life, not yours.
So they took a flunky and turned him into some sort of commando.
It happens all the fucking time. It happens.
A flunky like you, and you went out and did like Black Ops stuff.
It happens all the time. What do you think? What do you think the Rangers are? What do you think the SEALs are?
For a guy that couldn't even fucking maintain a vehicle.
Stop. All right, let's take a Navy SEAL. All right, let's take a Navy SEAL. They get a young 18-year-old boy that doesn't know shit from Shiola. He joins the Navy SEALs. He becomes paramilitary after he gets out a lot of times, doesn't he? Where do you think Blackwater recruits from? Where do you think Blackwater recruits from? They recruit from Navy SEALs, Rangers, people that have done government work, and et cetera, et cetera. So it happens all the time. So what is your point, Bohica?
So before any sort of government contractor came out back in the early 80s when you were in, you ended up being the Punisher, and they wrote a comic book about you, and you went out and did all these valiant things, and they...
Is anyone taking this guy seriously?
Whether I did or didn't is not your... It has no bearing on you.
Well, I think on the other hand is that you'd be the first person that I've ever met out of my 25 years of service that somebody has actually done something like this. So,
What are you wanting? Are you wanting to go in the ring with me? What do you want?
all I want to know is, like, are you actually doing this stuff or not?
I'm not doing anything now. I'm retired. I'm retired.
So do you get a pension check every month?
I got 3 kids back there to take care of, dude. That's my life.
To increase your little Van Helton, what do you call it, child social program.
The fuck is this guy talking about?
What? What did you say?
Where you wanted to actually, like, have more kids, and you're looking for, like, another 20
I'm going to stop you right there and ask you to not bring children, spouses, and work that's current in people's hangouts. I think that's I think that stretches the line.
I told you he's a fucking troll.
I think when you bring people's spouses, children, and current workplace into question, like, it can cross some serious lines.
Yep. All right. Well, I'll stay on this military type stuff, but
no, it's not. Can we move past that? Because I think we've spent almost an hour talking about the same shit.
And just boundaries is all she's saying.
I'll stay within those boundaries.
Why are we roasting Von Helton?
I'm not roasting you. All I'm doing is I'm asking you real questions, and you don't satisfy my answers. So
But I was trying to stop that, remember? Because I said that was a boundary, and so 2 other people before me were trying to stop that and just create a new, fresh breath of fresh air.
Move on to another
topic. Yeah, exactly.
Right, well, let's talk about the Punisher stuff. That's a new fresh air.
Let's get off of Van Helton. How about that? Let's just get off of him. I think he's taken enough. We'll let him go.
What Bohica has done is he's watched a bunch of my hater videos on YouTube, and he's got this predisposition of who I am or what I've done based on those hater videos, and that's where this shit's all coming from.
Actually, you know what that disturbs me is that you're willing to say that you're entitled to benefits because you've been exposed to DU rounds.
I never once made a claim that I was getting
Oh,
benefits.
I've actually seen you on videos saying that you've been exposed to DU rounds that
Yeah,
have
but I never said,
aerosol.
whoa. I never said I was getting benefits for it, so what's your point?
No, you actually did say
No,
that
I never
you
said
did
that.
not.
Well, quit watching
So
hater
what's the new topic we're going to chat about tonight? We're switching topics, aren't we?
Agreed.
Yeah. All right.
Abortion was less heated earlier, shockingly enough.
Oh, Hillary. Hillary. Yeah.
Okay.
Hillary. We can talk about Hillary. She's got her
Yeah.
new announcement. There you go. That's volatile.
Hillary, and if you'll recall, I told you that it was my belief that it would be between Hillary and Jeb Bush, and now
I do
the
remember
first-
you said that. Yes.
That's right. That's
Evil
right. And so,
against evil. Got it.
and so now here we are. The first shoe's dropped. We now got Hillary, and if we get Jeb Bush, then there you be. Now listen. Remember what I said. I said if it becomes Hillary and Jeb Bush, which it may not, but if it does, Jeb Bush is going to throw the election and give it to Hillary so that we get our first woman president. I've stated that several times now publicly.
You have a
and
problem
I
with the
absolutely-
woman president?
That's interesting. That's interesting.
What should happen? If it's
Just as
Jeb
a
Bush.
strategy, though, that's interesting when you say that.
It's interesting that the Republicans would even put Jeb Bush forward, because even though he's a Bush, almost everybody has called him an idiot on both party lines. So they're putting forth an idiot.
They're going to throw the election, Steve. They're going to throw the election.
Yeah, it's definitely not their best and brightest.
But okay, now wait a minute. Now wait a minute. We've got a real world example. Okay, we've got a real world example. You had Obama versus McCain, a 40-year-old man versus an 80-year-old man. I think the election was pretty obvious, don't you? Who would win? Of course it was. Of course Obama's going to win. They put an 80-year-old man up against a 40-year-old man. Of course Obama would win. They threw the election. They threw it. And they're going to put Jeb in there so that they throw the election to Hillary. You watch. Mark my words, it'll happen. If it's Jeb Bush. Now, if they get somebody younger, brighter, more intelligent, whatever, that might change. But if they put Jeb Bush in there, they're doing it to throw the election. I'm telling you.
Yeah, the oldest person to assume office as president, from what I understand, is Ronald Reagan at 69.
Right.
We have once you get older than that, we're worried that that president's going to die in office.
Correct. They threw the election. When they put McCain up there, they threw the election. They knew exactly what they were doing. It's all by design, guys. I keep telling you, it's all by design. I know you don't believe me, but I'm telling you, it's true. It's all by design. It's all by design.
Now that I think is orchestrated. I see why you say that.
I'm telling you, you don't put
nobody
an
would
80-year-old.
really take Palin seriously either.
You
to be
don't.
honest. And they knew that.
Thank goodness.
You just don't put an 80-year-old man up against a 40-year-old man and expect to win. No fucking way. No way, man. Of course he's gonna lose. And if they put Jeb Bush up there, which they very well could, I mean, the jury's still out yet, but if they put Jeb Bush in there, you can bet your bottom dollar they're throwing it to Hillary. Guaranteed.
Yeah, nobody likes Jeb Bush. Nobody in their right mind likes that guy.
Well, Bush and Clinton, either one. I'm tired of both. I don't want neither one of them.
Well, Clinton too. I mean, like with her email stuff and her blundering of foreign affairs, people don't like her either.
Don't forget Vince Foster too.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions. I mean, how the fuck does somebody kill themselves with their hands tied behind their back? How the fuck does that work? I mean, come on.
That's a rough one, ain't it?
That's kind of hard to figure out. I'm still racking my brain around that one, right?
Like a backwards MacGyver or something.
Yeah, exactly. I don't understand that shit, but hey, whatever, right? They got all the answers, man. They got an answer for everything. Oh, well, yes, his hands were tied behind his back, but by golly, he was able to manipulate the gun in such a way, and I'm like, okay, sure, whatever, dude, whatever, whatever.
I don't know. When I look at politics, it's hard to not be completely disheartened. And this is why people go, how come there's low voter turnout, blah, blah, blah. It's because so many people are just so disheartened. They see that it's rigged. They feel like maybe because they feel like they're being gerrymandered, like, and the electoral college doesn't count, or maybe it's because they realize corporations are backing presidents or foreign interests are backing presidents, but people are becoming apathetic, and it concerns me because it always ends up like a rock in the hard place. And we're always forced to vote red and blue, and honestly, the more and more I talk to people, there are very few die-hard red through and through people, at least in cities.
Well, see, that's the part that worries me. The folks that are Republicans are waking up to what's going on, while the Democrats still are in the dark. The Democrats need to wake up too, because the Democrats are being just as manipulated as the Republicans are. We need to do away with the parties. George Washington didn't even want parties. George Washington warned us about this shit 300 years ago. He said, no parties, no parties.
So, Vaughn, I have a question for you because you were talking about this a few days ago. What would you do to make the United States better today than before if you were the presidential candidate, if you were to talk to us right now?
Oh, I've already got a video out on that shit.
No, tell me now. I want to hear it.
Well, the first thing you do is you bring all the troops home and you put them on the southern and northern border of the United States and at the coast. Number two, I would issue a challenge to the corporations. They would either come back to America or they would get no American tax write-offs. You either come back to America and hire 75% of your staff as American, or you get no kickback from America at all. You are cut off, period. Number three, anything that's unconstitutional goes bye-bye. That includes the IRS, the Federal Reserve, Council on Foreign Relations, the IMF, and all this other bullshit that's totally unconstitutional. Number five, I would get rid of the UN. The UN is a foreign power, and the founders clearly stated that foreign powers are not allowed to be on American soil. Bye-bye, UN. See ya. Go to Brussels. Get the fuck off our country. All right. Then I would take that UN building, and I would find all of our homeless veterans that are on the street, and I would house our homeless veterans in the UN building. Number six, after that, what I would do is I would immediately begin construction of spaceships and maglev trains, which are good-paying jobs. I would, by getting rid of the Federal Reserve, I would get rid of the current dollar we have, which is fiat currency any damn way, and I would get real currency backed by either gold, silver, or precious stones. It would be a real dollar with real value, and that would stimulate the economy. It would also by creating jobs of those caliber, that would be good-paying jobs. Building spaceships is not a minimum wage job. Building maglev trains is not a minimum wage job. I would have maglev trains nationwide. They would replace our current aging diesels. Our diesel trains are, 60-something years old now in some cases? Holy shit. We're long overdue for an overhaul on our train system. And further, maglev trains travel 600 to 800 miles an hour, which means the produce gets to market faster, which means there's no sense in pumping them full of fucking chemicals. Okay, so we don't need chemicals. We don't need all these preservatives in our food, which means our food would be healthier, and it would get to market faster, and people would be better, and they would be healthier as a result. That's just off the top of my head of the things that I would do as president. Furthermore, I would relax the restrictions on handguns. I would relax the restrictions on any other constitutional medium, which I feel, particularly the Patriot Act, particularly Operation Megiddo, produced by Bill Clinton. Those things would go bye-bye. There would be no posse comitatus again. I would get rid of that again because that's unconstitutional as well. Any of that crap that's unconstitutional would go bye-bye. And like I said, those are just off the top of my head.
How would you feel if, let's say you got elected and all of a sudden you realize that, and we've seen this from previous United States presidents, that not everything is foreseeable for whatever reason, and it could be because of national security or whatever it may be. And let's say they say that it would be a bad idea for, bear with me, this is just a hypothetical, right? That it'd be a bad idea to close Guantanamo Bay because of terrorists. What would you do?
What would I do? I would go back to what Thomas Jefferson did. Thomas Jefferson declared war. Islam declared war on the United States in 1776, and they started capturing our sailors and holding them for ransom. That has never been rescinded, to the best of my knowledge. Now, if you have documentation that shows where Islam has stopped declaring war on the United States, I'd love to see it. But as far as I know right now, Islam declared war on the United States in 1776.
Sorry.
As far as I'm concerned, Islam is a cult. It would be identified as a cult. And Islam is a cult because it forces people to convert, and then it kills them if they try to leave. That is the textbook definition of a cult. And it would go bye-bye.
That's great. All right. Okay. So you're very defining that. So what would you do with people that were Islamic within the United States borders?
I would deport them.
But what if they were born here?
I would still deport them. I don't believe in breaking up families.
Deport them
Not
to
every
where?
Islamic person believes in murdering people that leave the faith.
I don't. I would not. I don't believe in breaking up families. If I deport them, I would deport their whole family, not just them. I don't believe in breaking up families. I don't.
What
believe
if they're atheists? I mean, come from Muslim culture and family, but they don't practice.
Well, if you ask any Muslim, they'll tell you that that's bollocks. Once you're a Muslim, you're always a Muslim.
Yeah, but there are those who don't practice any longer, and their families.
Now wait a minute. The Quran says that a Muslim is allowed to lie to your face. It's called al-taqiyya. Okay, so how are you
I know
going
what
to
you're saying.
All right, well, how's that Muslim? How are you going to know that Muslim's telling you the truth? How? How would you know? You're going to give them a lie detector test? You're going to inject truth serum in them? How would you know?
Well, if you wanted to investigate it and discover, what are their habits? Are they going to the masjid or not?
Yes, but
and that kind of thing.
Right, but the cost of doing that for each individual Muslim in the country would be astronomical, and we just don't have the cost. It's not cost effective to do
So
that.
you think it would be okay to racially profile or
It's not. Wait a minute now. Islam is not a race.
or a profile upon a creed? Either way.
Well, here's the thing. We outlawed other cults. And there was no problem. What would be the problem with outlawing Islam?
What other cults? Because Satanism's permitted.
Satanism is not permitted. Satanism is not permitted.
Pretty
You go
sure
out here and try.
I'm asking,
Go out here. No, wait a minute.
Is there an example that you can tell us, please?
Now wait a minute. Luciferian Satanism says it's okay to sacrifice a baby. Do you think we're going to allow that shit in this country? No.
No, but I was hoping that you could give us an example of what you were saying.
Well, there's been many cults. Jim Jones, for example, just to name one right off the top of my head.
Sure, but that wasn't outlawed in the country. Is that what you're saying? I'm confused on that one.
Anything that wants to take a life is automatically outlawed. We have laws against that. It's called murder. Okay. Anything that goes against established laws is obviously outlawed.
Vaughn, I have a question though. That Arizona pastor that said that he was willing to stone homosexuals, would you deport him as well?
He should be jailed for that. Yes, he should be jailed for that. Absolutely. Okay. If he decides.
So you don't have a problem with homosexuals?
I think he has the problem with the murder. I thought is what he was indicating.
I'm looking at religious fanaticism in general, which there's a Christian in Arizona who's a pastor who thinks that we should go back to the capital punishment for homosexuality.
Yeah, he lives in Phoenix.
Yeah,
I'm an hour and a half away from him. I know exactly what you're talking about.
If he attempts to harm another person without just cause, then yes, he should go to jail. Absolutely. Absolutely. We have laws on the books for that.
I think that's very noble of you. Yes.
But I'm not going to have an ideology in this country that's counter to the Constitution of the United States. Communism obviously would be wrong. Socialism would be wrong. Islam would be wrong. Fascism would be wrong.
What's the difference between socialism and communism?
One's government, one's money.
Really not a whole lot. Really,
would
not a whole lot. I mean,
Puritans be against the Constitution? Because there kind of are.
So would you think that, just bear with me, I'm not trying to like be a dick or anything, but if you were to like, do you think there should be universal health care?
no, that's socialism or communism.
So
Here, listen. I'm old enough that I can remember a time before all insurance and all this other gobbledygook. Okay, I can actually remember a time. You know what we done when we had a car accident? We would exchange information, and then we would get our money together, and we would pay to get, we would go to court, and then we would pay through the court system to fix that other person's vehicle. That's how it was done. Okay, see, I want to get us back to a place where a person can actually earn enough income to where that they can put money back for those such emergencies, hospital problems, car accidents, shit like that. We used to salt our money back for those emergencies. We didn't need insurance. I can literally remember a time when there was no such thing as car insurance or health insurance or any of that shit. We didn't need it because we had the money in the bank to pay for it. We didn't need no insurance. All insurance is a vehicle to drive up prices and to increase our debt. We don't need insurance.
Let's say, just bear with me. Let's say you're driving with your kids, and the most unforeseeable circumstance happens where you drive through an intersection and unfortunately your kids are injured, and you have to go to the hospital. And don't get me wrong, that's the most horrible thing that any parent could ever go through. And so you go to the hospital and they say that you don't have insurance to like heal your children or to give them medical care. What would you do as the President of the United States?
I done told you I would do my best to abolish insurance. We don't need it. If people are making enough money to pay for it themselves, they don't need insurance.
The thing is, that healthcare costs 8 times the amount in the United States as it does in any other first world country.
That's right. And how did our healthcare get so goddamn expensive? Because of insurance.
And actually, what Vaughn is saying is partially true. For instance, the cost of X-rays that I recently had for some people listed on their insurance is $500 a view for this particular set of X-rays. And uninsured, I actually paid less than what the insurance company said they were worth. Isn't that interesting?
Do you know what would happen to me where I live?
Well, you're in Canada.
Nothing.
Yes, but you're still paying for it, bro. Okay, there is
I'm not denying the fact that I pay a premium.
There is
the thing is that I don't have somebody holding over my head that I have to pay insurance fees.
You do have somebody holding over your head. It's called taxes. They do hold it over your head. They just listen. All they did, bro. All they did was rearrange the deck chairs of the Titanic. That's all they did. It's smoke and mirrors. They said, okay, instead of charging you directly, we're going to take it out of your taxes. Well, you're still getting it taken out. You're still having to pay. They just switched the chairs on the Titanic. That's all they did. Smoke and mirrors. Make it look like it's free when it isn't free at all. It's not free. Nothing. There is no free lunch. There is no free lunch.
No, we know it's not free.
They're just doing it a different way. That's all it is. All this talk about universal health care, all it is just a different way of getting you. That's all. That's all it is.
No, I completely understand the fact that you're saying that it's not free. There is no free lunch, and I understand that. On the one hand is that everybody in the society that I live in understand that there's a certain cost, so this way we can make sure this happens. no different than having roads, plumbing, and all these other things that we all want as a society. And the thing is, at the end of the day, is that we understand it's a cost, which is actually pretty minimal. And the thing is, I go in and I need whatever, and everything's taken care of through my taxes. I don't actually pay anything additional.
What's the tax rate for income there, Wahika?
Well, the thing is, tax rate's probably a little higher than the States, but the thing is, everything that I rule off of it is, I don't have to worry about it. Maybe 25%, maybe 30 at the most. Right? Is Vaughn puking in the toilet?
It kind of looks like that.
Or is he drinking from it?
It's like a first thing I've seen before, like live.
What happened? Are you okay?
You okay, Vaughn?
Mm-hmm.
You look like you were like puking in the toilet or something. You okay? No? Are you getting a drink from the toilet?
No, I was running the bathwater for my kids. Can't you hear it running back here?
Your kids are still awake?
Like, it's 5:30 in the morning. It's time to get started for school.
Oh.
Running their bathwater.
Dude, good for you. I'm glad you're doing that. Sorry, man. I wasn't trying to, like, shaking anything up. No. Thanks for being a good daddy.
Yes, I try.
How's your kids doing?
They're doing fine.
Yeah?
Great.
So you have, like, 2 girls and a boy or something, right?
Correct.
How's that been for you?
Life-changing experience.
Yeah, they keep you on your toes?
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
You give them any culture? Yeah, have you been showing them around? Or are they a little too young for that yet?
Showing them around what?
No, just like around the area, the yard, or whatever.
Yeah, we have a swing set out there. They like to go out and play.
I'm ready for
Nice.
Rohika to say, "Do you guys shoot aliens together?" I'm just waiting for you to slide something in.
Oh, no. Oh, I like guns. No, don't get me wrong. I do like guns. I don't own any guns, actually, which is kind of weird. Everybody thinks I own, like, an armory in my basement or something, but no, not into it. Just haven't done it. My girlfriend, she's the hunter. She's the one that goes out and kills animals and stuff. And then I have to deal with it. I go out to the Haidagwai, which is some islands out in the west coast of BC. So it's fairly interesting. I go out there with her, and she, like, murders whatever animal, and then I have to deal with it. So
she kills it, brings it home, and you skin it and clean it.
I know, it's pretty funny, isn't it?
Role reversal.
Yeah, I know. I'm like the bitch, right? So no, it's good. No, she works in another federal department. She works for Department of Fisheries and Oceans, so she's all into that type of stuff, right? So. No, it's a lot of fun. It's kind of funny. I explained this to my coworkers, and she's like, "What?" It's like, yeah, she goes out and kills these animals, and I deal with the rest.
So both of you are in government work. Interesting.
Yeah, both of us do stuff. So I'm like full-time military. She's full-time government, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. We have some cool hobbies. And I go around, fly my drone. If you're interested, check out UAV Overflight. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. No, I really enjoy being in the Army. Like, the stuff I get to pass on to people and teach. And I love teaching because right now, well, I'm armored by trade, right? So I go out and I criticize people that do training for other people. So my job is like standardization. So I sit there and I watch people train people, and I tell them how they can do it better, and give them all the material required and all that other type of stuff. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. I'm thinking about retiring.
Wait a minute. So you're a paid troll? Really?
A paid troll? What do you mean, like a shill?
I don't know. I mean, that's what it sounds like. You just said you go out and criticize other people's work. I mean,
No, work. I analyze what they're doing for training, and I tell them how to do it better. No, not like internet trolling or anything like that. No, no, I don't. Seriously, Vaughn, I wouldn't give you a hard time unless I thought there was a reason to. Okay, I'm not trying to be a dick just because I want to be a dick.
all right.
Right? I'm an armored guy. I'm just an average soldier. I just do my thing. And the thing is, if you say something that's questionable, I want to ask you. I want to know. And if I don't think it's up to par, then I'm going to question you. Is that not fair?
I guess. If they're getting paid for it, I guess it's all right.
No, I don't get paid to question you on here. This is all like buck sheet.
I have
So what's your hey Vaughn? What's your three? You have one boy, two girls. What's their names?
Hang on a second.
Oh, they even get bubble bath. What a bunch of spoiled kids.
Yes, they're small kids. What now? What'd you ask?
What's their names?
What's their names? Layla, Helena, and Jeremiah.
Oh, those are beautiful names.
Yeah, this is a very nice name.
Yes, if I have another girl, her name will be Ambrosia.
Oh my gosh, I love that name. I have a girlfriend who named her daughter that.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very beautiful name.
I really like the name, so I want to...
Sorry, what's her ages?
3,
Don't mind me asking.
Layla's 4, and Helena and Jeremiah are 3. They're twins.
Oh, that's too cute.
Oh, I thought your boy was the oldest and the two girls are twins. Obviously, I'm mistaken.
No. No, the boy and the youngest girl are twins, and then I have an older daughter.
So how's the woman hunting going?
It's not.
No, have you been looking, or are you just not interested?
No, I definitely want a mommy for my kids. And the kids want a mommy too, but nothing strikes my fancy yet. My preference is skinny and petite, and there just isn't very many skinny, petite 20-somethings out there that like older men. So there I am. I'm in a quandary.
If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer this. Why does it have to be a 20-something petite girl?
For the kids' sake. The kids. Okay, well, first of all, older women are not going to want to be saddled with kids again. They've already raised their kids. So that's number one. And women have told me this themselves. Furthermore, the kids are going to be wanting somebody around their mommy's age anyway, because if an older woman was brought into the home, they would kind of think of her more as a grandma probably than a mom. You get me? So, I need to find somebody around their mommy's age. That's fair to them. That's being fair to them.
So your ex-wife or your former co-inhabitant, what was her name again? Andrew.
Andrew.
And so is she. I understand that she has her own circumstances, but do you foresee in the sometime future that she's going to have some sort of interaction?
No. She's in a mental health facility. She'll be there for life. She's not going to be able to interact. At least not that I know of. Now, the judge might get a wild hair up his ass and change his mind, but as it stands right now, no. She's in a mental health facility. She will be there for life. There will be no interaction with the children. She is a danger to herself and to others. So I doubt if she'll get visitation. She might, though, but I doubt it.
Would you, even if the judge, even if the judge said that she was dangerous, but with your parental supervision, would you maybe just let her visit?
I doubt it. And the reason why is because it might actually be detrimental to the children to try to reintegrate her back into their lives. In fact, I was reading some documentation on that, scientific documentation, that suggests that, bringing her back into their lives at this point might actually be harmful to them.
So, let's say they're old enough to comprehend that the situation that their mother is in.
You're not at that place. No.
But they're still under your care. Let's say they're 18 years old. I don't know what the age of majority is where you live, but let's say they say, hey, I want to know who mommy is. What would you do?
They already know who the mommy is, but, and they know the mom.
Let's say over time they kind of forget.
Once they turn 18, they're adults. They can do whatever the hell they want. I mean, if they want to go see their mommy at the mental institution, they're free to do so. But, I don't know if it's a good idea, but I mean, if they want to do that, that's on them.
Vaughn, can I ask how old they were when she did, would they have memory of her?
Jerry won't, because Jerry only has the mind of an 8-month-old infant. But Helena and Layla, I would say, given time, Helena and Layla will probably eventually forget, but they may not. I don't know. It's too early to tell.
Well, I would say that there are some occasions where it is in the benefit of the child to cut off a toxic, dangerous parent.
No, that's actually the situation we're in, because she is a danger to herself and to others, and that's where we're at. Now, like I said, the judge may get a wild hair up his ass and give her visitation. I don't think it's a good idea, but I'm not the judge, right? I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's a hard question, but I'm sure it's going to come up sometime in your future.